So the fielders are well placed. The discussion on Cornell will be, it may be a matter of load management, it may be a matter of player management, it may be a matter of with the T20 World Cup coming around in South Africa in February. All those are possibilities. Henry does not bowl, and she has grown in stature, Henry, in her role as not only a bowler, but in a role as an all-rounder. The last series against New Zealand, she played a pivotal role for the West Indies. Fierce competitor.
Yeah, they'll be looking to her, definitely, with the bat.
Will get a single, and Sherry-Ann Fraser, the one who has come on as a young bowler. She may well be one of the stars. So perhaps as we looked at Cornell's absence, that's a budding young medium-fast bowler for the West Indies.
Yeah, saw her as a 19-year-old, actually, first time.
Once again, a bit wide from Chinel Henry, but that completes the first. At the plan, because Chinel Henry, her first delivery, though it was on target, it was the next was pitched outside. No run on this occasion. She was offered some width.
And Tammy Beaumont actually feasts on a width. When she has struggled, we've seen a straight attack to her. She's a bit of an LBW candidate early in her innings as well. So these are things that the West Indies bowlers should be mindful of. Just tends to play around that pad, but on that occasion she gets a single.
The idea is clear. They want to work it around. They want to get the adrenaline flowing. That would give Fraser some opportunity to get her rhythm right. Chinel Henry continues to play that role as perhaps mentor, as senior player.
I'm excited to see young Alice Capsey, though. She's been given the opportunity here, 18 years old, opening the innings. Bit of a young gun for England. They have a lot of hope for her.
Another wide, Mally.
Yeah, she's not controlling that new ball at this point in time, Sherry-Ann. When I first saw her, she had a propensity to just maybe push it down the leg side. Now here today, just the other way, just with that shape though, which you like to see. She just needs to start it a little straighter here. Just like that.
On target. And Capsey is content not to really do anything spectacular, just to defend. How important it is for the player to get in at age 18, at age 17, being given that opportunity to develop.
I think it's her performances in the 100 that really caught the eye. The last 200s actually, and she's been given the opportunity here.
Pulled away. It may be our first boundary. Yes, it will. It be pulled back. It has been pulled back. Good work on the boundary there by Grimman. So 3 runs to Capsey.
And we've had a bit of rain around here in Antigua, so the outfield may just be here today, not be at its quickest.
That's right.
That one just held up. It was timed quite nicely. Capsey had a lot of time to play that shot. Easy paced pitch at this stage. Picked up 3 runs. She's away.
So it's clear that there may be that indication by the management team. Courtney Walsh, the coach here of the Windies women, the instructions may be to keep it away from the batters outside the off stump.
But like I said previously, it's got to be a tight line, especially to Beaumont, because she feasts on width. Can't be too short. Still got to be on a good length. That's a good delivery there, though.
Very good delivery and well played. 10 without loss after 2. So the English batters would be saying that they want to build a good score. They would be saying, we know that we have the power play overs to get runs, but we want to be as disciplined as possible. We want to perhaps come to grips with the surface. What is it offering? You can also commend how different the conditions in England to the conditions in Antigua. You have had both opportunities to your advantage.
Yeah, for sure. It's night and day, really, conditions-wise.
Here is an opportunity just to the left of Haley Matthews and into the boundary for 4. That shot was played a bit uppishly. In fact, she was not to the pitch of it on that occasion, Capsey, and it could have easily ended her innings here, but Haley Matthews was unable to catch that one.
Yeah, not quite going to hand. Wasn't timed as sweetly as Capsey would like, but that's why she's been given this opportunity to put pressure on the bowlers and take advantage of the power play.
Lovely fielding on the part of Henry. And perhaps Haley Matthews is up to it because she knows perhaps what to expect, because she actually set herself on that deep mid-off position. In fact, no, Haley Matthews.
Looks like Sherry-Ann Fraser, actually.
That's right. Would have said Sherry-Ann Fraser out there.
Good athlete as well. Very good fielder. Very athletic.
Plays at that one. Good bounce.
Yeah, that's the bounce. It's the bounce that did Capsey there. Just bounced a bit more off a good length as well from Henry. We've seen this from her before. Seems to have just put on maybe a yard or 2 of pace as well in the last year or so. A very good delivery.
Perhaps she had it all the time. Oh, that's a good one. It beats the batter, beats the wicketkeeper, goes into the third man boundary for 4. And that is another good delivery. Chanel Henry is up to the task.
Yeah, a bit of a bottom edge there. That one maybe not bouncing as high as Capsey would like. Escapes that edge going past that leg stump. 4 runs. Capsey on 12 from 9 now. 2 4s already.
2 4s a bit in the dark. I get the impression that the role that Chanel Henry, now that she has been given that role to bowl the new ball, you may see that extra pace coming through.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a role that she relishes as well. You know, it's when the ball is at its newest. You get the most assistance from it as well. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. Advancing on that occasion, Beaumont, and we saw Capsey advance as well previously.
19 without loss after 3. Good going on the part of the England batters.
And it's a new partnership here with Beaumont and Capsey. Beaumont playing her 101st ODI, a real stalwart for England over the years. Really top player, especially in this format. She's lost her place in the T20 format, quite surprisingly, recently. She'll be wanting to put in some good performances here as well to probably just push on that door again. And young Capsey just playing her fourth match.
It's a good combination to see the experience and the younger coming together at this time as they plan. I guess part of the England development plan. Try new things, assign players to different roles, ODI, T20.
And it's a young team as well. Very young team.
Given the opportunity of Caribbean conditions.
Oh.
Well played. Another 4.
Timed sweetly by Capsey on that occasion. Just let that come on. Use the pace of Fraser and deposited that all along the ground to the mid-wicket boundary. It was the timing. It made a good sound as well off the bat. We're seeing the talent of the young, precocious teenager here, Alice Capsey. We're seeing the investment in youth.
And that was really an authentic shot. That was not in the dark.
Oh, she's nicked off. No, she's nicked off. Good delivery from Fraser. Just going away slightly. A bit of width to Capsey. And takes the edge. Good catch by Campbell, playing in her 100th match. England lose their first wicket. Scored 23 for 1.
23 for 1. Good bowling on the part of Fraser. She was striving for that off stump line, just outside off. Just one correction, it may be surprising to you, while Capsey goes for 17. Somehow the West Indies deciding not to go for Campbell behind the wicket, but instead of stuck to Capsey and Knight.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not sorry, because one would have expected as the leading wicket keeper coming back, but they would know best. So Capsey and Knight, she though had a double bubble because it was nicked off. The first attempt, it was not gloved. She came to the second attempt. Nevertheless, a well-deserved wicket for the West Indies, but perhaps Capsey may be saying, I wanted something more. She had a 4 in this over, and perhaps she may be considering, was it a wise decision?
Maybe just the rashness of youth there on that occasion as well. She'd already started so well. Maybe could have allowed that one to just go through to the wicket-keeper, but it was a good delivery. It just swung late as well from Fraser. Maybe her quickest delivery of the day as well. Almost got the toe of the bat. And Knight, good catch.
Sophia Dunkley defending well to her first delivery. Fraser perhaps coming into her own. Investment in youth.
And to be fair, I think Capsey and Knight's done a pretty good job behind the stumps.
Yes,
absence of say a Campbell or whoever else. There are quite a few options in this West Indies team who could take the gloves.
Yes,
so
many options we've seen over the past few years.
I think Knight's done a pretty good job.
Oh, lovely effort. Good diving effort on the part of Campbell. Looks as though we are off to a competitive game.
Yes, it's what you want to see, especially if you're a cricket fan, regardless of who you support. You want to see a good competitive game, and It started pretty well here from the West Indian perspective, picking up that first wicket.
Driven, that was wide, and there was Beaumont really trying to get everything in it. You say she loves width, but after 24 for 1, pretty much a good competitive stuff. That wicket, which was critical with Alice Capsey departing in that over. West Indies would be happy with their start.
Yes, I'd be happy to remove the young Capsey, but it's brought Sophia Dunkley to the crease, who, in the absence of Heather Knight, you know, she's been out with that hip injury. Sophia Dunkley has really risen to the occasion and has put her hand up as definitely one of the best batters in this England team. Started out batting at 7. She's just made her way steadily up. Now she's in the number 3 position, which tells you everything you need to know. And especially in the last year or so, she's really been on top of her game in all formats.
Well, that's the key. Take the opportunities, seal them. Looks so correct and comfortable.
Good stride as well into that one. Looks like a confident, very confident player. Scores her runs at a good clip as well. She's always looking to play shots. Plays the situations of the game pretty well as well, Sophia Dunkley. Still very young, 24 years old.
It's a young England team.
Yeah, still a long way to go in her career.
Stays this one. They're coming back for the second and will get it rather comfortably in the end. I thought they were under the gun a bit, but it was not a very strong throw.
It's also one of her strengths. She runs very well between the wickets. Very positive all around, not only in her stroke play, but in the way she runs between the wickets, turning ones into twos. On that occasion there, stealing an extra one.
I like her movement into the stroke. She stands and she allows the ball to come to her. Plays with that sort of command that tells the bowler, you got to beat me here.
And you were talking about the difference in conditions. You know, they'd be accustomed to conditions maybe where the pitches are a bit greener, overhead conditions maybe favour the seam bowlers a bit more swing through the air.
Good delivery.
It's a good shot.
Loud appeal.
Probably just going down.
Perhaps umpire Jackie Williams. She has been solid in her posture. Didn't sway a bit. Captain Haley Matthews perhaps is saying to Kaisia that was close.
And we're not directly behind the bowler from our vantage point here in the commentary booth, so we couldn't really tell per se. It's a good shot. Henry just showing the ability to get the ball to go the other way as well.
Henry plays her role well. It comes down to individual role plays. It's, yes, a team sport. But during this critical stage, the power play, England with top-notch batters, there's no doubt about that. They have had all the exposure with the hundreds, with the entire system, having that magnitude of exposure. Lovely shot. That's class. Whipped off the pads for 4.
Oh, that bottom hand just came into place so nicely there, Seth. Full delivery on her legs, timed sweetly. No one in that vacant deep square leg position there. 4 easy runs. Sophia Dunkley growing into her innings quite nicely here.
30 for 1. After 5. Still at a steady pace, a run per ball. Quite a good contest developing here.
And you were speaking about, you know, yes, we were speaking about it being a young team, but if you actually look at the batting, the top 6, they've multiple centurions.
That's
you know,
right.
Players who've experienced sustained success at this level.
Down the leg side, it will be 4.
Just straying there. It's going to be 4 runs as well. I thought maybe it could have just glanced that thigh pad, but Beaumont getting some bat onto that one from Sherry-Ann Fraser.
I think also she was striving for the extra pace and hence lost her control a bit, and it was easy.
But she definitely looks like she's developing. Her action looks a lot tighter. She looks a lot fitter as well. Just pushing that one again down the leg side.
And you spoke about it previously that, yes, she started out outside the off stump, pushing the ball away. But originally, yes, she started with pushing the ball in. And I think perhaps that feature we have seen a
just
bit
creep
more
back
creeping
in.
back in.
Yeah.
It may have been something that Coach Courtney Walsh has been working with.
I think at times her head just falls away. Just forcing her to push that ball down the leg side at times. And it seems like when she strives for the extra pace. It's got a field change here though, Seth.
Yes, she's indicating her need. And she has that comfort, so she's getting the support of her captain. Yet, we're seeing 5 on the off. On the on, yes, there is a backward square, a forward of square on the boundary. All of the players are in.
That's the line she needs to bowl to Beaumont. Tight line on that off stump. Don't give her too much width outside the off stump. She hasn't really capitalized on the width she was presented with, but that's the line from Fraser. And she just needs to be a bit more consistent. But as she goes along, she's working with one of the best, Courtney Walsh. Who else than to have such a great bowler as your head coach?
She walks into the shot, but good fielding. Chidi Nation being stationed at that extra cover position. But you can see the skill level of Tammy Beaumont. She walks into it. She does not falter. Timing perfect. The placement may not have been perfect, but showing that she's in super control.
I mean, we're talking about her, the multiple centurions. Tammy Beaumont, 900s at this level, 17 50s.
That speaks.
A best of 168.
This time she's not tempted. Though getting a bit of width allows the ball to go through. And as you mentioned the stats, Marley, you see the statue of the player. Her physical statue may not represent her statue and status as a player because she's a bit diminutive. But you can see why she has that.
Definitely someone I've enjoyed watching over the years.
Oh, on this occasion, it could have gone either way. She was in 2 minds, it appears, was about to cut, and that one may have come onto her a bit, and it took the edge. She had a horizontal bat looking to cut. It could have gone onto the stumps, but fortunately, she gets 2 runs.
And maybe just the pitch just a little too paced here early. It's characteristic of this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium wicket. Just a little too paced early, maybe that preparation moisture.
A good delivery once again from Sherry-Ann Fraser.
Bit of a nothing shot there from Beaumont. Lucky to survive the end of that over though.
37 for 1. Good going on the part of England, recovering a bit, slight recovery after losing Alice Capsey. They have a good combination here. Tammy Beaumont being supported by Sophia Dunkley, and this partnership has the capacity to put England in a commanding position. So it's up to the West Indies to take charge here. It would be interesting to see after Chanel Henry, where does Hayley Matthews go in terms of bowling options?
She's got a multitude of spin options available to her. She's got herself, she's got Affie Fletcher, leg spinner, she's got Grimmond, got quite a few. Aline, pace bowling options.
Oh, another opportunity there. This one may have been coming back. I got the impression, Mally, because effort was made to drive and almost pulling back to cut, and that one looked like the bottom edge. Had Knight going one way. Good bowling on the part of the West Indies.
Yeah, Dunkley there just maybe a bit too early on that stroke, but good areas from Chanel Henry. She's been impressive here early. She's maybe been a bit expensive.
Swan more in command.
But she's bowled some good deliveries, like wicket-taking deliveries.
Certainly. She has gotten the support of her captain, Captain Hayley Matthews. Been given the task to groom a team.
So much responsibility on her shoulders.
Huge responsibility.
No Taylor as well. We spoke about the retirement of Dutton. So there's a lot on her
loss,
plate.
for the West Indies.
She's asked to bat. She's asked to bowl. We saw the effect that can have on her even in the last series. Her batting at number 5, as opposed to being at the top of the innings, maybe just being worried about the brittle nature of the West Indies batting without a Stephanie Taylor.
In the air,
Beauty!
Catch.
Wow!
Amazing catch.
Looks like Ali Aline.
Salman,
Shakira. Wow.
She timed that perfectly. To some extent, I thought that Bunkley thought that she had it covered. But there was Salman. She came across so cool, so composed. And as you look at it, the ball in the air, it was a nice diving catch to the left. Confident. And the West Indies taking their second wicket. Dunkley going, unfortunately, at this stage for 8. England in a bit of bother here. Mali 39 for 2.
Yeah, and if you see where she was positioned, Selman, she was about 10 to 15 yards off the boundary already, which tells me that maybe that was almost a plan in terms of Dunkley getting out in those positions before, and Shakira Selman well placed. She did have a bit of work to do, running to her left, full length dive, fantastic catch, and another wicket goes down for England. Chanel Henry gets on the board. The dangerous Sophia Dunkley, who looked in no trouble really up until then. She has to go.
Well, I think what is important here, perhaps for Captain Hayley Matthews now, we were speaking about would there be changes in the lineup. She would like to maintain these bowlers perhaps for the first power play. But now that she has gotten wickets, the approach could be interesting, whether she sticks with the pacers who are doing it or whether she would go to the spinners. Selman is another option.
I think the pace bowlers have to make use of this ball when it's new, as opposed to coming back later and being defensive. I think there are quite a few spin bowling options here. So if I was Hayley Matthews, I'd definitely be ultra aggressive in my use, or ultra attacking in my use of my fast bowlers with this hard new ball.
Skyver being defensive. Siver being defensive for her second delivery, and she would be happy that she did not see any further loss for England. She's yet to score. Beaumont is on 10, and the West Indies here sensing an opportunity to put some pressure on the England middle order.
Yeah, two of the most experienced English batters at the crease now. The young Capsey and Sophia Dunkley both back in the pavilion. Natsiva playing her first game for a while. Took a mental health break after the Commonwealth Games, which Heather Knight had to miss because of her hip surgery. Yeah, yes. So a lot of responsibility was on Siva's and England's shoulders playing those Commonwealth Games at home. Kind of faltered under the pressure. Siva took a break, but now she's back, hopefully fresh and rearing to go.
Beautiful delivery. Beaumont being beaten by a beauty that went through her. And Fraser will be happy with her returns. Though 1 for 18, she has really created a few anxious moments for the England batters.
Yeah, that one just swung away at the last second, just beating that outside edge from Tammy Beaumont. It's got quite a high backlift as well, Beaumont. Kind of splays out and comes back in, but she's got fast hands. Just picked out the fielders there on that occasion. She's picked the fielders out quite a few times already in her innings. Timing the ball quite nicely too.
Which is important, the timing. And what I like about her approach, though, she is patient. She's confident. She has realized that she had to weather a bit of storm, a bit of challenge, particular from Fraser from this end.
Just pull that one down again to push that one down the leg side, just striving for extra pace.
The question is, but would the movement from Beaumont coming down the track, would that have offset Fraser?
Possibly, but she's got to keep her composure.
Definitely wide.
Beaumont looking to apply pressure back on. She's still just got to do the right things. And those are looking to hit that off stump. Just on outside it, just like that.
What was nice that Selman came across, had a word with her, perhaps saying, youngster, settle down here. She, as though she's enjoying her game. You get the sense, both Selman and the captain are having a discussion, but you get a sense that the team is together. You get a sense that the seniors are supporting the junior players.
She's only playing her 4th ODI, Sherry answers, so very inexperienced. Oh,
good delivery, good response. Beaumont was walking down and she was able to maintain that line, a bit more pace.
Yeah, Beaumont possibly just feeling like she's getting stuck here when Capsey was in. Capsey was eating up that strike, and here she's not finding the gaps like she'd like. Just seems like she's a little frustrated. You saw her admonish herself after playing and missing outside the off stump there. 10 of 20 deliveries actually, Beaumont.
What did you make of that? That was short. She was trying to pull. Did it take the edge? Looked as though it took the edge. Capsey and Knight.
Probably hit her on the body as well.
Good delivery.
So in this over, Sherry Ann Fraser just causing a few problems for Tammy Beaumont. Just struggling to time the ball as sweetly as she'd like.
Praise it a bit around, just a bit too much. Whenever she hits that line just outside the off stump, she poses a problem. But then she goes down leg. And those extras would be helpful to the England cause, but more so the consistency in line perhaps is what she would work on.
Too many almost already in this, the 8th over of the match. Finds a gap there on this occasion though, Tammy Beaumont. It won't go to the boundary. Spoke about that slow outfield. She picks up 2 runs.
The slow outfield in the main here. We had rain just about 2 hours prior to the start, and then another just about an hour. And that would have made a difference. We still give the groundsman credit, at least.
It looks beautiful though, doesn't it?
Yes, outfield.
Nice and lush green.
And the sun shining through.
Yep.
So, the England batters.
Siva and Tammy Beaumont.
They're really trying to counter at this stage because they would have lost their, well, 2 good, I would say, quick wickets. We had Alice Capsey and Sophia Dunkley departing at the stage in which they wanted to get things on.
And Seth, we spoke earlier about two players in this match playing in their 100th match. It's actually quite amazing to see these women bringing up these landmarks and these milestones.
Yes.
As the women's game has grown. You got Nat Siver, she's sitting on 99 T20 internationals, so she'll bring up her 100th on this tour as well later on. The game's definitely growing. The women's game's growing, and long may it continue.
Yes, it is growing, and it has, I mean, what has happened, transpired now in terms of the 100 and the other T20 leagues.
We had the 60 here in the Caribbean,
Precisely.
the women's CPL as well.
So it's growing both at the club level and at the international level. Now has been given the prominence in terms of the involvement of broadcast, in terms of the involvement of the marketability of players. We have a situation where DeAndre Dottin can say, I don't want to play for the West Indies anymore, but options are there.
Yep.
Building the careers. So, and I think what we have witnessed over the past 4 years here in West Indies cricket, we have had quite a bit of tours. Lovely feeling, putting her body in the line. They call her Minnie. She's glad to be back here for the West Indies. Shemaine Campbell, she's showing it in the field. She's not behind the stumps, but she is a tri-dimensional player. She actually bowls and bats well. We know the flamboyant batter.
There are a few of them in this team.
Wicket-keeper, so
Shadeen Nation as well. She's kept wicket and bowled for the West Indies as well.
driven just back to Henry. Flowing shot, Henry is on the knees. She's saying, yes, it was a beautiful shot, but perhaps I could have made a half chance of it. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, good cricket there. Just a bit too full from Henry, but driven down the ground sweetly from Nat Siver. Yet another one of these top batters for England, playing in her 92nd match. She's got 2,829 runs with a best of 148 not out.
That's huge, man.
Yeah.
How many men can boast?
At an average of 42 as well. So shows the consistency that she's played with over the years as well.
And the reason why I say men, I don't want to sound sexist, but I'm speaking about the men's game that has been around for many years, comparative to the female games. And few can boast stats of that nature. It is rather commendable.
Also, stat that jumps out at you, she's scored those runs at a rate of 94.14, almost 100.
That's
huge. In ODI cricket, that stands out. Definitely one of the premier players in the women's game, Nat Siver. A lot of them here on show, to be honest.
Right.
We've got a couple ourselves. Hayley Matthews.
Good delivery. Once again, Beaumont trying to walk down, trying to advance, but on this occasion, Fraser did not attempt to go towards leg, because when she goes towards leg with her angle, it goes down. This time she stuck to her plan.
Yeah, just looking to come down to Sherry-Ann Fraser. Good length, though, by the young bowler to readjust. That one came back in sharply at Beaumont. Just struggling in the last couple overs or so.
They will get a single. That one going down the leg side, striking the pad. Change of angle once again.
Just playing
Sherry
around
and
that
Fraser.
pad again from Beaumont. It's a very, very popular line of attack to her.
Given her strength on the offside and
yes.
given her liking for width.
Yes.
Perhaps that's part of the tactics here. Why Fraser has gone that route. Bowling well, Sherry and Fraser.
Definitely showing the improvement.
Good delivery once again. She's mixing it up.
That one almost looked like it came back in
Yes.
to
It was
Nat
coming
Siver.
in sharper, but judging the line well, Siver. But you spoke about the improvement, and that is important. Progress has to be made. Opportunity has to be given. Only one, no. Getting through for two. A bit of misfielding there by Grimman. At Backwater Square, coming around from forward square. The boundary there, perhaps that allowed them the second.
And Sherry and Fraser would have benefited from the expanding of almost the development or the administration of the women's game here in the Caribbean. We've seen A tours, which we didn't have previously.
That's right. Good delivery once again.
Now got a girls West Indies under 19s.
Yes, quite a lot of progress.
So we're seeing the talent pool slowly just expand.
And it can expand some more. I'm sure when
Definitely.
Stacey and King comes on, she has a vision that perhaps an under 15 tournament could be a nice feeder
Definitely.
in the future for the under 19. So keep the brains working. Lovely flowing drive, attempt for a run out. Good work, but in the end, Cypher coming through for her team, because it would have been a disaster, Mally Richards, for them to have lost a third wicket at this stage. England 47 for 2, been sent in by Haley Matthews this afternoon when play started. They are in a, would you say, a comfortable position or a consolidatory position?
With these two at the crease, they wouldn't be too worried at this stage, 47 for 2, but the West Indies would have done very well to remove Capsey and Dunkley here within the first power play as well.
Yes, so after the first power play, Stacey and King, Mali's got to join you, and it is really a good time to welcome Stacey Ann.
Looks like it's going to be Chanel Henry to continue, though, into her 6th over. This one's driven sweetly, but not sweet enough to beat Fraser at mid-off. Good afternoon, Stacey Ann King. What have you seen in this first power play here today?
Good afternoon, Mali, and good afternoon to all our viewers wherever in the world that you're locked on. It's been interesting times. The first 10 overs, Cherry and Fraser and Chanel Henry, they've been spectacular.
This one's driven away into the offside. Silver comes back for 2 runs. The score moves on to 51 for 2.
Yeah, they've taken up 2 early wickets, that of Alice Capsey, who, it's interesting that they've opted to open with her in this format because she's pretty much aggressive. So more or less just giving her the all clear to go and play her game.
Investing in that youth. Hopefully that will pay off for England in the future as well. They've got quite a few young players in this team, don't they?
Yeah, at least 6 players have been awarded new contracts, well, first-time contracts for this England team. So it will be interesting to see how they go along, because Alice Capsey is one of those players who made her debut against India in September. So good times, I'd say, for England cricket.
Definitely.
Youth coming through the ranks and getting opportunities.
England didn't have the best of that series against India, but they blooded a few youngsters, Capsey being one of them. A lot of hopes in her. India, Verma the same way. We've got Sherry Ann Fraser here for us, the West Indies. Need to find a few batters as well, to really help the experience of Matthews and Taylor.
On that note, I'm actually very happy to see Shameen Campbell and Kaisia Knight, 2 stalwarts when it comes to West Indies cricket and that batting, because they've struggled against New Zealand to find partnerships and find pairs that work. So it's good to see them back into this team. Shameen Campbell into her 100th ODI for West Indies, as you mentioned earlier.
Proud moment. I'm sure she's very proud. Her family as well. This one's been swung away though. to a wide mid-wicket position. 4 runs to end that Chanel Henry over. The score is 59 for 2. Siva moves on to 14.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Nat Siva as well, realizing that the restrictions, the field is still pretty much closed in for her, and she has long levers. So just gets into the line of it and goes through, gets under.
Shows the good nature of this wicket as well. Just playing through the line of that one. Nat Siva. Seen her play those shots over the years. Beaumont's just struggled though, especially in the last 3 or 4 overs. Looks like we're gonna have a bowling change.
Looks like Afi Fletcher.
Yeah,
I
the
think
leg
we might
spinner.
just see spin.
Spin, which plays a very, very big role here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, because if you look at the England's team, I think they've opted for a lot more spinners because they've realized that the nature of the pitches are quite slow and unpredictable at times.
It's dry as well.
Yeah, so we saw the pacers really getting some awkward bounce as well and a bit of movement, but I think the spinners might just have a better turnout.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams, multiple spin options at their disposal. They just concluded CG Super 50. I think of the Leeward Islands going into one game with 6 spin bowling options here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So conditions tend to suit the spinners.
Yeah, those spin options for Hayley Matthews, of course, herself. She has Afi Fletcher. And she also has Shanita Grimmon.
Interesting shot first up there by Beaumont, going for the ramp.
She's been scoring really slow, Tammy Beaumont, just 13 of 26. But again, she's a player that once she spends time, she can always up the ante. But yeah, this has been really slow.
I think that's why we see the combination of her and Capsey.
Alex Capsey earlier,
Very
who
positive.
was much more aggressive, which kind of took off some pressure
Off
Tammy
her,
Beaumont
yes, yes.
as to not forced to do anything reckless.
And she's lost her place as well at the top of the yard in the T20 squad. I think her strike rate being one of the main factors. Lauren Winfield Hill taking that position.
Yeah, quite a few changes for England.
Almost a team in a little of transition. You would say, Stacey, you'd have known. You've been watching them over the years.
Yeah, well, I've played against
And
them
played
over the
against
years
them as well, yes, definitely.
So I'd definitely say a bit of transition for them because you've seen a number of young players come in. You've also seen Nat Siva and Catherine Brunn taking a bit of a mental health break for that India series. Amy Jones, who is one of their wicket-keeping options, well, she was the captain for that series. They didn't win the ODIs, but went on to give a fight in the T20s.
T20s, yes. Bit of turn there from Fletcher. Good start from her. Saw quite a lot of her in the women's CPL, Afi Fletcher. Featured quite prominently in that tournament.
Yeah, she's really a standout in this West Indies team. And she also brings a bit of batting as well, so quite a good all-rounder.
And Windies are definitely going to need it. You'd say, would you agree that maybe the batting just not the strength at this point in time?
Yeah, I think it's you're on point with that because Stephanie Taylor is not in this team as well. She has a hip injury.
But it's the end of that Fletcher over. The score is 58 for 2.
Yeah, so Taylor misses out of this series. An opportunity again for another
Someone
player
else,
to
yeah,
step up.
yeah.
We've seen starts from Shadeen Nation, Alia Allen as well has shown some really good progress with bat. We need to see a number of other players really putting their hands up. We also mentioned that, of course, there's no Deandra Dutton, so an opportunity for players to really just say, yes, this is my time and I'm going to shine.
Yes. put yourselves in the shop window as well. Spoke about all the opportunities available to the women's players today. And they keep increasing as the years go on. It's going to be Hayley Matthews as captain, though, to come into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. With her off spinners, the number one all-rounder in this format of the game. See everything she brings to the table, but she's under immense pressure. I can't help but feel Hayley Matthews is just under immense pressure. She's asked to do so much.
And the familiarity between Hayley Matthews and the England players, because Hayley is one of those players. She would have recently come back from WBBL as well. So, of course, playing amongst and against some of these players. And she also features in the 100. So she's one of those players that they will work out eventually because of the amount of cricket that is played in the women's game of late.
Yes, and one needs to constantly adapt. As you say, this game's growing and players get used to what you're doing. Is it a bit of a mix-up here? Does she get... Oh, Matthews can't gather. That would have been trouble for Tammy Beaumont. Committed to that single, sent back by Siva. Pretty good fielding there. Getting that throw back. Was it Shanita Grimmond doing the fielding? Yes. Matthews couldn't gather the throw. Opportunity, yes, opportunity just going a begging there for this West Indies team. They need to take almost every opportunity that comes their way.
Yeah, teams like this, they don't always give chances. So once you get a chance, you've got to take it.
Slower, bit of turn there, but the gap is found. Slow outfield once again unsure. Good fielding though, diving save. Looks like Rashada Williams doing the fielding there.
But it's a good shot from Tammy Beaumont, who realized that the offside was vacant. There's only, all fielders were on the ring, so made some adjustment, came down, decided to get inside the line of it and open the face through that offside. She's now forced a change in field.
And that's the hallmark of good batting, especially as a right-hander, to off-spinners. Really troubles the off-spinners when they hit through the offside. This one's stroked nicely by Siva, though, down to long on. She could get a single. It's the end of that first over from Hayley Matthews, though, going for 7. Score is 64 for 2. Beaumont, 19 from 32. Nat Siva, 13 from 21. Actually, one delivery remaining. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
But she changes angles.
Yes,
so I guess that's
she's gone around the wicket here. Bit of turn, especially when she goes a bit slower. It's the end of the over now. Score is 65 for 2. And you were speaking earlier, Stacey, about Matthews being well-travelled, playing around the world, just coming back from the women's BBL. Should have been the leading run scorer for the Melbourne Renegades in that tournament. But as a team, the results just weren't there, finishing 7th out of 8 teams. But she captained the Renegades in the last 2 matches. Shows you the standing she has held in around the world. But that's a full toss, and that's been deposited over mid-on for 4. Afi Fletcher, gentle full toss there, Stacey.
And good placement by Tammy Beaumont. It's almost like she just heaved at it. A full one from Afi Fletcher. And of course, with mid-on in the ring, it became an easy shot for it was just about placement for Tammy Beaumont.
Definitely. She'd be happy to be presented with that full toss just to get her back into her innings. Full again from Fletcher, but it just drops out of the air quite quickly. Turned it into a half volley, 1 run.
And she'll have to adjust that length as well because Tammy Beaumont is much shorter than Nat Siva. So you don't want to bowl a ball that full or with that much flight. It's easier for Siva to get to.
Very good point there, Stacey. This one's been worked away into the onside. They're going to look for 2. Siva's aggressive with her running. Beaumont comes back. They pick up 2 runs. So Fletcher just leaking a few here early.
Yeah, and I think these overs, especially going into the middle overs, is where West Indies, they've struggled in the past. Too many easy singles, too many boundary balls. Bowlers need to work a bit harder as to bowling to the field that is set. She has 5 players on the offside. Ashley Fletcher.
She's still got a slip in as well. Captain Hayley Matthews in there. Not quite as short as maybe Siva would have thought to begin with, but she still manages to punch that one up to a mid-off.
Yeah, I think she was just beaten with that one as a faster delivery.
Doing her on length there. Advancing though, they're looking to score, the English batters.
Yeah, you can see the intent.
End of that Fletcher over. Her second. The score is 72 for 2. I think we're going to have a drink here, Stacey. A well-deserved one for these players. It's been a good start all around. We've seen some good shots. Maybe the West Indies wouldn't be too happy with the amount of extras that they've given away early, but it's been a good start in terms of the wickets they've picked up. Capsey back in the pavilion and Sophia Dunkley. They won't be too displeased with the stage of the game here.
Yeah, 7 extras, as you mentioned, those extras. Just 4 bowlers being used. Chanel Henry, well, she has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 29 runs. Cherry Ann Fraser, who opened with her 5 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Ashley Fletcher has just bowled her second over for 10 runs. And Hayley Matthews, who's bowled 1 over for 7. But I think the standout will be that pace lineup or that pace attack where they picked up those 2 early wickets. That's Alice Capsey in over number 3.3. They lose that first wicket for 23. And Sophia Dunkley to Chanel Henry, 2 for 39.
Yeah, definitely, especially for Sherry Ann Fraser. That would have done her confidence the world of good. Just playing her 4th match, picking up the wicket of the young, talented Alice Capsey. Should be very, very, very pleased with that. And I was saying earlier, seeing her maybe around 12 to 18 months ago, and now she's definitely looks like she's improving. Nothing comes overnight, but she looks like she's putting in the work. Would you say that?
Yeah, I'd definitely say that because we saw just a brief stint of her from the New Zealand series, and she was impactful in that series for those games that she played. And now coming into this match this series where there's no Shamila Connell, someone had to step up. You also have good bowlers in Aliyah Allen and Shakira Salman, but trusting her, I guess, the coach's decision and the player's decision, and of course trusting yourself as well as a player to go out there and do what is required. She's still young, as you can see, because she has a bit of control, I'd say problem.
Issues,
but
yeah.
What we've seen as well is some good areas, bowling in good areas and being rewarded. So, something to work with in the future.
Yeah, and I think she's been given that new ball as well. Especially without Connell being in this team, she'll probably be the quickest of the pace bowlers. So giving her the opportunity with that hard new ball did pay off today. Spoke about the issues with the wides and just pushing the ball down the leg side, but it's something that will come. And she looks like she's definitely a prospect for the West Indies, not just now, but in the future. Sherry Ann Fraser. With England, though, 71 for 2.
Tammy Beaumont is still there. She's on 25 of 35, and Nat Siva is with her on 15 of 25. So a good partnership building here after those 2 wickets have fell. And these are 2 senior players as well.
if you think the back end of this England top order, or middle to lower order, you've still got Heather Knight to come, the captain Danny Wyatt. We know how destructive she can be. She's batted in a multitude of positions in this England team. Sometimes she's at the top, sometimes she's in the middle. She'll probably come in at 6 today. And you've got Amy Jones as well. Sophie Eccleston can wield the bat. Charlie Dean,
yes.
we saw her in the test against South Africa. It's going to be Matthews to continue into her second from the Sandy Roberts end. Starts with quite a flat delivery. On the other occasion, she'll just toss it up, get a bit of spin, and look to lure the England batters into a false stroke. That's been smoked. Down to long off though. Fraser comes round, does the fielding.
Yeah, you can see that Tammy Beaumont is a bit more comfortable. She's advancing and playing these strokes. So coming into her own at this point.
Yeah, she's faced 37 deliveries now. Getting acclimatized to the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. She would have played here before, definitely, but it's always a new challenge on a new tour. Different pitch.
And then I wouldn't say different opponent, but same West Indies team, but different
players, different challenges. Different players asking different things of you. But what do you make of, we were speaking about Hayley Matthews earlier, what do you make of the challenge that she's up against here, Stacey?
Yeah, I think I mean, she's young. I listened to one of her interviews prior to this series starting, and she mentioned, it's always something that you want as a player, to reach the highest level. You've won a World Cup in 2016, you've played in BBL, you've played in the 100, you've played in Women's IPL Challenge. You're out there. So to whom much is given, much is sort of expected. And for her, it's like, yes, I'm getting all these opportunities, so it just falls in line for her.
Seems like she's embracing them. Still only 24 years old, though, Hayley Matthews. The end of her third, actually second over. The score is 75-4-2. And yes, that's a good point that you make, to who much is given, much is expected. And she's been on the world scene for quite a few years already, being only 24 years old. She's very experienced for a young player in terms of age, but very experienced in the game, played everywhere, would have good knowledge of all the conditions around the world, and is highly respected by her peers as well. Highly respected.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part, that you want someone who's in the position where players are comfortable to speak with your captain. If they have an issue, they come to the captain, they have advice.
But this one, though, Tammy Beaumont advances again, hits that over wide long on position, 4 runs. And like you said, Stacey, she's feeling or looking more comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, she advanced this time down that off-stump line and picked up, and again through that almost mid-wicket cow corner region. It's similar to the shot she played off Afi Fletcher, off the previous Afi Fletcher's over first ball.
Yes, that one being a full toss, but this one she advanced, got to the pitch of it.
So what it has done is forced a change in feel, which I think Afi Fletcher wasn't pleased with. She went to the captain, got that feeler, that mid-on feeler out.
You wouldn't mind maybe Beaumont playing across or against the spin. She's gone for it again, though. Doesn't time that one. She hits it good enough to get 2 runs. Just fell in that vacant area there. Wide long on cow corner position. There is a fielder in Selman at the wide mid-wicket position.
Yeah, but
deep.
It dropped a bit short, so And here's where we're seeing Shakira Selman just taking a couple yards off that boundary rope.
That catch she took earlier off Dunkley, she was about 10 yards off as well. Good awareness being shown.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to make that judgment as the fielder
Yourself.
to know if to stay right back or if to come off a couple yards just to give yourself a chance. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just falls over your head and still goes for 4, and the captain has a look at you like, what are you doing?
Yes.
But this one, she advances, but she picks out Chanel Henry at mid-off. Didn't get the elevation on that one. Beaumont has to go. She goes for 33. Afi Fletcher picks up her first wicket.
Yeah, and good change of feel from Afi Fletcher. We saw her being hit for that boundary of the first ball, and then she ran to Hayley Matthews and said to her, Skip, I want that mid-off back, and I want mid-on in the ring. And so said, so done.
Yeah, picked out Chanel Henry, probably the tallest fielder as well. She had to jump, timed her jump to perfection. Beaumont was just threatening to take the game almost away from these West Indian bowlers here, but that wicket has just arrested that run scoring by the English, and it brings the captain Heather Knight to the crease. Coming back from injury, playing her first match since the series against South Africa in July. Had hip surgery, missed the Commonwealth Games.
Missed the 100.
Missed the 100 as well.
Missed the series against India.
India. Missed quite a lot of cricket in the last few months.
WBBL.
Oh, wow. Yeah, she would have been there as well, Stacey, that's for sure. One of the premier players in the women's game. Heather Knight. So this partnership here, the West Indies should sense an opportunity. If they can remove one of these batters, then they'll definitely be amongst it.
Yeah, and I think what Hayley Matthews and West Indies women should be thinking is that Heather Knight, because she hasn't played for this long period of time, she will take some time to, just feel bat on ball and get herself back in. So a good opportunity for them to try and close things down on her.
And just as you say that, Stacey, she plays a ramp of her first delivery. Shows you how confident these players are today. Picks up 2 runs.
And that is one of her favorite shots
yes,
as well.
right back into the stride of things, Heather Knight. But successful over for the West Indies and for Afi Fletcher. She's bowled her 3 overs for 18 runs. She's gone at 6 runs per over. She'll probably want to just bring that down slightly, but she's picked up that wicket, and what a wicket it was as well. Tammy Beaumont going for 33. Player with such a good international record, Beaumont. So the West Indies will be happy to see the back of her. It's going to be Hayley Matthews though. Still in the attack here.
Yeah, continuing with spin.
I sense it's going to be a concerted spin attack for a while, Stacey.
She still has Shanita Grimmon. She also still has some pace options of Shakira Selman and Aliyah Ali.
I was quite surprised to see Shabika Ghaznabi not selected today, actually, just in terms of her all-round ability, the cutters that she bowls. She looks like she'd be well suited to these conditions. It's the way she runs her fingers down the sides of the ball.
And I think just that unfamiliarity
as well, yeah, having not played against England,
yeah.
yes. This one's been clipped away off the legs, timed quite nicely from Heather Knight. She moves on to 3. The score 85 for 3. See a change in the field here. Afi Fletcher moves from 45, goes into a short square leg position to Nat Siva. Shadid Nation. Deep square on the boundary. Quite far behind square, actually. Ball goes to her in that position. 1 run.
I think I'd just like to see Afi Fletcher possibly get a bit tighter. And because she has cover to the back end of her, there's...
So she definitely should be saving 1 there. Yes, you're right. Switch back now for Knight. Nation goes back to her position at deep square leg. Oh, bit of turn from Hayley Matthews.
The Knight very watchful.
Good player. Definitely a very good player. Extensive record as well. 128 matches. Actually, this being her 128th. 3,548 runs. It's a strike rate of 72.5. Average 36.5. She's got 224 50s. The best being 106 not out. She bats generally at number 5 in this England order. So maybe you'd be saying, maybe she should have a few more hundreds. But she's got the 24 50s.
Quite a quality player.
All round, all format as well, multi-format. End of that over from Hayley Matthews. Score is 86-4-3. Would you have played against Heather Knight? Yes. Stacey?
She's been the captain for some time. I think taking over after
Charlotte Edwards. Yes. She was vice captain, I think, under Edwards. She would have been, so she would be captain now for just about six years or so. 2016.
Yeah.
Charlotte Edwards as well, one of the greatest women's players for England.
Yeah, also coached the Adelaide Strikers.
In the women's BBL.
And Deandra Dutton, who would have been the player of the match for the final, helped her team to win that title, their first title.
This one's been cut away. Slightly short there from Fletcher, but protection out on that deep cover boundary. Just 1 run. Yes, I read an article where Deandra Dutton was saying she was so nervous in that final, And she started, 26 of 25 deliveries. Ended up 52 from 37. Reverse sweep.
Interesting shot.
From Heather Knight. There, doesn't quite time it.
But it's interesting because she's playing across the line rather than the shot that she got off the mark with, which was a nice little paddle.
Yeah.
There's a vacant leg side area.
There's no one in that position as well. You're right, Stacey Ann. Missing out there. Heather Knight. A solid defense from that Siva though.
You could just hear the West Indies girls just cheering on Afi Fletcher. The sun is pretty hot out there.
It's very cool in our room here for sure. But outside it's definitely boiling hot.
Yeah, and then the English will have to
deal with that.
Try to accommodate and just acclimatize with these conditions as well.
This one's been hit quite hard, but Fletcher gets a hand on that one, just takes the sting out of that stroke. They come back for 1 run. And it's almost the reverse of the West Indies touring England as well, especially early in the English summer when it's colder. Got to have hand warmers, wearing multiple jumpers. Hands are cold and numb. You're wondering, is this cricket?
Yeah, you don't want to. You just don't want the ball to come to you at no
Exactly.
point. 'Cause you don't want to take your hands out of your pockets where it's warm. And two, it's like, yeah, you just don't want to be able to run across the field anything.
Exactly. Or dive or anything. But the end of that Fletcher over, the score 90 for 3. So all these different challenges being posed to cricketers in different conditions. England definitely will have to deal with the sun here.
And then in other women's cricket, you've got Australia, who are taking on India in an upcoming series. So they go to India. So when you think about conditions again,
One has to adapt. One definitely has to adapt. And it's the best teams, the teams that show the best adaptability, the ones with the best results. It's going to be Matthews to continue though, into her 4th. Still yet to pick up a wicket here today. It's just gone for 13 though.
yeah, she needs to get jealous because all of her other bowlers, Henry, Fraser, and Fletcher, they've all picked up wickets.
Yeah, she's the one left out at this stage, at this phase of play. She would have missed the West Indies camp as well because of her commitments at the WBBL. Would have flown straight in and gotten right into the competitive games here. Shows the adaptability side as well. What players have to go through, especially the globe travelers, the globe trotters.
And then moving from a T20 format now into a 50-over format.
Bit of turn there, but Siva can't find the gap. Fletcher, a bit closer as you said. She goes back onto the edge of the circle though.
Yeah, she just has to come in quickly there because
To save one.
from Hayley Matthews, Natsiva will try to maneuver it and work it into the leg side.
She's got strong bottom hand and she's gone for the sweep as well.
It will take a dive.
Oh, bit of
There's a
footwork, bit of football going on. World Cup going on, not just in Qatar, but here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as well.
I wonder who she's supporting,
Yeah,
Alia Ali.
Showed a good touch. Feather touch there to keep that one in. Save the couple runs. Be interesting to know who she'll be supporting. When I left home, actually, today, France were on the verge of beating Poland. They were 3-0 up. She's gone for the ramp there, got outside the off stump. It's not going to go to the boundary. Nation has a lot of work to do from that square leg position.
Yeah, it's a good shot as well because Afi Fletcher is more squarer, so that vacant area behind the wicket keeper, and Hayley Matthews bowling more into that leg side area of Natsiva. A good option.
Almost looking like Siva's looking to maneuver the field to the positions that she wants them to be.
Yeah, she's just having a look to see where those fielders are.
Oh, that one. Not sure what the signal is going to be here. Is it going to be leg by? No, it's going to be run. So she got something on that one. The end of that Matthews over. Her 4th. 19 gone now. Score 96 for 3.
I think Matthews might just continue with spin for a bit longer.
They're managing to control, to keep things in control, the spinners.
Well, she's there. She's still there. She's on 25 of 37. We had a night. England's captain. She's on 6 of 9.
Siva's actually gone about getting to 25 pretty easily. You look up and she's on 25 from 38 deliveries. Shows you how good a player she is.
Yeah, she plays in the V's quite often.
Quite straight. And she's got a shot as well, which, well, not that she invented, because we've seen this before, but that shot through the legs, the nutmeg, that we saw a few years ago. Her own trademark shot. Shows you how the women's game's growing. She picks up a single there, moves on to 26.
Yeah, this is important during this period for England and any team to be able to rotate the strike, not allow bowlers to clamp you down.
Especially when you're not picking up the boundaries. Another single there again. They've shown that proactivity, that proactive nature, the English batters. Even when they get out, they're looking to play shots, looking to put the bowlers or keep the bowlers under pressure. She finds a gap through the offside on that occasion, Siva. Wouldn't say her strength is necessarily through that offside, but timed that one quite nicely.
Yeah, just doesn't seem to have enough power through those offside shots compared to any of those leg-sided.
As opposed to Beaumont, we saw her time quite a few quite hard through the offside. Picked out the fielders. Bit full from Fletcher there, but well set field. And Fletcher bowling to it. And the 100 is up. England 100 coming up off 20 overs in 83 minutes. A good, almost little repair job here being done by the English, scoring at a good clip as well. Knight 8 of 11 and Siva 27 from 41.
Yeah, and a good hand from Tammy Beaumont into creating that 100. She scored 33 or 44. As we might possibly be seeing a change in bowling for West Indies women from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Welcome back, Seth.
Good afternoon, Stacey Ann. Enjoyed that time off with you and Mally, providing our audience with some insightful views. The 100 for 3, though, at this time, just at 5 runs per over, and you're bringing in your most senior bowler. I think it would be interesting to see the approach with Selman coming into the attack from the Andy Roberts end, which is important because she would be bowling with the breeze going against the right-handed batter. So it would be an interesting contest. And I think it would be good to see the approach.
She has 5 feelers on that offside, including a sweeper. She still has 4 on the leg side.
Good start, decent start, warm-up delivery, you would say, but I think it's important from an England standpoint that these two would want to bat as deep as they can. They have not been given the opportunity to run away with things. We saw the changes between the pacers and the spinners. And what we have also seen is utilizing the field, getting the singles, getting the twos, having the inventive shots. It has not been a boundary-studded innings so far, which I think in the context of the West Indies bowling, it speaks well that they have been able to contain rather well.
Yeah, agreed with that statement. But England, on the other hand, they've been able to pick up runs, at least 5 runs per over. So having to run a bit more between the wickets, but they're showing that they're quite capable of that. And again, it's important because when Tammy Beaumont was there, she seemed to be the aggressor within the latter part of her innings to try to get a boundary off the first 2 balls at least and then rotate. With this pair, they've just been rotating. There are no boundaries, no boundary balls or no balls made to be boundary balls in this innings here so far between this pair. So good on West Indies.
Yes, pretty good. Captain Haley Matthews bringing in the changes, bringing herself and Affie Fletcher on at a critical time.
I just wonder if she might change Affie Fletcher for an option of maybe Alea Allen or Shanita Grimmon, because she still has two options, one of pace and one of spin. And you just wonder what her mindset will be during this phase. Is it to get wickets or just to keep this, a bit quiet, let them make the mistakes?
I'm glad you made mention of that, because I thought Haley Matthews coming from around the wicket, bowling from that end, I thought it was more defensive bowling, trying to contain rather than trying to attack coming over the wicket. So I got the impression that they were concerned about keeping the scoring rate down rather than taking the wickets after having 3 wickets earlier. Well, they will get some runs here. It does. It beats Affie Fletcher into the fine leg boundary. So 4 runs. First boundary we have seen from this partnership that is going. So Selman just trained, I thought, down the leg side after pretty much a decent over, giving away 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, if she wants to bowl into the legs of Nat Siver, you need to have Affie Fletcher, who was quite square, a bit finer, a lot finer as your fine leg. And it's kind of a sin that your coaches would say to you, your last ball should be your best ball.
Heather Knight. She would want to have a big score today. We spoke about her absence from the game. Coming back in, you yourself spoke about the fact that you want to feel bat on the ball first. So she is due, and I'm sure would like to up things on the West Indies, because the top scorer thus far would have been Tammy Beaumont with her 33. So it would be interesting to see how Affie Fletcher is being addressed from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. She started a bit full, Affie Fletcher. But she started with a full toss, then she was a bit full. Usually she's on the short of a length, back of the length side. I'm not quite sure if that may have been addressed internally.
And she's bowled 5 overs thus far, previously for 26 runs, 1 wicket, Affie Fletcher.
But on a couple of occasions, she was played over the mid-wicket, region. She made the correction, made the adjustment, got a wicket.
Yeah, she seems to be happy with this field, but this is excellent batting from Heather Knight. Didn't quite get all of it, but a misfield. Or did Shanita Grimmon touch the boundary rope?
Well, that's the question, because she did touch the boundary rope, but perhaps did not get the ball back. So umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. signals 4.
Yeah, it seemed like she did give chase, but tried to get under and didn't let go of the ball in time.
And she wasn't even sure where she was at that time.
But it definitely was a good shot. Straighter, very much straighter from Nat Siver.
The question would have been, we had the batter previously who would have been a little bit different in approach. Swept nicely. Beats Fraser into the boundary for 4. Showing her depth and showing her class. Skiver. 1-4 down the ground and another 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, that's already 8 runs from this Affie Fletcher's over. She needs to work out where she wants Nat Siver to score runs, because that was a full-length delivery previously that was hit down the ground. This time around, short of a length, Siver had sufficient time to more or less paddle sweep and place it in a fine leg region. Haley Matthews now goes into that position. So why will Nat Siver score this time?
Well, didn't get it where she wanted. Stood her ground and went back, tried to force it in the onside. Got a single to end the over, 117 for 3. would this be a good position for the England team? They were inserted by Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, I think for England it's about taking positives, and there are positives thus far for them. Tammy Beaumont, well, she would have scored 33. Natsiva is now on 40. Not sure what landmark they'll be looking at, but I think anywhere over that 250 mark, they should be looking to target.
Certainly 117 for 3, a wicket each for Chanel Henry, Fraser, and also Fletcher. So I believe Selman would want to add into the wickets column, because in a flash this game could be taken over. That Skiver has really made a difference. So imposing her will on the game. You expect from Selman playing that lead role as the senior bowler. It would be interesting to see if she would persist from pace from that end. The option, if Ashley Fletcher is not doing what is expected, the captain can also come back. She may want to save herself. You did mention the option of Alia Allen, whom I think could do well on this pitch.
Yeah, well, she has her opening bowlers of Henry, who has 4 overs remaining, and Fraser, who has 5 overs. And just to rotate some more, but again, England, they are working this out. And they understand that spending time in the middle will get them a good total. And they're doing that to exception.
Looking good. West Indies had some early strikes. Nice slow delivery on the part of Selman. Had already drawn Knight onto the front foot. She went through it the stroke. In the end, just rolled the wrists over, picking up a single, leaving Skiver to do the work. You've seen that in their partnerships, though. You mentioned about Beaumont earlier, providing greater impetus to the innings.
Yeah, we saw it with Capsey and Beaumont, where Alice Capsey, well, she took things to West Indies. She was really aggressive. And there's a no ball being signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams.
So the first free hit of the match.
Heather Knight gets a gift.
Yes. She will be happy with that. Selman is hoping, well, it was not the same batter, so they can make the adjustment to the field and the adjustment.
Yeah, I don't think you want to bowl a no ball to a free hit to any batter.
That's right. Oh, just on the bounce. Oh, bad bit of fielding. It should not have been a run, and now it ends up being 2. I'm not quite sure what was going on with Chidi Nation, because she fielded well.
And it's a no ball again.
Really? What's going on with Selman then?
It's an area she has struggled with in the past, or throughout her bowling career. And she has to adjust this.
Certainly.
Either you take an extra foot, an extra marking. But 2 runs were given away. As you mentioned, Chidi Nation tried to run out Natsiva, the non-striker end, and Hayley Matthews had walked away at that time. So there was no one backing up. Free hit number 2.
Well, she opts not to bowl. Perhaps she's not feeling it. The secret, some of the older fast bowlers would say, decide where you're bowling before you start to run up. And be confident. Once you get the footing right, that may well eliminate that no ball option. Another good response to that, the free hit only delivering one run on this occasion, but it would not look good for the column, the extras column. We had 7 wides earlier. Those were between the opening bowlers, Fraser and Henry, particularly Fraser, but yet they were able to get it together as we approach what we would call the middle overs time. As we look at this, you really expect Selman at this level to maintain not only accuracy, but her foot position. She is the one who will need to carry the team at this point.
Yeah, and sometimes as a bowler, if you're in that run or you run up and it doesn't feel right, there's nothing wrong with stopping and going back. And because that ball after the no ball, you can just see she stuttered a bit whilst in her run up. So again, just need to work out those little things, Shakira Salmon, because it can be costly to the team.
Nation dives, yet a single is taken, and Salmon would not have been happy with her performance in this over, conceding those 2 no balls, lengthening it to an 8-ball over. 127 for 3.
I just wonder what changes will Hayley Matthews make, because Shakira Salmon is struggling. Afi Fretter went for 2 boundaries in her previous over.
Well, she has options. You mentioned Ali Allen, one option. You also mentioned, well, I think Hayley Matthews herself, well, it looks like Ali Allen may well be the one being called upon. She has a bit of pace, can do it. But we also spoke about the impact of spin. Perhaps there may be some disappointment in terms of how the spinners have performed. Hayley Matthews, her typical self, pretty decent, but Afi Fletcher has not been at her best so far in this innings.
She still has Shanita Grimmon, another option, because Grimmon, even though she bowls off breaks, she bowls quite quick as well.
Perhaps too many options. This would be bowler number 6 for the West Indies. Knight having a first look at Ali Allen.
Yeah, against New Zealand, she bowled some really good lengths. Aliyah Allen got the balls to swing in, but also got some deviation away from the right-hand batters. It'll be interesting to see how she starts and how she builds her over.
Well, this time she really induced Knight into a stroke. I thought perhaps Knight was looking to go through the covers, but it was Aline, I thought, who came out smiling on that occasion.
Yeah.
She got attempted.
Yeah, I think the length is important, and that length was really good from that delivery. Again, not Siva. She's quite tall, so you don't want to get too full into her stride.
Taken, lovely catch. The deviation, perhaps Ali Allen set her up well. The previous delivery, she was going on the knees to drive. On this occasion, she was driving outside the off stump. The ball peeled off the outside. A brilliant take by Capsey Knight.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, just that length in which Aliyah Allen is bowling, not too full to get into the stride of Nat Siva's drive. She forced her to play on the offside or to fish on the offside and got an edge that carried perfectly to Capsey Knight, who didn't let up.
Didn't let up. It was really a spectacular catch. And saw glimpses of the old Jeffrey Dujan back in the heyday of the men of old of West Indies cricket. The captain goes. She would not be happy with her returns. Would you be happy?
First of all, let me clear this up because I thought it was not Siva. It was Heather Knight. She'll be disappointed because, again, an opportunity to come back into international cricket and, just stamp her authority, spend some time, more or less. Didn't do that. She departed. And Danny Wyatt makes her way out.
Yes, Knight would not be happy with just 16 runs at this time. She would have wanted to bat longer. But it's a moral victory, not only for the West Indies to get rid of the captain, but also for Ali Ali coming in as the sixth bowler for the West Indies, taking a wicket with her fourth delivery. She must be saying things have started well. So she wins the confidence of her captain. Good delivery, good response, as well as we've seen from Wyatt. That one was pitched on stump. It was not outside the off stump, but it was dead on middle stump.
Yeah, this is a good battle here and a good change for West Indies.
Going down leg. You can hear the voice of the optimistic captain Haley Matthews asking for an LBW decision. That one was definitely going down leg, but at least beating the bat.
Yeah, she'll have to bowl a bit more, take that a couple yards, well, a couple inches across to the off Aliyah Allen.
She is. Good delivery, well driven, but not going past Chanel Henry. An excellent over on the part of Aliyah Allen, just conceding. In fact, it's apart from the leg by, so in her stead, she would have completed a maiden wicket. Good start to her, and the West Indies would say that they have pulled back things against this England batting team and justifying the captain's decision to bring pace in from the Sir Curtly Ambu's end.
Yeah, which I'm now going to have a think about who Haley Matthews might want to bring from on the Andy Roberts end.
It looks like Shelly-Ann Fraser is coming back. Shelly-Ann Fraser.
Well, she's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 25 in her first spell, so might not be a bad option. But again, field placing will be important because we saw she struggled a bit with control. So maybe a good time to bring her back now when the ball is just a bit older.
I think it's a good move. She would have had success with pace. If we look at it, the opening paces, both Fraser and Henry had wickets. Also, Aliyah Allen coming in with a wicket. Yes, the spinners have not proven good start from Fraser. The spinners have not proven to be as effective as one would have expected on this track, which is a traditionally good pitch for the spinners. So she has brought back the pacer, and 3 of the 4 wickets would have gone to the pacers. New batter in also influences that decision. Down the leg side, wide signal by umpire Jackie Williams.
Yeah, struggling with that control again, which makes you wonder the type of field that is set. She has a 5-4 field with 5 players or fielders being on the offside, but she's swinging the ball into leg.
Better delivery, well played on the walk. That's a feature we have seen with the England batters. Not only that they're charging, but oftentimes they're playing the ball while walking down the track. What is good is that they're playing it along the ground.
and they're covering the line in which it's been bowled as well. So no, the option of being stumped or missing, it's not there.
Skyver, been on 44 for quite some time. Pulls away, will get a boundary. Perhaps I spoke too early.
It's a very good shot from Natsiva. And pulled away nicely. She literally just waited on the pace from Cherry-Ann Fraser, and her placement was spot on.
But back to a point you were making, with Fraser strained down the leg side, we still have 5 on the off, and perhaps a boundary could have been saved. Getting a single, her 49th run. Nat Skiver, she will be delighted with a half century and perhaps to go on further and register 100. In the air, but it will fall between the two fielders, Williams and Nation. I thought she may have gotten away with it to some extent. It was a careless shot, I thought, on the part of Wyatt. Was not really driving, was between a drive and a cut, and the ball coming off the top edge.
Yeah, she wasn't in position, Danny Wyatt, but it landed safely.
Fortune favors the brave. Skiver is beaten. Oh, and the ball beats the wicketkeeper as well. Will it beat Affy Fletcher into the boundary? It does. And it is 4 runs. It is a 50. Another one for Nat Skiver. Not with the best shot, but getting good results. She moves to 50, and she is on 53 and will be delighted. 6 fours and going at a strike rate of 94.6 runs per over from just 56 balls.
Yeah, fortuitous, but what it also shows is it was a chance to get her caught out that Capsey Knight couldn't hold on to.
I got the impression she was wrong-footed. She was moving to the right with the angle of the delivery. The ball took the edge and went down towards the leg, and she didn't have sufficient balance to return and take that catch. A few may have gone that way against the West Indies, but they say fortune favors the brave. It is 140 for 4. Good delivery on the part of Alia Allen. From her first over, you gather that there is some improvement, because you also mentioned against New Zealand, yes, she was angling it in and also angling it away. I thought the only bad period she had would have been maybe at the back end of the innings, when she was called upon to perhaps save a game. That was a bit tough, so perhaps it may be the right place for her to bowl. Full toss, played out to Fraser. What would you reckon England's score could be? They have lost 4 wickets. Skiver is well set on 53.
I think what they're doing or possibly attempting to do is ensure that Siva stays to the end. She's now on 53.
Another good delivery from Aline. Throw comes in.
Yeah, definitely needed a direct hit.
Yes. Affy Fletcher.
Shameen Campbell.
Campbell. Yes, both Campbell and Nation were battling for that. But it was nevertheless a good delivery. Skiver is pressing, and she's going to be the one who will perhaps be pushing this score as hard as possible.
Yeah, they might try to get to at least over that 250 mark. After all, it's 300 balls, it's 50 overs, so you need to be competitive. Give yourselves a chance, give your bowlers a target in which they can defend as well.
And at the halfway stage, 141, I mean, it could even go closer to the 200, to the 300. Good delivery again from Ali. She has picked up a line just about where fifth stump would have been if there were 5 stumps. But very good line, very good control. Pushing the batters to make strokes if you want to score. She's not giving away any freebies here. This one wide of the off stump, steered away.
Yeah, good shot from Danny Wyatt. Just opened the face and guided it down to third man region.
Good over on the part of Ali Allen. Only 3 runs from the over. And a good performance by her so far. 143 for 4. Just past the halfway stage.
Yeah, England will be pleased with where they are at present. They've only lost 4 wickets, but they've got wickets in hand, which is important.
And they have wickets in hand. The depth of the batting you can speak to. Beyond the top 6.
There's Amy Jones, Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Kate Cross, and Lauren Bell, who are quite handy with bat in hand as well.
We see now Grimman will come into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. That's the end for the all spinners. Only a single.
And Shanita Grimman comes into the attack.
It will be interesting to see her approach because she's bowling from over the wicket. Now making an adjustment or asks for the adjustment to the field to push back the long off and bring in the cover off the boundary. So Selman is coming to a cover position. Good fielding on the part of
by Hayley Matthews.
Yes. Not often you see she giving the entire body length and rolling over. Commitment on the part of the West Indies. Driven. Oh, well helped by the bat. That was driven and it would have gotten past Grimman. And Skyver would be saying, why are you in the way? Because there was a little space between the long on and the long off. This time Skiver rolls, but only to Hayley Matthews. So what you're seeing here is good consistency on the part of Grimman.
Yeah, I like the areas in which she's bowling. It's not too full for Nat Siver to come down to or to advance to.
Well, she tries the reverse sweep and almost got herself in a tangle there.
And that's what you want. You want her to find other areas to score. You don't want her to just be comfortable standing and striking.
Grimman's variety is a good variety for this team. Well bowled. She was coming down but had to check the shot. And they're getting only a single. 145 for 4. 2 runs coming off the over.
Yeah, really good from Shanita Grimman. Well, at least these last 2 changes, they've proven to be really productive for West Indies. Alea Allen and Shanita Grimman. And just hope that from a West Indies perspective, they can continue into at least the 35th to 40th over. Otherwise, England, they are going to make this very difficult for them. They're not going to allow Alea Allen. I bet you, let's look at this over coming forward. They are going to attack at some point.
Driven and well stopped by Campbell. Well, in fact, Nation called Campbell because she has been much in the action. But with the attack now, would we see an adjustment to the field? Because there is no one at long on or long off. The fielders on the boundary would have been the cover, wide third man, fine leg, just forward of square. Okay, now we see the adjustment, which makes sense. Grimmon coming back to the long on boundary because it's just a matter of a chip. And you're anticipating that they would not allow Ali Allen to dictate the pace here. Will they try for the second? Yes, they're coming.
I don't think there's any worries for Danny Wyatt. She's quite quick between the wickets, and not Seva. Well, it's good running between, good communication and good running between this pair.
We've seen that generally in the England team, the running between the wickets. That is a feature. I think that's something that perhaps the West Indies team will want to model going into their innings. Just a bit wayward on that occasion, but only a single nevertheless. Ball being paddled around nicely by Skiver. She's putting her team in a strong position. I believe her wicket is the price wicket that the West Indies would like to take at this point.
Yeah, she's well set. And she's on 57. If any breakthrough is needed.
Good delivery. Is she caught? Keeper goes up. She stands. Capsey United appeals once again.
Umpire doesn't seem to be bothered or moved by the appeal of Capsey United and who's that? Shemaine Campbell in that backward region.
You got the impression that Capsey United was disappointed because when she realized that the decision was not given, she had both arms swinging. Good feeling on the part of Campbell. Umpire Leslie Reefer Jr., he thought that he had that covered. Campbell, also one of those players who adds her voice at all times, encouraging the wicket keeper and the bowler.
Yeah, I think that's a wicket keeper's thing.
That's right. The wicket keeper would dominate the proceedings. 148 for 4. Not a good over on the part of Ali Allen. She has come in and she has really done well to keep the West Indies in the balance somewhat. 1 for 6 from her 3 overs, but for England it has been a good showing. Beaumont has been a good showing for the West Indies, but nevertheless, in spite of the good showing, the English batters have really been doing well, and they continue to strive, and they will have the opportunity of a water break. Stacey and King will also have a break. Marley Richards comes in beside me, and it is an interesting situation here, Marley. The England batters, they came out, no one got fully blazing, but Skiver's innings so far would have been the prize innings of the England team. 57 from 69 balls. Marley 6 fours. I thought she would have played very well coming in at number 4 after they would have lost 2 early wickets. I consider them early. They did lose Capsey at 23 and Dunkley at 39. Therefore, they would have needed someone to stand up, and I think it is rather commendable to see Nat Skiver coming out and scoring a very solid 57. That would have been after Beaumont would have scored 33. Your assessment of things so far?
Yeah, Nat Skiver, she's really led from the front in terms of her play, bringing up that half century of 65 deliveries, and once again that strike rate just jumps out at you. 87.69. It's just grown. It's steadily just grown as her innings has progressed, And she'll be looking to be there for the back end of the innings.
That's right. She's the set batter.
She's a set batter, and she can be very destructive in the back end of the innings. So from that perspective, England would be very happy to still have her there, but they would be disappointed to lose those 4 wickets.
Yes, and West Indies, on the other hand, they would have been delighted, especially at the earlier part of the innings, when at one point they had England at 81 for 3 after the 15.5 overs. Things sort of slipped away a bit when the spinners, I won't say the spinners, but Fletcher at one end, and then Selman came in, was not as responsive as the other pacers. But I would say that what we have seen of Ali Allen coming in and her taking a wicket in her first over, the third ball of her third over, she has held her own. And Grimman so far with her opening over just 2 runs, I think it sets up things in a way that the captain, Hayley Matthews, has solid options.
Yes, and Grimman, very, inexperienced, just playing her 8th game. Best of 4 for 33 as well. So she's got a lot to prove at this level, but she started very well, like you said, just going for 2 runs off her first over. And Aline picking up a wicket, looking very fit.
She has always been that sort of player, very quick, athletic.
Thick, yes, and looks to just put on a yard as well. Ball's coming out very nicely.
Grimman feeling well to her own bowling.
I was hit sweetly though, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Sound.
She is in top form.
Definitely.
She's solid.
And looking to press on. It almost seems like she hasn't really gotten out of first gear just yet. It's been, you look up and she's got 57 off 66. She hasn't played too many shots in anger.
That's right.
She's just found the gaps. Hence that career strike rate, just like that.
She's able to roll and stroll, easily picking the gaps.
Never too much pressure on her.
That's right.
She rotates the strike and gets down the other end more often than not.
And if she's there at the end, it would be a certain 100.
Definitely.
Question maybe how well would Danny White partner her through this critical stage of the innings. She goes down the track but does not get any elevation.
You were speaking about hundreds for Siva. She's got 5 already.
Solid.
And she's already set up here. Quite a few deliveries remaining. 22.3 overs remaining in this innings.
With the 150 coming up, it is good for England, but the question for you, 22 overs remaining virtually, the possibility for
21.2, sorry, yeah.
The possibility for another 100.
Yeah,
Plus.
I mean, a lot of deliveries, if you break it down that way.
This time Grimman is struck over the top, in fact out towards extra cover, a huge chase. Oh, brilliant fielding from the fielder coming around. Looks like Gajnabi, who may have come on, and she really pulled out everything, because that looked like certain 4. Huge effort on her part, and the West Indies captain would be happy with that level of commitment.
And it's an area of the game which has really improved for the West Indies. Well, actually, not only the West Indies, but across the women's game. The athleticism. Look here, Nation again gets across quite quickly. Look at that throw. Good strong arm. The game's definitely developing, and the fielding.
So we have seen this over not as tight as her previous one. 7 runs coming from it. Apart from the first delivery where there was a dot, every other delivery, runs were scored.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Siva's batting. Speaking about the athleticism in the field, think back to that catch from Selman to remove Dunkley there on that cover boundary. Had to move to her left, full length dive. These were catches that weren't being taken just a few years ago at this level of the game.
So we have seen an evolution.
Before our eyes, it's happening. It's quite exciting to see as well. As a lover of cricket, regardless of who's playing,
Women's sport really mushrooming. Not just soccer or football as we call it, not just tennis. It's good to see cricket doing its part. Alia Allen once again. She has been bowling well, not allowing the batters to have any free rein or any freebies.
Yes, very disciplined stuff from her.
She's one of those players whom I believe has the capacity to improve both batting and bowling, because the natural nature of her game is to be aggressive, to be on point. In the field you see it. So I'm just wondering, you know, if there is a path for her in terms of what the expectations are.
Well, there should be. But on that last delivery there, it's that area in which she should be bowling to Siver as opposed to Wyatt. See how Wyatt timed that sweetly through the offside. Siver doesn't quite possess that power through the offside. It's just easier for Nat Siver when the ball's straighter. She works, she brings that bottom hand in, works it into the onside, picks the gaps. So maybe that's one thing there, just awareness as well.
And the awareness of the bowler also, the difference of the batters.
Right, exactly. These things will develop.
Well hit down the ground, 6 runs, the first 6 of the innings. And you spoke about the power of Wyatt, showed it well. Alia Allen just really pitching that one right up in the arc. And it came down to us here at the Kirtley Ambrose end, the first 6 of the innings.
Yes, controlled power though, wasn't it? Didn't really seem like her backlift was too high or anything. Just got the hands through that ball nicely. Danny Wyatt, she can be very destructive. Danny Wyatt at the top of the innings or in the middle. We see her here in the middle here today, but in the middle order. But that shot, beautiful shot, straight back over the bowler's head. Timed to perfection.
Well, confidence growing.
It's going to be tight.
Well,
good running though.
She recognized that it would have been tight and she had to drop the bat in the end, perhaps the bat cramping her hand in the process, favoring that right hand. Good response though on the part of Ali Allen. She recognized she was just struck down the ground for 6.
Yeah, and Wyatt, we mentioned her playing her 100th game. At strike rate again, just under 90, 87.4. That's really good at this level.
So when you have those batters, those top batters, with those superior strike rate, and yet also you look at their ability there, not only their ability but their past performances in terms of centuries. This is a good team, the England team.
Definitely.
And
especially batting. It's
yes.
Very strong batting team. But like me and Stacey were saying earlier, Stacey and I actually were having a conversation, the team just slightly in a bit of transition as well. You know, no Catherine Brunt in this ODI team, but maybe just managing a few of the more experienced players, especially with the World Cup just on the horizon as well. Issy Wong, young, exciting fast bowler, probably the quickest in the England lineup. Not in the ODI squad, but we'll see her in the T20s.
She made that a full toss on the move.
And they haven't been afraid to do that, the English batters. Think of Beaumont, Capsey, even early in her innings, advancing to the West Indian bowlers, beat pace or spin.
And the advancing had not been careless at any time.
Very controlled.
Oh, nicely stayed away. She had that one pitched up and she just parried the bat at an angle.
Good hands. Showed good hands there. Danny Wyatt.
And good eyes picking that one up. coordinating well.
It's like scoring off a Yorker, you know. It's what you have to do in this format of the game.
Oh, bad feeling on the part of Grayman.
She won't be happy with that.
That one went right through her.
She's done a good job, though.
With the ball. Perhaps could improve on the fielding side.
So far, into her third. And
She's out.
Oh!
Dropped.
It burst through the hands of Ghaznavi. It was hit with power.
It was, but I think
she should have caught that.
Should have taken that just at the edge of the circle at mid-off. It came just about waist height and should have been taken.
That would have been a massive wicket in the context of the game as well.
I believe it would have changed
Definitely.
the game. It would have been a game changer for the West
brought
Indies.
Amy Jones in.
And then the lower half.
Yeah, and we've been halfway through this England lineup already.
Grayman, good response. She is giving it a little bit more air. Has the confidence to do so. 169 for 4, Mali.
Ghaznavi will be very disappointed.
Very
She's been brought
disappointed.
on just for that. She's so good in the field. You saw the save that she made just a few overs ago.
By her standards.
By her standards, she should have taken that one, that's for sure. Looks like a bowling changer.
Yes, Haley Matthews, the captain, she's going to take things in her own hand. I'm just wondering.
Aline just bowled 4.
That was my thinking. And 4 overs by Aline, they were pretty decent. Yes, she was struck for 6 in her last over, but at the same time,
she's up.
Oh, right. So she's off the field. Thank you, Stacey and King. So the captain comes into play, and perhaps that's what brought on
Ghaznavi.
Yes, and we try everything. Yet the captain would prefer. I thought she would have bowled at the Sir Andy Roberts end, which is the preferred end for the off spinners. But she has all the confidence in the world.
Having watched her here as well, she tends to bowl a lot of her overs from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end as well.
Right. But she has confidence, and that can do wonder.
It's well bowled. She really looks to give the ball an almighty rip. Haley Matthews, definitely a spinner that looks to spin the ball. On the odd occasion, it goes through straight, that natural variation. It poses an extra problem for the batters.
She has it worked out.
Definitely.
That one was a bit shorter, Mali, but it was also coming in, and Fraser is well stationed, so she has it worked out. Though the breeze goes across this ground, she has the fielders on the onside in position.
Change of pace there as well. That's something she does very well, Seth. She just mixes her pace up very well. You could see Wyatt almost threw the shot, but just good enough to check it at the last second.
She's a thinking cricketer. Cramps her. No room.
None at all. It's been a good over so far from Haley. Can she finish? Can she escape out of the over unscathed? Or pick up a wicket? Slow again.
Deceived on that occasion. Good over on the part of Matthews. I think we are going to see her perhaps continuing from this end.
Because the batters recognize the threat as well. As you can see, Danny Wyatt just playing a little more circumspect to Haley Matthews as opposed to even a Shanita Grimmond. We saw her in the last over coming down. Even after that, she came back down again. Was still looking to be positive. But just a bit more circumspect to Haley Matthews. A different proposition with the ball.
170 for 4. Good position for the England team. This one is hit down too long. Oh, a diving attempt failed on the part of Selman. The ball goes into the boundary for 4. What did you make of that, Marley Richards?
Just looked like the fielder. It looks like Chanel Henry.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is Chanel.
just moved a little slowly in terms of getting off that boundary. Took her a split second to react. And she didn't get there in the end. Didn't seem like she judged that all that well.
Well, we have seen 2 chances. We don't have all the details whether that may have touched the hand, but we have seen 2 opportunities going to begging from Grimman in successive overs.
And this is going to be
Poor.
indecision. Should have just went to the keeper.
That's right. Poor decision on the part of Fletcher.
Went for the direct hit. So we've just seen a bit of sloppiness just creep into the Windies game here in the last couple overs.
And we can say maybe some anxiety on the part of England's game. We have seen 2 catches potentially going down and then a run out being missed.
Yeah,
so perhaps they're stuck in gear, wanting to press.
But that run rate still 5.5.
Very healthy.
Very healthy run rate, Seth. 6 wickets in hand. Anything over 220, 230 here is going to be very, very competitive and hard to get. That's a high full toss. It's probably going to be called a no ball.
Well,
It wasn't. Oh, yes.
No, yes.
Leslie Reefer at square leg signals. 2. Jackie Williams.
Yes.
It's going to be another free hit. The 3rd, I think.
The 3rd. 2 from Selman.
And now 1 from Grimman.
Yes, Grimman must be saying things are against me because
Exactly. I was just going to
2
say.
catches went down against me and now.
In consecutive overs.
Yes.
And Siva's gone high.
Will be taken, but it's a free hit response. So you can only be run out on this occasion. Tried her best, but you must give Grimman credit. She was able to keep it to a single.
And that was the reaction that we were probably looking for from Henry on the chance previously. Moved quickly. Summed up the situation quick enough and got there. Took a relatively comfortable catch. Unfortunately, it was a free hit.
Well, so Grimman ends her 4th. None for 21 for her. She would have loved to have seen at least 1 or 2, but the catchers did not quite cooperate with her. 178 for 4. And the lady who is smiling is Nat Skiver, because she is in a position in which she has sufficient time to get 100 and to power England into a commanding position.
And her strike rate just growing. 91 it is now. 71 of 78. England's fortunes in this game go as far as Nat Siver goes in this situation in terms of just how competitive a total
It would be.
they will get to post.
I'm thinking what the West Indies would have in mind, because as you know, I keep saying morning, but the game really started at 2. This afternoon when the game started, they won the toss. They had the opportunity of batting first.
Slow delivery again outside that off stump. Good bowling from Haley Matthews, forcing Danny Wyatt to fetch that one with no pace on it as well.
Haley's really thinking the game, but what she needs now, they need wickets. Not just 1, they need a double strike.
That's Siver shot right there. Umpire Williams having to take evasive action. She looked quite sprightly on her feet, didn't she?
Good exercise. She just jumped away from that in spectacular fashion, adding to the drama here. That's why the officials need to be fit. She is. there's some anxiety here. I get the impression we have seen the England batters. They're really running well between the wickets, but we have seen a few
Yes.
indiscriminate runs being forced. They were about to come back for a second there. Could have been disastrous.
Yeah, we saw Tommy Beaumont early this afternoon, run out chance as well. So the communication's been a bit of an issue. But all in all, it hasn't really come back to haunt them. The previous over, that run out chance though, should have been taken. Just had to find the keeper. It's a bit of turn as well. That's been hammered though. Into the gap at mid-wicket. Not civil.
Well, that looked easy. It was powerful, but it really was well placed, well timed, and it had everything that merited the result. It was a bit short. Ali Allen was coming around, Grimman was coming around, and they were just, at the end of the day, saying, well done.
That's her area. As you can see there. Could have hit that through the offside, but tried to hit that straight bottom hand coming in. That's where her power is. Ended up Matthews over though.
Yes, well, Haley Matthews would then assess things. Fraser, still an option. Ali Allen is back on the field. She would have tried all the possibilities. Perhaps an opportunity to bring back Selman. I think it's critical also for Selman's confidence and also the team going forward. She didn't have the best.
Especially in this situation, you know, she bowls those cutters, she bowls those slower deliveries. Shakira Selman, definitely. She's been expensive. She's gone at 8.5s off her 2 overs, going for 17 runs. But she's needed back in this situation, especially to a Nat Siver who's looking to come hard at every delivery. Those slower balls could be very handy in this situation.
So,
even Chanel Henry as well. She's only got 4.
that's right.
remaining.
That's right. And she had a good opening burst. But she has gone now for Afi Fletcher. This time from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Fletcher would have had 1 for 36 from her 6. Going at a run per ball. Has been just switched. Because she would have done her bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
She didn't bowl badly, but we've just seen her bowl better. We know she
That's
can
right.
bowl better, definitely.
Yeah.
She didn't bowl badly at all. Maybe just a full toss sprinkled in here and there, but more often than not, she landed her leg spinners. She was in good areas. It's international cricket. Good batters here. They're going to put pressure back on you. Can you respond?
Good feeling on the part of Campbell.
Oh, she's been amazing in the field, hasn't she?
She's a live wire.
Live wire at point, definitely.
Good to see her coming back. She has a huge role to play, especially in the batting.
They all do, to be fair.
Oh, that one was wide.
Tried to readjust, tried to actually look like Wyatt was going to advance. She pushed it out wide, and Wyatt had the wherewithal to just leave it. Looking to access the onside, it seems like, getting outside that off stump, playing that slug sweep against the spinner Fletcher.
I would invite it. Because if she wants to do it,
yeah.
she's hitting against the wind. Perhaps you may want to make some adjustment to your onside field, which they're doing now. Chidi Nation is moving from a fine position to a square position.
And you had the protection out on the
Precisely.
boundary.
I would encourage it. Let she go if she wants
She
to
could
go.
easily top edge that as well.
Good adjustment response by Haley Matthews. Deep gully, the backward point and the point.
She's well bowled.
Well bowled.
She looks like she's going to bowl wide, but at the same time, you want to see another person on that onside, on the leg side to Siver in
That's
particular.
right.
She plays the sweep, conventional and behind square very well, the ramp as well. But Fletcher got away with that one. Good bowling. Seems like it's going to be a wide line of of attack here.
because the batters are moving across. In terms of Fletcher, whereas we see they have been coming down to the other spinners instead of, in terms of Fletcher, they are going across trying to pierce the onside field. They're not.
It's where the open spaces are. Just the one fielder at the forward, at mid-wicket, or cow corner almost.
This time it's a cut shot. Selman is out there.
Almost 20 yards off the boundary there.
Selman must be saying, Skipper, what do you do in a situation like that? You're itching to bowl, and to redeem yourself, you're not being bowled. Do you call on the skipper, or do you start to warm up?
Some people have different methods.
And another one through the covers.
Different methods of getting the attention of the captain, you know. Just maybe a little warm up, like, hey, I'm still here. I'm sure she'll get her opportunity again at some point.
192 for 4. And the run rate is climbing, the current run rate 5.49. And this is looking dangerous.
Yeah,
for the West
especially
Indies.
15 overs remaining, 90 deliveries.
One batter well set.
Exactly, approaching what would be a 6th 100.
Building
Nat
a
Silver. Comeback game after taking a mental health break, along with her partner, Catherine Brunt.
good fielding on the part of Matthews.
Yeah, Wyatt missed out there. It was there.
I like that option, that you're given that chance to take mental health breaks, because it's important. The intensity of the game these days. Lovely shot down the ground. 1, 2 bounces, 3 into the boundary. Well played, well timed, well picked out.
Controlled power again from Danny Wyatt. Not quite going for 6 on this occasion, but the beauty in that shot was the placement. There's a fielder at mid-off, Shadeen Nation. She finds that gap, hitting the ball dead straight past Hayley Matthews in the gap between Nation and Shakira Selman at a long on position. Good batting this. Slow. Bit of spin on that one, nearly defeating Grimman in the field. It was a bit lackadaisical. She just put her hand up.
She thought perhaps early that I'm settling to take it on the bounce. She didn't attempt to attack the ball. Not a lateral movement you're seeing from the batters. Skiver will be confident. She has been around for quite some time, 85 balls. Going at over 91 strike rate, so she's confident.
Once again, that bottom hand, you see how that came in there to get the ball down to a long on position. That ball was pitched on just about off or outside the off stump. But that's where the power is for a Nat Silver. Her bottom hand just comes in and drags it across the line. But she hits the ball cleanly as well.
Clever bowling on the part of the West Indies skipper.
Slower delivery there from Hayley Matthews.
And 199 for 4 in sight of 200. Perhaps by the end of it all, it may get close to 300. Stacey and King will join Mally Richards and tell you the tale of the tape.
I mean, it'll take some batting for that to happen, I think, for England to get 300. But with these two at the crease, anything is possible. Nat Silver, 79 from her 86 deliveries. Danny Wyatt, 32 from 42, striking at 76. The score 199 for 4. Just one away from 200 now. 14 overs remaining. It's going to be Affy Fletcher to continue. Seven overs, 7.1 now. Fletcher, 42 runs, the 1 wicket. So Matthew showing a lot of faith in Fletcher in this situation. What do you think a good score is here in these conditions, Stacey Ann?
Afternoon, Marley.
Good afternoon, sorry. Mind my manners.
Yeah, I think England might just be looking to cross that 250 marker. I kept saying that, but I think it's going to be a challenging score. And of course, these misfields won't help.
Misfield by Sherry-Ann Fraser on that deep mid-wicket boundary. 2 runs. Shiver moves on to 81. Yeah, anything over 200, to be fair, would take some batting for this West Indies team.
Yeah, their last series against New Zealand, they struggled to get to 160. England would have known that. I'm sure they would have done their homework.
Definitely.
But again, they've got a standard, and once they're batting 50 overs, they'll want to reach their targets. And both teams come into this series looking for points.
And in that series against New Zealand, as you say, England, West Indies didn't score 200 one time. Shabika Ghaznavi batted at 3 in the lineup. This one's been swung across the line again by Siva, looking for 2. Good fielding, good strong arm there from young Sherry-Ann Fraser as well. Quickly threw that over, actually, Fletcher. 6 coming from it. 205 for 4. And we were just talking about West Indies not scoring 200 in their previous ODI series. Matthews batting at 5. What number do you think she'll come in here today?
I think with Kaisia Knight and Shemaine Campbell back into the team, it now brings a bit more batting. So we might see her open, or we might see her bat in the middle, as you mentioned. Because she, as you mentioned earlier in the innings, that she just came from WBBL in Australia, so might probably still be a bit jet lagged. Might just want to settle a bit in the middle of things, give the other players an opportunity, because we saw Natasha McLean and Rashada Williams open the batting. Natasha McLean not in this series, but Kaisia Knight, who formerly opened, well, she's back. And of course, well, Rashada Williams might be that opening partner.
Loves the ball in that area, Nat Siva. Said it a few times here today, but that bottom hand comes in and she really gets the power through the onside to the leg side.
It's almost like a jab,
Yeah.
because it's not a full swing.
Yeah, she doesn't extend the arms out. Slightly unorthodox.
Which isn't too bad, because if she goes up, it might just carry to that fielder in deep mid-wicket. So good control.
Yeah, and she's hitting it so sweetly as well on that side. Fielder comes into the circle at 3rd man. But that's Wyatt, and that's her strength. Through the offside, goes over that extra cover region. 4 runs added to the total.
Well, not a man moved or a woman move in this case. Swung through the line of it, Danny Wyatt. The only thing Sherry-Ann Fraser could do is retrieve.
It's the power, isn't it? I was reading Hayley Matthews speaking about wanting to add the power hitting to her game, and just how controlled it has to be today, as opposed to just swinging wildly and head up in the air. Danny Wyatt doing a good job showing the power in the women's game.
She gets a boundary, and now she gets a single.
Good batting. Very good batting.
Yeah, it's an area that England have kind of moved into and decided that, yeah, we need to get on with things, and, you know, just playing freely and being able to mix that aggression, that temperament of aggression, and you know, pushing around to get singles. They've done really well in that area, and I think that's the channel in which they are focusing on going forward.
Definitely, especially with the young players, giving them the opportunity to play with that freedom to go out and express themselves.
And they're still trying to work out combinations as well, because those are 6 young players or 6 new players into this England team. You mentioned Catherine Brunt, Easy Wong, who is featured only in the T20s. So again, an opportunity to just move things around, see what combinations work, see which players fit.
Another run out opportunity there.
And there's a misfield. Poor backing up.
From Grimmond. The throw was a bit wayward.
It was a bit too high from Shemaine Campbell in that point region.
But yes, Stacey, you were saying these. Actually, I was going to ask you. Apart from Hayley Matthews, we know what she brings to the table, batting-wise. Who else are we looking to in this West Indian batting lineup to maybe come to the table in the absence of a Taylor and a Dutton?
I think Shemaine Campbell will be one of those players. Oh, this one is guided and down to that fine leg region, and it runs away for 4.
It's going to be 4 runs as well. Looked like maybe it would have taken the pad, but runs again.
Scoring in a hurry Tammy Beaumont.
Wow. Moves on to 85 now from 91 deliveries. Danny Wyatt 45 from 49. Approaching her half century. Siver approaching 100 as well. So West Indies definitely under pressure now. 218 for 412 overs remaining at 250 definitely on the cards, and like Seth said, maybe even 300.
Well, the rate that they're going, it's not unpredictable. It might just be in the arc of that England batting lineup, fall of wickets. Well, first wicket fall at 23, 1 for 23, 2 for 39, 3 for 81, and 4 for 128. Since
then, it's been hard work.
Yeah,
for the
7
West
bowlers
Indian
used. Afi Fletcher picking up 2, Cherry-Ann Fraser 1, and Janelle Henry 1.
It's again Siver not finding the gap. And you like? That's the area you want to see her hitting the ball. Into that offside. Well set field as well. She's gone straight though. And she's timed it nicely. It's going to be 4 more. Moves on to 89 now.
Yeah, this has just been a pure class from Nat Siver. A reminder that she missed that series against India during England's summer and took a mental health break. And boy, is she back with a bang.
Definitely. Looking to re-announce herself on this world stage. Nat Siver. Very experienced player.
And from a West Indies perspective, both feelers long on and long off, they're very wide, so it's easy to place where you want to score runs.
Definitely, you want them a little bit straighter, especially to Fletcher. No great turn on the deliveries here today.
Yeah, and all you batters are expected to do, all they can do is just chip over her head.
Exactly. It's not that hard a shot. Has she picked out Nation? Big dive, not quite. It's going to be 2 runs. So run scoring becoming easier and easier here for the English women.
And this partnership has gone to 97 of 94 balls.
Just 3 away from 100.
And Danny Wyatt.
47 from 50.
She's eyeing that landmark.
This one's through the offside again from Wyatt. That's strength. So the Windies possibly just missing a trick here in terms of the field set to which batters. But Wyatt taking this half, moving on to a half century now. 51 she moves on to.
Oh, we're not really sure
Yeah,
which it is,
51.
but nonetheless, well done, Danny Wyatt.
Yes, very well played. That power that we were talking about on show here. Her 3rd half century in women's ODIs.
And it also brings up that 100 partnership.
Yep.
103 runs between this pair. Siva scoring 46 and Wyatt scoring 51 of 94 balls.
In just 60 minutes as well. So it's taking the game almost away from the Windies here in quick time, these two.
And this is what England would have wanted. A batter to get in and stay in, bat as long as possible, and others to build partnerships around that batter, that set batter, not Siva being that player today.
Yes, 90 of 95 deliveries now, not Siva. Looks like Chanel Henry back into the attack. She's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, just the 1 wicket. This one, she's gone reverse sweep. It's going to be an easy catch.
Yeah, I don't think she expected that ball to go in that direction.
What has she done, Stacey Ann?
Giving away her hand, not Siva. And again, Chanel Henry pace making that breakthrough. It's almost like she tried to play a little scoop. And instead of playing it over or directing it over the wicketkeeper's head, she more or less directed it to fine leg and could only pick out Rashada Williams in that short fine leg position. She'll be disappointed. 90 runs, not Siva.
Very, very disappointed with the mode of dismissal more than anything. The shot that she played, her shot selection has been spot on pretty much throughout her innings. But on this occasion, while approaching what would have been a brilliant 100, she's gone for that dill scoop, and it almost looked like it caught the back of the bat. It went to the other side as opposed to that third man region. Easy catch for Rashada Williams, a short fine leg. And welcome wicket for the Windies, and this is a wicket that they desperately needed. Here, Nat Siva, the way she played, what she was threatening to do.
Yeah, just that mixture of boundary hitting, good running, and of course field placing was really good from Nat Siva, and it was a highlight of her innings. She knew where, she knew where fielders were. She pushed for twos, and of course she had good backup on the other end by all those other players.
Yeah, Wyatt, Beaumont earlier as well. She only hit, well, not only, but she hit 9 boundaries in her innings. Nat Siva.
Now we see Amy Jones.
Amy Jones comes to the crease. Quite a stylish player, Amy Jones, over the years.
And she also stands in this series as vice captain to Heather Knight.
Yes, Siva. It was Nat Siva who was captain at the Commonwealth Games, taking over from Heather Knight. Amy Jones is away with a single down to that third man position.
It's 2:30 for 5. Over number 40. Still 10 overs to go.
Yes.
I just wonder what will be the thought process of Hayley Matthews and her bowlers. Do they try to restrain where Danny Wyatt scores and get Amy Jones on strike and put pressure on her?
And that should be the way to go as we see them scamper through for another single. Maybe just starve Wyatt of the strike a little bit.
Yeah, then they definitely need to get tighter. Those feelers on the ring, they've got protection on the outside. They've got to get tighter when Amy Jones is on strike.
Save these runs, especially 2 deliveries remaining in this over. She's gone for 2 and a wicket. So good combat this from Chanel Henry, removing Nat Siva. She's been very economical in the over as well. Huge wicket in the context of the game.
Yeah, they needed a breakthrough.
Definitely, that 100 partnership threatened to really take this game away from the Windies. But it's a good finish from Henry. The end of her 7th The over only goes for 2, and she's picked up a wicket. The score 2-3, 2 for 5.
Yeah, definitely a good over. And again, they've got to keep things tight within this period. Extras are already 15.
Just 10 remaining. You see the options at Hayley Matthews' disposal. Looks like Campbell coming into the attack, isn't it?
Grimmon.
Oh, Grimmon, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, she hasn't bowled for some time.
Yeah.
Shameen Campbell.
Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah, it's Grimmon again into the attack. Into her 5th over now, actually. Done a pretty decent job. Gone for 21. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Created 2 chances, though. That one put down by Ghaznavi definitely should have been taken.
That's a heavy leg-sided field set.
Very much so.
This is an interesting field because there is no... They've opted to put the mid-off in the ring, which means that Danny Wyatt, they're expecting her to play into the leg side, to which she does.
And she finds the gap.
To exception, to a maximum, to her second maximum of this innings.
That power that she possesses. When she hits it, it stays hit, and she's only a little whippersnapper as well.
Which
in
means
stature.
timing.
Yeah, she's timing the ball to perfection here. Danny Wyatt moves on to 58 with that her second 6 of this innings. Grimmon under pressure, 6 off her second delivery.
If nothing else, we've been privy to some very quality shots.
Clean hitting. Scamper through for a single here as well. Does Matthews get around? No, she doesn't, but good awareness from Nation coming in off that boundary to do the backing up. 7 of 3 deliveries now. She'll be happy to have Amy Jones on strike, that's for sure.
I just wonder if Hayley Matthews is going to change the field for Amy Jones.
Yeah, she's bringing up that fielder who was at that deep extra cover position into the circle on the offside.
And Grimmon just gives it away. driven back firmly at her. And
not the first time we've seen that from her, Stacey Ann. It's got to be better to her
You've
own
got to
bowling.
clean up. You've got to clean up.
Yes, it's your own bowling as well.
Right, let's see where Danny Wyatt will go.
She's gone straight. It's an easy shot that for her. No great turn on those deliveries. Deposited over that mid-off fielder in the circle at this stage of the game. What's going on, Stacey Ann?
Yeah, and scoring in 6s at that. Danny Wyatt, her 3rd of this innings. That's a clean strike. It's a very clean strike. She knows where she wants to score, and her mind is made up that she's going to go hard, she's going to go high.
And she's got power on both sides. Danny Wyatt, we've seen it through the offside, we've seen it straight. Maybe not so much through the onside, but definitely straight and through the offside. She's definitely very powerful. Again, this one, full delivery from Grimmon. Good comeback. Ends the over, though, an expensive one. Goes for 14. Score 246 for 5. 250 definitely on the cards here. 300.
Yeah, I might just have to revise
280, 300, yes.
I did say over 250, but it definitely looks like that 300 is going to be challenged.
But I mean, you're right as well. And 300 is over 250, so you can claim that one as well, Stacey, huh?
Yeah, but this has been a very good batting display from England. Started off with Tammy Beaumont with 33 of 44, Nat Siver 74 of 95, and of course Danny Wyatt, she's here to the end or to the back of things.
Opportunity though here for the Windies, bowling to Amy Jones. Oh, opportunity indeed goes down. Charmaine Campbell, the live wire at extra cover. Hit with power to her right, outstretched right hand. She went with one hand.
Yeah, middle stump.
Didn't stick, and yet another opportunity goes down here. This time, the new batter in Amy Jones survives. Another run added to the total.
Ooh.
That's wide from Henry. Didn't really throw the hands at it. Well, she did, but didn't really get the power that she wanted, Danny Wyatt. Maybe a slower delivery.
Yeah, and it was uppish for some time.
Yes, it was in the air.
Those are positions that you need key fielders in.
And in fact, it was Shadeen Nation that put down that chance at extra cover, not Charmaine Campbell. Cut away again by Wyatt. Another single added to the total. They'll be happy to see Amy Jones on strike, actually. Another opportunity here for the Windies to restrict runs. We know Jones is going to come hard, that's for sure.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose
Yes.
at this point. Runs, anything more at present is just extra runs.
Yeah.
And to get them to a better target.
Especially with this batting lineup of the West Indies. Not at its strongest at this point. Good job here by Henry. In the grand scheme of things, just given away 4 runs so far in this over. The run rate is 6. So that run rate has just grown as the innings has progressed. It's gone aerial, looking to run that off the back foot actually. It was a full delivery. Got a bit cute, Danny Wyatt. Picked out the fielder of the short third man, and she has to go, but fabulous innings from the middle order player.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's the fielder, if it's Charmaine Campbell in that position
With
or
the floppy.
Afi Fletcher. But it was good. It was good bowling from Janelle Henry. She now picks up her 3rd wicket. And again, possibly taking pace off where Danny Wyatt opting to try and guide that delivery and could only guide it into the hands of Afi Fletcher. So a good breakthrough because Danny Wyatt was posing to take this even further from West Indies.
Yes, the pace off delivery there doing the trick for Chanel Henry. Danny Wyatt looking for pace on the delivery, wasn't presented with it. Still looked to run the ball down to that vacant third man boundary. Only picked out Fletcher though. Easy catch. It just floated down there, almost like it was in the air for an eternity. But she took the catch, and very, very good wicket in the grand scheme of things here for the Windies. The set batter in Danny Wyatt has to depart 467 from 59 deliveries. And Chanel Henry, picking up her 3rd wicket of the afternoon. 3 for 36 now.
Yeah, from a West Indies perspective, they need to try and keep things tight here because these are 2 new batters.
And that wicket could easily be the difference between a 280 and 300.
I still think they need to attack a bit more, get a few other feelers in
the circle, especially to the new batters here. Both 2 new batters at the crease actually. Jones only faced 7 deliveries and Eccleston just with the 1 delivery. So it's an opportunity here that has to be recognized by Captain Hayley Matthews. And it looks like she's going to bring herself on. So she's recognized the opportunity. Goodman going for 14 in her previous over. Hayley Matthews has got 3 overs remaining. So you expect her to bowl 3 of the remaining 8.
It might possibly be an option to bring back Shanita Grimond because Danny Wyatt, well, she's no longer there.
There, yes, and she was the one looking to put pressure onto the bowlers. But it is the back end of the innings. We haven't seen Shakira Selman again. Actually, she just bowled 2 today.
Yeah, really struggled with those no balls.
It's going to be Matthews from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's been driven quite hard by Eccleston through the cover region.
Yeah, she's quite handy with the bat.
Definitely.
Sophia Eccleston.
And very competitive, isn't she?
Yes.
Got a competitive streak in her. Definitely up for the fight. Catherine Brunt as well, another one. Very competitive. We'll see her in the T20 series. A bit of fire in the belly from those two. Inside half from Jones. Still good enough to get a single. Down to the long on position, and that long off fielder, Stacey, and you mentioned it earlier, still very wide. Something for Matthews to be mindful of.
And sometimes it's not about Matthews being mindful of it. Sometimes as a player, you just, I mean, the captain can't see everything.
She's probably been set there, is the thing. On that occasion, maybe her being wide saved that from going to the boundary. But it was hit into a wide extra cover position. Fielder Selman coming around, or Aline actually coming around doing the fielding. Reverse, doesn't get the gap though.
Oh, well done by Shemaine Campbell. Good athletic movement.
Live wire in that position. Probably generally have your best fielders in that point position, and that's where she's been. She showed off all her skills in that position today. That slower delivery again from Matthews, and the England batters today have not got to grips with that delivery in particular. Every time she's bowled that slow delivery, taken all the pace off, just struggled to time it.
Yeah, this is good because what they will try to do is heave into that leg side, and they might just miscue. But good change of pace, good variations from Hayley Matthews. Just
checking to see, yes, it's the end of that over 8 bowled by Hayley Matthews now. 43 overs gone, just 7 remaining here. 2 new batters, Eccleston and Jones at the crease. The West Indies will be very happy with that. Nat Siver, top innings of the day so far, 90 from 96. Danny Wyatt, 69 from 61 deliveries. Tammy Beaumont, 33 from 44 earlier. Those 3 are the ones, the most substantial innings for England so far.
Yeah, they've had really good partnerships, and I think that is the standout, that they've been able to not just allow those 2 wickets that fell early in that first power play of Alice Capsey and Sophia Dunkley to really take them back. They've still been able to build around that and rotate the strike in order to get themselves to a respectable target.
Oh, good fielding there from Fletcher. Definitely saved the boundary. I was on its way to the boundary there. Cut away.
Yeah, good diving stop.
Diving stop. Full extension, right hand out. Good hand on that one. Saved 3 runs. Yes, Stacey, and you were saying England were 2 for 39 earlier in the 7th over, 6.4 to be exact. So they've done a very good job to repair the innings. Oh, a bit sloppy there from Campbell. We were just talking her up in the previous over. We've jinxed her, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, just in her defense, you know, the sun is going across, so it's setting to that end, so she's in full view of it.
That's not even an excuse. It's just true. It's just true. The sun directly in her eyes, actually.
But with her standard, we still do expect
a little better. A little better from the diminutive fielder. Oh, and that's ramp again, gone across her stumps, Amy Jones.
Yeah, got a lot of height rather than distance. And picks up 2 runs, but again, no lack of improvisation from these England players.
Almost from ball 1, we've seen the improvisation.
Yeah, remember Heather Knight, got
yeah.
off the mark with a paddle sweep.
Having not played for a few months. That
just shows confidence.
Yeah, the confidence and the work that's being done behind the scenes.
It's about backing your skill, backing what you've been putting in that work for so much time. You're not going to come out there and just be frightened. If the ball is in that area and it's your strong point, you're going to play.
Yeah, when you've done the work, it gives you that confidence to come out and really express yourself, knowing that you've done the work. Young players, if you're listening, that's absolutely key to improving in your game. But Henry, pretty good job here again into her 9th.
And really troubling these 2 English batters. And they can't seem to get her away.
That run rate now dips to just below 6. So we're seeing the effect this tight bowling is having on that run rate.
It also shows a bit of an experience as well, because 2 other batters might have just opted to play a defensive stroke or take the pace off and get a single.
Also showing the experience of Chanel Henry in these situations, into her 35th match now. Showing all the experience of playing at the international game, pace off, especially at the death. Being trusted to bowl here at the death.
Just changing her feel a bit.
Grimman comes up into the circle from that long off position to a mid-off.
And Rashada Williams, that fine leg, she goes back into that fine leg position.
Oh, that's harsh. It's a little harsh there, in my opinion, from Leslie Reefer Jr., but
you can tell that it's almost a slower ball attempt from Chanel Henry.
Gone for the pace off, the cutter there into the pitch. Amy Jones looking to advance. Did her. And that's going to be the line as well of attack. Almost pleading with the umpire, Reefer Jr. there for a caught behind. But it's the end of the over. Another good one from Chanel Henry. Just 1 remaining for her. 6 remaining in this England innings. Scored 2-6-1-4-6. After Chanel Henry, with the options at her disposal, who would you go for, Stacey Anke?
Well, there's Aliyah Allen, who's still there.
She bowled quite well.
She's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden for 29 runs. She picked up 1 wicket. So she's a good option for Hayley Matthews, who continues. Then there's also Shanita Grimmon. If she plans to stick with pace to replace her from that end, Hayley Matthews, she can use Shanita Grimmon, or to replace Chanel Henry, Aliyah Allen.
Oh, Lord.
Slow deliveries again from Hayley Matthews. Asking the batters to make all the pace.
Not just make the pace, but to come and meet it as well, because that delivery, Sophie Eccleston, she had to advance but still didn't get anything on it from Hayley Matthews.
Asking the batters to provide the momentum. On this occasion, pace on. It's easier to hit, and hit well and straight from Sophie Eccleston. Her first boundary.
As we have a look at it again, it was driven in the air back at Hayley Matthews, so an opportunity for her to take that catch.
That's another chance. A tough one, though, you must say. It was hit with tremendous power.
And that just adds to the a number of catches that have been put down or opportunities that have been
I think
created.
that's number 4, just to my memory. Already here today. Slow again. Very slow. And advancing again, Eccleston, but no real momentum into the shot.
Yeah, she'll have to play an inside out through cover to really get that one away.
Not sure that's her strength. Watch the spin.
This has been good from Hayley Matthews and her West Indies players.
Finish
And they've kept things a bit quiet within these last few overs after the dismissal of Danny Wyatt.
Sensing the opportunity and taking it, executing well. It's gone really slowly again there, Hayley Matthews. End of that over. Just 5 runs coming from it. So 5 overs remaining, as I'm going to welcome back Seth Burton to join Stacey Ann King.
A tidy partnership of 15 off 19 in these last few overs. Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston. But England, they're on 266 for 6.
Well, they've really done a wonderful job with the bat. West Indies would look at it and review where they went wrong. They were not, they would say we were not dominated at any particular session or part of the game, but it was just consistency on the England batters. They really had much opportunities, the West Indies. I would say as many as 4 catches that could have been taken. Chanel Henry is in her last over. She has been the standout bowler, 3 for 43. And there have been opportunities as well at the top of the innings. Fraser would have come into play. Fletcher would have also had one. They also had a few run-out chances. So at the end of the day, they could not say we were just totally dominated. But the reality is, the England team, they are looking pretty much good. At this point, oh, that was just dropping short of Griman. I thought with perhaps a step in and a dive, could have been a wicket.
Yeah, because it was strike pretty flat from Amy Jones.
So we have seen what you predicted, good batting in the middle for England. I think that is very clear. They have been outstanding in parts. Storm back nicely from 81 for 3. To be in this position, this one has been played in the air, one going in, one coming out. And in the end, the ball lands safely between Alia Allen and Captain Hayley Matthews. Could have been a collision, but they had some form of communication or realization. This was it.
Yeah, play it uppishly. You can see Hayley Matthews running and trying to run side on to have both view on ball and Alia Allen, but none of them getting there in the end to complete a catch.
This one short, played in the air. Griman was trying to go back, but the ball is clearing her and goes into the boundary for 4. Quite a productive over here. So far, Stacey, and already 7 runs from it. And Chanel Henry, who would have bowled so well, has now conceded 50 runs with her 3 wickets.
Yeah, and this is the time where these English batters, they will go at anything. I would think that maybe sending out Shanita Grimmon and bringing up that fine leg, let them play in front, because she is taking pace off, so it's going to be hard to play that backward square.
This is pulled into the long on region, and it is just one bounce into the boundary for 4. And they are piling on the pressure. Jones is going almost at a run per ball, short of a good length, and she went into the onside, and it almost cleared the boundary. So Chanel Henry being taken for some sticks for the first time in her spell. 11 runs off her final over and the 46th over of the match so far. 1 ball remaining, the penultimate ball of the 46th.
And messing up her figures as well. And Chanel Henry.
After such a hard work at the beginning and towards the end, doing well. That's the name of the game. It's cricket. This time she goes wide. Umpire Reefer obliges.
And that's 12 runs off this over with 1 ball to go still.
She has not had that in the past. She must be saying I've bowled so well and now towards the end I'm being roughed up. So now the adjustment is being made. Grimman, as Stacey suggested, has been brought back into long off. Driven to the left of the diving Campbell, and this will go away. Another 4. The third 4 off the over. What an over for the England team. They race into the 280s. Good shot to the left of Campbell. And, well, Jones is on fire. She has moved to 23 from 21. And I think Stacey and here, some time ago I did say 300. It sounded impossible. But that was the momentum that I saw, particularly when we had the spinners on, when we had a settlement-based skiver. She was looking to dominate. Unfortunately, she didn't get to 100, but the 300 is on.
Yeah, yes it is. This partnership between Jones and Eccleston on 31 of 25. Those 3 boundaries in that previous over from Amy Jones. Well, let's see what Sophie Eccleston does in this Haley Matthews over.
Well, she goes down, hits over. Fraser comes in once again between 2 fielders. So they're picking the spots in the air.
Yeah, and it's a good single because Amy Jones has been the aggressor.
That's right.
So get a single, if not a boundary, get a single and get her on strike.
Really a big performance here. Would Haley be regretting inserting the England team? Oh, Jones reverse sweeps but does not get anything onto that one. Campbell again stands in the way.
I think it might have been a tactical decision initially from Haley Matthews to sun is out. They're not so familiar with your conditions. Send them into bat. Send the English into bat to face that sun during the early times.
Loud appeal, not out, says umpire Williams. Another attempt at reverse sweeping. Has not worked. That's a good idea. They're new to the condition. Look at this one. Pitched outside and she was going through. The appeal comes up.
It just looks to be outside that off stump area.
Well, we got that impression even from the shot and where wicketkeeper Capsey Knight was standing. Matthews in her final over. Driven out towards long off. They will get just the 1. She would be content. Pretty much a decent over so far on the part of the West Indies captain. Only 2 conceded. So Chanel Henry has completed 3 for 59 from her 10 overs, including a maiden. Has been pretty much a challenge for the West Indies bowling. This one has been struck out or into the deep, under bounce to the fielder on the long on boundary, and another single.
Who I don't think was possibly ready for that delivery. And because I think a better effort could have been made to attempt a catch.
I've seen a few of those. It's really touch and go situation here. West Indies trying to limit England on the 300. 286 for 6. Even this pair has proven to be a challenge for the West Indies. Oh, another appeal, loud appeal, not out, says umpire Williams.
You just wonder if there was a bottom edge.
Perhaps, because the appeal was continuous and the over comes to an end 3 overs remaining. 285 for 6, Stacey.
Yeah, they've got to finish strong, West Indies, but England, they're in a very good position with that 285 on the scoreboard.
And the lights are just trying to make their presence felt here. It's now a situation of darker conditions here. It's the time of the year when actually the sun goes down pretty early, pretty quickly. So it's 5:17 here, Eastern Caribbean time.
It almost looks as though it's 6 p.m.
That's right. And two England batters, they must be saying, they must be projecting, perhaps Jones would be saying, I am the dominant partner. Just allow me to get most of the strike and then we could have a huge go.
Yeah, she's on 24 of 25. Eccleston 12 of 13. In partnership with 34 runs.
And Aline, would you say she was on the ball? 1 for 29.
Yeah, they won't mind singles. I guess at this point, Aline, she's going to attempt, or she should attempt to bowl Yorker length deliveries. Try not to give them anything to free their arms.
And I get the impression here is where it's important for her as an individual, not just the team, to bowl towards towards the back end of the innings. Against New Zealand, she was not as expected in that bowling towards the end. So she would be trying her best here. Oh, this one has been nicely scooped down to the fine leg for 4.
Yeah, you can't.
Can you fault the batter, the bowler?
It's a length ball. She gets room, Amy Jones, enough room to get down on that knee, and get under that delivery, and help it down the leg side.
Wow. It's a master shot. They have perfected it. And Amy Jones, perhaps she's showing some of the top batters how to play that shot, because a few of them got in a few tangles earlier.
Yeah, including that Siva who got out on 90 trying to attempt that shot.
290 for 6. 2 overs and 4 balls remain. Oh, that's a wide. She followed the batter. Followed her off the pitch. Pressure against the West Indies. By the way, the highest score for England women against the West Indies women would have been 318 for 9. They may not be on course to break that record, which they established in 2019. But they're on course for 300 here. Oh, this one has been steered. I thought that was a full toss. It should have been presented with the full face of the bat.
Yeah, I think Eccleston was only trying to find a single to get Amy Jones on strike.
But you have bread and butter, eat it.
Yeah, it was a full delivery.
Yes. And she steered it to get a single. I don't understand the thinking. Confidence level has to lift. Yes, you want to get your top batter on the strike, but you are on strike this time. Once again, wide outside the off stump. Not wide enough to be called. So Allen.
But a much better length than that time around.
So who is going to finish for the West Indies? Because this over. Well, I'm not quite sure if they will go back to Alia to complete the 50th. So someone is going to come. Haley has completed hers. Chanel Henry would have completed hers. This one is driven back past the bowler. Oh, wow, it was really a fierce strike. And in the end, Grimman cleaning it up. But that's the sort of strike that could create an injury. She did not put her boot there. She was trying to pull it away.
Yeah, and usually we'll see them put their boot out. And this time around, opting not to do that for injury's sake.
So England sensing the 300. I'm not a prophet, but I sensed it somehow this morning that they were setting themselves up outside the off stump. A good delivery on the part of Ali Allen, taken by the wicketkeeper. 48 has been completed. 294 for 6. Where are we going with this, Stacey?
All 2 overs to go. There's still some bowling options for Hayley Matthews, who has bowled out, as well as Chanel Henry, as you mentioned. Alfie Fletcher has bowled 9. Cherry Ann Fraser has bowled 6. Salmon has only bowled 2. Allen may finish on the other end. She's completed 6, and Grimman has bowled 5.
My only question would Selman's, I know that over she had was a bad one with the 2 no balls, but would that have meant that she would have been eliminated from the attack, or should there have been an opportunity for her to come back as the senior?
She should have come back, and again, as you're mentioning, as a senior bowler, you've got to find a way to work past that, because this is not an issue that has come about today. It is something that she has worked on or has probably bothered her throughout her career as a bowler. So just 2 overs from Shakira Selman is kind of unheard of, unless there's an injury, or unless she ups or tells the captain that I don't want to bowl anymore, which shouldn't be.
That's
because
right.
she is the vice captain. So again, leading from examples.
So Alfie Fletcher, the one called upon to complete her quota, 1 for 61 from her 9.1 overs. In the air, oh, badly judged on the part of the captain. It is happening again in the field. That one spliced off the outside edge. It was in there, it was there for the taking.
Should have been taken.
I am not quite sure if she thought too many players were converging, if there would have been an opportunity for this one is, well, this one was almost off the pitch. And that one was played out to the cover region, sort of falling apart here for the West Indies in the field.
Yeah, Sophia Eccleston just decided that she needs to get bat on ball, no matter where that delivery landed. Almost to the practice pitch to the side.
And Eccleston, she's joining her other teammates in going across the wicket. And that is what seems to be troubling Fletcher. She's forced to actually follow them, rather stick to her stock delivery.
Just have a look at where Amy Jones is standing to bat.
This time she cuts, she's out caught. Taken by Shameen Campbell. Finally, Amy Jones goes for 30. West Indies taking wicket number 7, a comfortable catch. And Fletcher would have gotten her 2nd wicket. 1 too late or 1 to slow the momentum?
I'd say slow the momentum, but Amy Jones, she was batting almost on off stump.
And that has been part of the challenge for the West Indies. Whenever the batters go across, what do? I think if there would have been one fault that I would have picked up would have been that. But still, good England batting. Amy Jones, her 30, coming at a strike rate of 103.4, 29 balls, 4 fours. Pretty much a good batting towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, that was a good partnership between her and Sophie Eccleston. Eccleston is still there. She's on 16.
And certainly she would not then be allowing Charlie Dean to take the strike. So now she realized she would have to take perhaps responsibility for the next 6 deliveries.
Thank you.
8 deliveries remaining. 4 away from 300.
Charlie Dean is on strike.
So Dean faces Fletcher. Oh, that everything is going wrong. That one went through the wicketkeeper's legs after taking the edge. She wanted to come back for the 2nd run. Eccleston, but decided not to. 298 for 7. 300 definitely on. How good a batter is Dean?
Oh, she can't strike a good ball.
This one is a wide, wayward bowling on the part of Fletcher. Things are falling apart.
And those extras just keep climbing.
wides and the no balls. This time Fletcher is short and pulled out to mid-wicket. One, that's all there will be. 300 comes up, finally. 300 comes up after 49 overs. England, exceptional batting here, Stacey and King.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that achievement of 300 with an over to go. Still, the batters have contributed quite well and they've really taken a liking or taken it to the West Indian bowlers.
Really taking a liking here. We didn't see it on the card during the first 15, during the first, I would even say 20. But it sort of started to project that way towards the end of, well, towards the middle passage of the West Indies innings. And now we see Ali Allen has been given the opportunity to bowl the final over. And let's see the field that we have. Third man on the boundary, cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, forward the square going back. And this one is flicked nicely. The attempt, well, in fact, 2 runs instead of what she would have desired, perhaps a fourth. Dean doing well.
Yeah, just try to guide that delivery down to the leg or fine leg position. And again, you're running from Sophie Eccleston. She pushes really hard. She's almost as though she's looking for a misfield to get a third run.
That is part of the England approach. They have been really good running between the wicket. Oh, good delivery. I like it because here was she going right across Dean. And Ali Allen did not attempt to go towards stump. She got good bounce on that delivery. So a good way to respond.
Yeah, good pace delivery.
Stacey, as you look at wrapping it up, perhaps you could also look at where West Indies went wrong from your perspective. Good delivery once again. Yorker length delivery. She was coming down. And Ali Allen is proving that she has really improved on her dead bowling. 1 for 41 from her 6. She's one who has gone over a run per ball. Affy Fletcher has also gone at 6.6. So perhaps with other bowling options, may have been where options could have been considered. Eccleston goes and she pulls this one. Drop catch. Big attempt on the part of Chinel Henry. They're coming back for the second. How many catches have we seen gone down? But you can give her an excuse. It was powerfully driven. She did try in the air, and
went
it
up
was
with
a
her
huge effort.
dominant hand as well, that right hand. Those type of balls, you actually just need them to stick.
That's right. Similar one went to Chidin Nation. She dived well, could have stuck. One to Gajnabi. Here is Ali Allen, a good delivery right up in the block hole. Gajnabi fields on the boundary, only a single good fielding. Ali Allen did not gather. Nevertheless, the batters are quite comfortable that they would not go for the second. One delivery remaining to complete the England innings. 306 for 7. Charlie Dean will be facing. They are deciding what approach should be taken. With ball in hand, what would you be doing?
I'm going to be looking for a Yorker length delivery.
And Ali Allen, she has done a few of that.
She just needs to be mindful not to bowl it length because we've seen too many ram shots.
This one is a good one. Only a single, and the single taken comfortably in the end. Good finish on the part of Ali Allen, but an exceptional batting performance here by the England team. They were inserted by Hayley Matthews, and Stacey, you will tell how it all went, but it's definitely a strong position by the England team here at the Sir Richards Cricket Ground?
Yeah, definitely a good batting performance from the English. And of course, that was led by Nat Siver with that 90 of 96. And of course, Danny Wyatt to the back end of things with that 69 of 61. But again, they rebuild pretty well after losing those 2 early wickets in the first power play. What they've managed to do is just kept rotating things and picking up boundaries when necessary. And they really took a liking to the West Indian pace bowlers and their spinners.
Any disappointment? Afi Fletcher 2 for 66. You expected more?
I think I expected more from all the bowlers in general. Grimmon with her 5 overs, 35 runs, no wickets, economy rate of 7. I think as a bowler and as a coach, they'll always say to you, try to maintain under 5, at least under 5. And too many of the West Indian bowlers, they went beyond that 5. Shakira Selman, 8.50 economy rate as one of your senior, as your most senior bowler. Yeah, just wasn't a good day at the office bowling.
Did place some pressure on Hayley Matthews, usually very consistent, but at the same time would realize that she could not have done it all. At one stage, though, Chanel Henry would have been the standout bowler. She really bowled well, I think, up to the 8th over. And then towards the end of the day, it was not as she expected. Nevertheless, England perhaps wanted to do an Australia here because they have really piled the pressure on the West Indies here at the Sir Richards Cricket Ground, scoring 307 for 7. This would be their second highest score against the West Indies, and they have really set up a situation that the West Indies, in chasing 308, that would be a record for the West Indies. Can they do it? But the question is, they would need more than a run per ball, and that puts you on the pressure from the get-go. Your final thoughts?
Yeah, they'll have to come out. Of course, they'll have to sort out whoever is opening for the West Indies women, and they'll have to stick around. They'll have to give themselves some time, spend time at the crease, and of course, try to bat as deep as possible. And just take pattern from England's innings. Try to have at least one batter bat throughout, or as many overs, and others bat around whomever that is. There's good sight because there's Capsey Knight and Shemaine Campbell back in that West Indies lineup, batting lineup. So there is some batting to come. I think it's just about application and if they will apply themselves.
So the last question, I said final, but this is final. Where would then Hayley Matthews bat in this situation?
I think it depends on Hayley Matthews herself. Where does she want to bat? Does she feel comfortable coming into this 50-over game or the first 50-over game and opening? Or does she bat lower down the order in the middle just to hold things together? As I mentioned, you have Capsey Knight, who normally is an opener for West Indies. So there's Capsey Knight. You may want to use Rashada Williams. Shemaine Campbell may come at 3. Hayley Matthews can come at 4 or 5, but they'll have to work out that top 3 order because they've struggled against New Zealand in that area.
So you've heard it from Stacey and King, the West Indies. When the match resumes in the next 30 minutes, they would need 308 for victory here at the Sir Richards Cricket Grounds.
You're not ready, vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the West Indies. 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 We are the West Indies.
West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, win, lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados,
We got it. St. Vincent, we got it.
St. Kitts,
We got it. Trinidad, we got it. Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, run in the front. Come wine your body. We are West Indies, everybody. Sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
You're full of energy, you must can breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Party stand, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are party from the daylight.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Everybody, let me see you unite.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Fear not, 'cause the vibes is right.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the
fire.
West Indies. We are the 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 West Indies. West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, we lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados, we got it.
St. Vincent,
We got it. St. Kitts, we got it.
Trinbago,
We got it.
Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia,
Antigua,
Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. 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 West Indies.
Sure, sure.
We are the West Indies. That's right. We are the West Indies. Turn it up to the top. It's time to jump up. People, are you ready? Windies in the land, just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, run in the front. Come wine your body. We are West Indies, everybody. Sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West
Sure.
Indies.
You're full of energy, you must can breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Party stand, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are party from the daylight.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Everybody, let me see you unite.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Fear not, 'cause the vibes is right.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the
fire.
West Indies. We are the 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 West Indies. West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We
Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are party from the daylight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, let me see you unite. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Hear not that the vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the West Indies. 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 We are the West Indies.
West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, win, lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados,
We got it. St. Vincent, we got it.
St. Kitts,
We got it. Trinbago, we got it. Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. 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 West Indies.
Sure.
We are the West Indies. That's right. We are the West Indies. Turn it up to the top. It's time to jump up. People, are you ready? Windies in the land, just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, run in the front. Come wind your body. We are West Indies, everybody. Sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
You're full of energy, you must can't breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are party from the daylight.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Everybody, let me see you unite.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Hear not that the vibes is right.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the
Fire.
West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
most can read. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. We are party from the daylight. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, let me see you unite. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Hear not that the vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are the West Indies. 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 West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, win, lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados,
We got it. St. Vincent, we got it.
St. Kitts,
We got it. Trinbago, we got it. Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. 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 West Indies.
Sure, sure.
We are the West Indies. That's right. We are the West Indies. Turn it up to the top. It's time to jump up. People, are you ready? Windies in the land, just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, in the front. Come wine your body. We are West Indies, everybody. Sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West
Sure.
Indies.
You're full of energy, you must can breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are party from the daylight.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Everybody, let me see you unite.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Hear not that the vibes is right.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the
fire.
West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
must can breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Party stand, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. We are party from the daylight. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, let me see you unite. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Hear not that the vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the West Indies. 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 We are the West Indies.
West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, win, lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados,
We got it. St. Vincent, we got it.
St. Kitts,
We got it. Trinbago, we got it. Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies.
We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. Yeah.
West Indies.
Sure, sure.
We are the West Indies. That's right. We are the West Indies. Turn it up to the top. It's time to jump up. People, are you ready? Windies in the land, just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, run in the front. Come wine your body. We are West Indies, everybody. Sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
You're full of energy, you must can breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Party stand, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are party from the daylight.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Everybody, let me see you unite.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Hear not that the vibes is right.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the West Indies. 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 West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, win, lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados,
We got it. St. Vincent, we got it.
St. Kitts,
We got it. Trinbago, we got it. Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We
you must can't read. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are party from the daylight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, let me see you unite. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Fear not, 'cause the vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the West Indies. 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 We are the West Indies.
West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, we lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put.
Welcome back to the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds here in North Sound, Antigua. It is floodlit and it is still beautiful as we had in the earlier part of the day when the game started with the West Indies women winning the toss and inviting England to bat. At that time it was bright sunshine here. Now the England team, they have completed an extraordinary innings in which they compiled clinically and aggressively 307 for 7, giving the West Indies a huge task of scoring 308 for victory here. Marley Richards, the son of the former West Indies captain Viv Richards, and I have to always say that, forgive me Marley, is alongside me, and it is indeed going to be challenging for the West Indies. England really pulling all stops out and setting a very solid platform.
Yeah, coming into the game, you know, probably England would have been favourites in this match. But looking at the teams, looking at the lineups, the West Indies definitely, their main weakness is in their batting. And for their bowlers to then go for 3 over 300, and that's supposed to be their strength, it's definitely a tough proposition for the West Indies here. But with Hayley Matthews, anything can possibly happen, and we know how this game of cricket goes. Big performance from a big player can get the team over the line. Stefani Taylor not here, Deandra Dutton retired. It's an opportunity for someone else
To step up
definitely
and find the path. The right path would be for West Indies victory. As far as the England team is concerned, they have things covered and they should be looking at a victory. As Marley Richards would have said, someone has to step up. In this case, the West Indies having brought back Shemaine Campbell, who was out via injury, playing in her 100th ODI, and she would want to celebrate that or seal this one off. Hayley Matthews, on the other hand, as the captain would have said, I took responsibility by inviting the visitors to bat first, and that worked against us. So what we're going to have here is Hayley Matthews opening the innings along with Alia Allen, and that combination will get things on the way for the West Indies. What do you expect in terms of the opening bowlers for England? It looks like Cross is going to pick up the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. She has what? 2 slips, a third man. And here we go. The first ball is a wide. So credit to the West Indies without a ball being bowled.
Okay, Cross starting with a wide, yeah. Back into this England lineup now in the last year or so. She's done very well. She's played 51 ODIs, so into her 52nd match here on this tour. Okay, Cross.
Matthews, dominant figure in West Indies cricket. Years gone by, it would have been a balanced West Indies outfit. Not taking any credit away from the current team, but you go back to not only winning the ICC T20 Championship, but responsibilities were shared. Now with the retirement of key players and injury to others, it has been much of a Hayley Matthews scenario for success. And she is showing intent early that she's confident, because perhaps some other approach could have been get into the middle order and fight defending, and she's prepared to come out and fight from the start.
And that's what happened against New Zealand. You know, we saw her batter number 5 in that tournament, in that series actually. Back at the top of the innings here, leading from the front. That's what you want to see.
She's beaten by a good delivery, perhaps stretching out a bit.
And that's what Cross is going to do, Seth. She's just going to be between wicket and wicket, a bit of shape away from the right-handed batters. And she's picked up 69 wickets in her career in the 51 matches, with a best of 5 for 24. 2 5-wicket hauls as well, so
Aline,
a very good performer.
the non-striker would want to model her captain. Good over so far on the part of Cross. She would be happy. Wide and 4 dots following. Aline watches, and she has the capacity to do well against New Zealand. She got into the 40s pretty early in the second game, opening the batting. Matthews covers up once again, and she's content to feel the bat on the ball. Anything else, it's anticipation of a good knock. Skiver would have really set things ablaze for England, but she also had good support.
And just watching things, I wonder what's happened to Renice Boyce, to be honest, if you can remember her.
Matthews
Ariel
drives 4 runs.
It's timed sweetly, wasn't it?
Timed sweetly to really rush to the boundary, and she does it so easily, flowing off the bat like honey. She gets off the mark, and the West Indies, after 1 over 5 without loss.
And to be fair, I think this is the way to go for Hayley Matthews, regardless of how strong your batting lineup is. You're best suited at the top of the innings, leading from the front. I know it's added responsibility. She's got the world on her shoulders in this team, that's for sure. And at times that can be a bit restricting, you know, in terms of her really expressing herself. But that shot there tells me that she's pretty confident and keen to face up to that new ball early in the power play when the fielding restrictions are on. You need your best players.
Key.
Yeah, you need your best players in to take advantage. And it's definitely the way to go. But with Aline now, her being her partner, it also just highlights the issue of the West Indies just looking for batters.
Bell. Aline is beaten. The ball goes down past the wicketkeeper. Will it beat the fielder? It goes into the boundary for 4 leg byes. So Aline got one that came back at her, and Jones could not stop it. So still a good start to the West Indies innings. If we were to assess England's innings, the power play, or the first power play, was not anything exceptional. In fact, not even the second, because after 15.5 they were 81 for 3. So their batting really took dominance.
39 for 2 within the first 10.
Precisely.
As well.
So if you were to look at that in your assessment, then you may well say that it is gettable. It's a good pitch. A 300-run pitch has to be a good pitch. Only difference, the West Indies will be batting under the lights.
I mean, in the Super 50 semi-finals, there were 1,200 runs scored here in the two semi-final matches. Each team scored over 300.
So all that information perhaps could well be passed on to the West Indies, that don't be worried about what you see on board. It's the nature of this pitch.
And what we saw as well, even under the lights, conditions for batting become even better. The main issue is whether there'll be any dew about You know, the ball tends to soak up that moisture and get heavier, but it's better conditions under the lights for batting as well.
Well, Aline, looking as though she wanted to go through the mid-off extra cover region, but instead got the ball down to mid-on. Needs to just keep a cool, steady head. With the captain at the other end, you can rotate the strike, which was in fact the strength of the England team at the start of the innings. Showing patience, having the capacity to defend, Ali. So 9 without loss.
And I think that 40 you were talking about probably came in a T20, didn't it?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes, and this is ODI.
Highest score of 27 earlier, Aline, averaging 11.33. So
How
at the
contrasting that those teams are.
At the top of our innings with those numbers. But
She goes big. Pulls up in front of the boundary. She gets 2. So you're speaking about the contrast between both teams. You look at a team with batters averaging in the 40s.
Capsey's young in her career.
That's right.
So she's still got a long way to go. But you look at Beaumont, Siva. Look at their numbers batting.
Comparatively.
Yeah, comparatively. It's
In the
definitely
West
an uphill
Indies,
task.
you can only pull out one. And in the England team, you can pull out several.
Yeah,
With
at least
both the
3 or 4.
experience, with the track record, with the stature, understanding how to win with the experience. So these are some of the challenges. And if you really want to do well, you have to start now.
But Aline almost looks like she's been sent out here to take advantage of the power play. To get the West Indies off to a fast start here.
And to ease the burden off the captain.
Yeah, definitely. I worry for Haley, I'm not going to lie. There's so much asked of her, you know. Is it sustainable?
That's the question, because my concern for her is not say this match. It's about the burden leadership brings. You're an all-rounder. You may not be as matured. I don't know her temperamentally, so we can't comment. Stacey and may be better at assessing that. But the challenge with that, could it impede your strengths, the burden of captaincy? Wow, this time it's a Chinese cut, we call it. She was playing outside the off stump and searching, and that one came back. Mali missed the stumps and went down to fine leg.
Yeah, Cross just getting that one to seam, actually. Just come back at Haley Matthews. Inside edge, but good enough to get 1. 7 off 8 now.
I was saying to Stacey and King that the 300 is unlike an Australian 300 when you would be belted all over the park.
It was almost surgical at times.
Very surgical and clinical. It was just, they did everything to precision. Very precise in the run in between the wicket. Very precise in the placement. We got the first 6 of the innings in about the 46th over. So you recognize there that it was just happening without one recognizing how clinical this performance.
Especially that partnership between Siva and Danny Wyatt.
Arlene hits this one in the air. She will perish, will she? Yes. West Indies losing their first wicket. The thought of an aggressive Ali Allen dominating the power play has come to an end. West Indies losing their first wicket, comfortably taken by Dean off the bowling of Cross for 2, 14 for 1.
Yeah, just playing across that one, Alia Aline. Obviously, she was sent in to get on with things, to really look to apply pressure back onto these English bowlers. But Kate Cross, good enough there just to present the delivery, not in her hitting arc. Aline seems to like the ball full and in her area, just back of her length. Taking a top edge, easy catch. First wicket goes down, 14 for 1.
You don't want to be in a situation like this, losing an early wicket chasing over a run per ball, Because what it does, the next batter who comes in would have to check the approach, and in this case it's wicketkeeper bat Capsey Knight. So it would be interesting. She's also a senior batter and also provides a left-right combination for the West Indies. Your thoughts, Mally?
Yeah, she was pretty good behind the stumps today. Took everything that came her way, to be honest. One of the senior players in this West Indian team now, Capsey, alongside her twin sister, who's not in this.
Shauna.
Yeah, not in this squad.
Which is something that would raise an eyebrow.
Considering the batting available to us, or to the team at this stage.
Intends to get off the mark with the first ball, but does not.
30 years old now, actually, Capsey. Playing 84 in her 85th match here today. The highest score of 69 in just 2 half centuries. That's the issue. That's what we're talking about at the end of the day.
Consistency.
Coming in at number 3. Should be your best batters in that position. But to be fair, she is one of our best batters in this situation.
But may not have the stature as a player.
To show you some of the things that we're up against. Well, the West Indies are up against. Especially against a team like England. End of that crossover though.
15 for 1. So when you make the comparison, it's not just the issue that many people may raise regarding the pool of players based on population, but it's also the availability of quality players, high impact quality players. But they would have to ride through it because the opportunities have been given. CWI, they have ensured that over the last 4 years, several tri-series and hosting series, England, Australia, India, New Zealand, Pakistan have all come out.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day. That's been worked away.
4 runs.
Down to fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs to Capsey Knight. She's away.
Yes, smartly glanced. It was on the thighs and she just got inside the line and flicked it nicely. Good signs.
No real swing or shape from Bell so far.
Imagine coming from that height.
Gone around the wicket to...
Is she about 6'7"?
She's tall.
That's almost the Curtly Ambrose height. Maybe.
Not quite 6'7". She's probably pushing a 6'4", 6'5".
Well, this is a good delivery, but she steered it well in the end. She was hurried into that shot, handled it well. That one had on a bit more pace. And Knight continues to partner Hayley Matthews. How long this partnership would be is the issue here.
And even Bell, she's very inexperienced herself into her 4th match.
But yet,
it's a good mix of experience and youth. That's fair to say.
So you saw that even in the batting, starting with
Capsey and Beaumont, yeah.
another leg glance, this time by the captain. You mentioned about someone batting through, and I think that is critical. That's perhaps the captain's role.
Oh, definitely. It has to be. But that's why I worry about her, though, because you're asking her to bat through, you're asking her to score heavily, you're asking her to score quickly. You're literally asking Hayley Matthews to do everything.
To do everything.
Yeah.
Which is impossible.
It is.
So others would have to shoulder the responsibility.
Especially without Taylor in this team. Okay, Dottin's retired. That's one thing, yeah. But Taylor's injured. I think Shadeen Nation needs to step up. I know she's played for quite a few years. 36, I think, now. Very experienced. And at times she shows that she's got the capabilities. So I think there's a lot on her as well. Well, I'm looking to her, that's for sure. Shemaine Campbell as well.
And I think it strengthens the argument when we were speaking about Kai Shauna Knight that, okay, so she's out of the team when the strengthening of the batting was an issue.
Yes.
With Taylor out, her presence here would have offered, with Campbell's return, would have offered additional possibility of higher scores for the West Indies, but they have sought to look at bowling strength. Good to see young Schultz in the squad, but at the same time, it doesn't address
just not enough
the key
batting. That's fair enough.
Issue. Look at this game, 6-7 bowlers would have been bowled. Selman only bowled 2, so you have the bowling, but the batting.
That was the case in the last series as well. We mentioned Gajnabi batting at number 3, who she probably would have batted middle to lower order in her career. Maybe ideally suited at 7 or 8.
21 for 1, 308 is the magic total. An uphill task for the Haley Matthews-led West Indies team.
And I wonder why, even just using the Knight sisters as an example, why we haven't had just a little more consistency based on what we see from them, how they shape up, and their technique. They look as good as anyone, really.
Yes.
But they just don't have the results to go with it. That's something we have to address.
I always say cricket is not a pageant. It's not how good you look, it's how productive you are.
Yeah.
So the looks and productivity must go together.
Definitely.
And I always believe that quality is consistency. So if you're going to be a quality player, you have to be consistent at a higher level. Pulled away by Matthews. That will it be? Yes, 4. Will it beat? Oh, brilliant diving save. So we ask, will it be? And is it Beaumont says that it will not be? Oh, potential injury here.
Is that a cramp?
I am not quite sure.
It's getting stretched out.
Our eyes were on the ball and the brilliant feeling.
This is the expectation.
Amy Matthews is on her back, and she is attended to now by the physio after some assistance.
I think she's
from
cramping.
the England players could well be cramping after 50 overs in the field. So 6 signals have been made to the dressing room. So you spoke about the burden of expectation, and now you're speaking about injury.
And it's physical toll that the responsibility will have as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Psychological then affects the spirit, the physical.
Yeah.
Yep. So
she's down here cramping. It was a hot day today.
Yes, it was.
They were made to work out in the field as well.
Perhaps striding.
But you can tell she's in a bit of trouble.
She is. It is clear. Not looking so good for the West Indies. They would be hoping. And
I mean, those are the West Indies' hopes right there on the ground.
That's right. Couldn't put it a better way, Marley Richards. She's definitely grimacing in pain. So the question is whether it's a cramp or...
I think it's a cramp, but she's just it's not relaxing. So that's why we're seeing her in so much pain and writhing around. Keeps contracting.
So
there's a lot asked of Haley. I tell you, I can't say it enough. I hope she's strong enough and mature enough to come through this, because there's so much asked of her, and I think something needs to be done as well. We need to get in a room. Someone needs to have a word with Deandra Dutton.
I agree.
We're not going to win a World Cup without her, that's for sure. And our results aren't going to necessarily improve as we see Haley Matthews being lifted
off the field, and it is not looking good. No pressure is being placed on the left leg. The pads are off the left leg, and she would not be able to continue, at least immediately. because she's leaving the field. So another batter will come out. We are not sure whether she'll be able to resume or at what point she'll be able to resume, because the information we have is the same information the viewers have, because it is all happening at the same time.
Yep. What you're seeing is what we're seeing. And if you're a West Indian cricket fan, you would not like seeing what you're seeing on your screen.
Well,
Captain Hayley Matthews hobbling, being helped to the pavilion.
so ascend your prayers. That's what the West Indians used to do in those days. But
Brings Rashada Williams to the crease, though.
yes, and then perhaps a situation like this would then provide other players with the realization that what they do matter. So we're looking at it now. Rashada Williams replacing Hayley Matthews. Retired, not out, so she's retired hurt in the technical sense.
And we spoke about the multiple centurions in the England lineup. Just 2 in the West Indian batting lineup. Hayley Matthews, actually, you'll have 3 of the 4 centuries, and Jermaine Campbell the other.
Rashada Williams defends her first ball.
Now, this girl has potential. This is someone, a batter that definitely has the potential to go on to better things. Whether she will, that's another thing.
The opportunity is there.
She's got good technique. She can play most of the shots. It's just consistency.
And she plays this one well. Not a full-blooded pull. Just worked it around. Forward of square to get off the mark with 2.
And that's a good shot for her, because what we have seen from her is she just tends to get stuck early into her innings and allows those dot balls to build up. And then the pressure gets to her, and then she plays a rash stroke. If she can take a page out of Siver's book and just look to maneuver the balls a bit more into the gaps. It's like, got to be looking to... And run hard as well. That should be a big part of her batting.
And run well.
Yeah.
Because one of the things with Knight, her partner, is that Knight likes to run, but sometimes runs before she sees exactly where the fielder is.
Got to have that loud, clear communication. That's the key. And these are basics, to be honest. Just like that. You see what I mean? She's got solid technique. She looks good. Definitely one of the better young batters in terms of technique. Rashada Williams.
21 for 1. And England.
She's only played 19 games. This is being her 20th. Just a 1/2 century. 78 not out. So she's had a level of success already. We've seen it.
And a good reference point.
Yes, can that be replicated over and over again? Best players are the most consistent ones, that's for sure.
Lovely shot out towards cover. Stretching the fielders. Will not get to the boundary. 3 runs. Quality stuff.
It was timed quite nicely, wasn't it?
Yes.
From Knight. Just pushed into the offside, almost made it down to the boundary. Picked up 3 runs. Good start from Hirsch. 9 of 8 deliveries.
And both are good touch players. But need that rotation, would need to
is
believe in
key.
themselves.
Absolutely key for these two.
Consistently pressing it. Bell would love to get into the wicket column and join Cross. Williams pulls out of that, perhaps a fly or something, or yes, she's having to fan a few away. She says that it's ready. Sometimes, though, batters may do that. to put the bowler's rhythm off the path. But I know that was a genuine situation.
Probably just missed her run.
Defends well.
Solid. Very solid. But if just speaking about the rotation and striking, the strike rates for these two, Capsey Knight 53.09, Rashada Williams 46.17. So that's why I said it's key for these two that they rotate the strike. Don't allow these dot balls to pile up and for the pressure to build. Because that's been the mode of play that's got them in the most trouble.
When you look at it, oftentimes they may find themselves, though, maybe batting with a dominant player, a dominant Haley Matthews, a dominant Dottie, and a dominant Taylor.
Which
And
would
may
take the
decide
pressure off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And may decide to play second fiddle.
Right.
But now here is the opportunity
That's what I'm saying.
to take full responsibility.
Capsey is now the senior batter in this batting lineup, especially with Haley Matthews indisposed.
Hooked. Oh, 4 runs. Beats the gallant effort on that occasion, Mali. And is this another injury?
I think it was a
Not-
bit. She landed a bit awkwardly. I'm not sure. It looks
Ball was
like
hooked around and
she landed a bit on her shoulder, neck area,
wow. Let's hope that is not
and she's not up.
anything serious.
She kind of, she landed very awkwardly that dive. She jumped and dived, came down quite hard.
This is not looking good. Thought she was coming around. The ball bounced. And, well, we're seeing good signs. at
Seems to
least.
be okay. Maybe just a bit
Yes.
stunned.
Yes, we're seeing good signs.
It's Capsey. It's young Capsey. The young 18-year-old. She's still down. She did land on that neck area.
But at least we're seeing good movements. A little bit in the feet. Well, being twisted by the physio. The left shoulder.
Could it be shoulder just possibly popped out? Don't know.
The signal has been sent for
Probably for a
support.
stretcher.
So what a
It's been an
dramatic
eventful start.
change.
Very eventful,
We're
hasn't
seeing
it, sir?
Within 2 overs, Haley Matthews
Captain Matthews, she's
walking
gone.
off, hobbling off, supported, and now
The young star in the making, she's down.
that's the hard part of sport, the injury side of it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a lot asked of you, like you said, not just psychologically, physically as well.
And you can see there is a concern because even panic because there are 3 players around her and the other players, some are in the center group here, others are over there. And Malia, I don't know about you, but I'll be honest, that I'm one of the players when I played.
You didn't want to be around.
I didn't want it. When I see an injured player badly, I just don't want to see it.
It depends on the injury, to be fair. If it's something extra gruesome, then
Yeah, I don't
I
want
agree
to
with
see
you.
it. I would step away and you know,
Yeah.
with respect, I don't want to see
Like a
that.
dislocated finger or something.
Yeah,
just
I can
hanging out.
handle the finger, but an ankle,
Cool, so you're quite
me.
squeamish.
I don't want to see that. So, assistance,
As we
medical
see
assistance.
A
has
replay
been
of what
given.
happened.
The ball was played, yes.
Gone past her, kind of landed on her shoulder, that left shoulder. and
She was trying
stayed
to
down.
save it, yes. And she was sort of wrong-sided because she didn't go to the right. The ball was to her right.
She
but
went with
instead
the
she
opposite
went
hand.
with the opposite hand, hoping to knock the ball back and then fell awkwardly.
And that's something we see a lot, you know, even
Yes.
it's not something as a young kid that I saw a lot, especially for
in-
goalkeepers. Now, as
You're
I've
seeing
gotten
it
older, I'm
very-
seeing a lot more.
Yes, in fact, in not to digress, but in watching the Super 50, I saw the young wicketkeeper for the academy actually going for everything.
Reverse hands on.
Yeah, and okay. I'm trying to process that in my mind, and I just figured that he may be most comfortable doing that, but at the end of the day, the potential.
Even from a reach perspective, there's more reach using
Yes.
the right hand to the right side, or the appropriate hand as
So
opposed to
if you have
right.
just joined us here and you're seeing things on your screen, the news is that England batted first here in this first CG United ODI between England, the visiting team, and the West Indies here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. England posted a huge 307 for 7, and once the West Indies started their reply, Haley Matthews, the West Indies captain, who started the batting, had an injury, which we are yet to confirm the nature of it, but we know it's the left leg, whether it's a cramp, whether it's a hamstring, or whether it's another injury, we don't know. But she was taken off the field. And then within 2 overs, we have a situation where an injury which is being attended to on the field. Marley Richards, that is my concern. She is not yet up and taken, but she's on the field after what? We're in what? Over number 6. So 2 major injuries within 6 overs, or potentially major injuries within 6 overs we have witnessed at the opposite ends of the field. Now we see the medics are coming out with a stretcher, and on this occasion it is the young England opening bat,
Alice
Capsey, who opened the innings, scored 17, and perhaps was looking forward to a wonderful time in the field. The emergency medical services here, and they will miss her right arm off break bowling. So, but beyond that is the concern. So I would just say to those of you who are there, we have shown the replay over and over again. She did drop on the left hand coming over and just laid there. She has basically been at the same place. She has shown good movements, though we have seen at least the lower part of the body being moved, but the physio came and was attending to the left shoulder. And now preparation is being made for her to be taken. She is pretty much okay sitting up.
And this happened just below us, didn't it?
Just
sir?
below
So we
us.
had
We're full view.
good view of it. Landed very awkwardly on that left shoulder neck area.
She gets up. We know that she's okay, but the arm is strapped. The left arm is strapped to her. We just want to say to those in England, especially the family, be of good cheer.
She's good. She doesn't actually, they don't need the stretcher
They don't
for
need
her.
the stretcher.
Wow.
Wow, that's like a miracle, man.
But
We are so delighted.
But they've
her arm is
stabilized.
strapped.
Yeah.
That's
great
courage.
news.
That is great news. So, need no major worry. Things have improved significantly. She's up on her feet, and perhaps the prospect, I can only smile or laugh now. Just enjoy, Mali, because it was really getting a bit ginger-like.
I know. I just looked away for a second, thinking, okay, they're just going to put her on the stretcher, but then I saw her on her feet.
Yes, she
She's walking
literally
in straight
jumped
to
up.
see. Yeah.
Perhaps mind over matter. I am not going on the stretcher. I am going to be okay. And she's been walked off by one medical practitioner along with her physio and a member of the England management staff. So we are so happy in spite of missing a few minutes in the game.
The sprightliness of youth. It's good to see.
That's right. So good news here. Good news for England, Mali.
Yes.
You would have had your time in England. You would have played first-class cricket in England. How daunting would it have been?
Oh, it depends on the time of the year, to be honest. The earlier in the summer it was, the more daunting it was, to be fair.
Back in action. Bell, good delivery, good throw. Didn't break the stump, so first ball after the break. The West Indies getting a single.
Good single.
31 for 1.
Good from Rashada Williams. 10 of 8 now.
So
That's how she needs to start her innings. Consistently.
they have now brought 3 slips in
Going for it.
for the left-hander.
Sensing an opportunity here. And
Knight
just like
is not
that.
obliged. She allows the ball to continue to drift towards off.
And this is something you saw in the men's game, and it's probably just crept into the women's game as well, in terms of just going around the wicket right away to the left-handers, looking to angle the ball in and shape it away
That's
late.
right.
It's quite skillful stuff. Started a bit too wide by Bell on that occasion. That's a good delivery, though.
Knight, though, opened the face of the bat. It had the confidence not to leave it, but to play it. That completes the over. Quite a long over, not in terms of balls, but in terms of the break we had. And it is 32 for 1. After sticks, still scoring at a relatively good rate, but the reality, the West Indies losing their opener, Ali Allen, pretty early in the innings, and then Hayley Matthews retiring hurt after an injury to her left leg, which we are uncertain of her position. And they are riding on a very tough target, 307 for 7 made by England.
Still a long way to go here for the West Indies. But they've got to put the partnership together, and they've got to still be positive.
Tempted drive, beaten in the prospect. Well, what I saw here, Mally, she was up shaping to play through the covers. The prospect of a boundary, but the ball was actually angled in to her and then left her.
Just went away the last second.
Perhaps she needs to get the left leg out and forward, not just out. This time she shuffles across and defends. Cross is warming up nicely.
Yeah, she's not going to do anything overly special here, Cross. She's just going to bowl in between wicket and wicket. Just look to move the ball either way. Off the pitch. At times through the air, she gets that outswing as well.
Short delivery.
Went for a bouncer there.
Yes.
Didn't quite get up.
Goes for a bye.
We saw one bouncer earlier, didn't we?
Yes.
When England were batting.
Well, perhaps that's part of the tactic, because we also saw one. In fact, the ball that caused the injury, well, not that caused, that went for 4. It was a bouncer, a short one, that was hooked. So perhaps part of the ploy.
2 slips and a gully for Cross. And that's where, with softer, just a bit softer hands, the ball was hit into the gap. Both fielders had to move. So in fact, if Rashada Williams and Capsey Knight were on the same page, that should have been a single.
Should have been.
Yeah.
Should have been. I'm going to tell you a story after this delivery.
That's a good shot. With the swing though, back into the left-hander.
I know you don't remember this, but a few years ago, after your dad's retirement, Saviv's retirement, they were playing a Masters game at the Antigua Recreation Ground against the younger guys, and he was playing among some Leeward's players. And you wondered, I think Saviv was about 50. You wonder who was the young man on the field based on, I'll get back to that, based on how they were running.
Right.
Because here is the thing. Saviv may not be batting. He has the bat in play, but he's walking with the bowler. So the motion has already started. And the young players from the Leewards who were batting with him, they were not doing the same thing. They were trying to start the run from a dead flat foot position. We're seeing a similar situation. It should not be happening.
Yeah,
over 20 years after with another team.
I mean, there's a technique to it, for sure. And those guys were great exponents of it.
That's right. You learn it, and it's part of the game. Every ball, if you're not on strike, you want to play it. So you heard Haley Matthews having to retire hurt. When we get an update, we'll be happy to know that it looks good. We are not sure. Rashada Williams, she's the one brought in to replace Haley Matthews. Kaishona Knight is on 9. They each would have faced 12 deliveries. Cross has bowled well her 4-1 for 11. And Bell, who is walking back to her mark, none for 17 in her 4th. Pulled around nicely.
It's gone short again, Lauren Bell.
Part of the plan.
Testing out the middle of the wicket.
Having the player back on the boundary. Part of the plan.
Yeah, it is back on the square leg boundary. Subfielder on for Alice Capsey. Looks like he could be.
Once again, angling in and then leaving the left-hander. Elected not to play. You yourself a left-hander. And that great square drive, that
Freya Kemp actually on for Alice Capsey, number 73.
and that great shot backward of point, that's a left-hander stroke. Would she be tempted to play that stroke?
Definitely presented. But 2 slips there, she's got to be mindful.
But she elects to pull. Chance for the second, maybe belated, but
Good
she
running.
gets in the end.
Good running. Coming back for 2. Knight 11 of 14 now. So it's a good start for her in terms of building her innings. Think of when Siva was at the crease. How at times she would just maneuver the ball into the gaps.
I was wondering if Campbell would have, well, perhaps she may be due next in the context. That's wide of the off stump.
That's the one though, they're looking to lure her into playing that shot.
But I think she's aware of it.
It can be a strength and a weakness
That's
as well,
right.
especially for left-handers. She's got to choose the right one. You've got 2 slips and you've also got that point position, most catching.
Oh, she
That's the one.
nibbled at that, but fortunately didn't take the edge. 36 for 1.
8 overs gone now. And doing men's and women's games, it's clear to see the women get through the overs so much quicker, don't they?
Yes, you wonder why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't run as far and stuff, but they don't waste as much
They
time.
get back into action.
Yeah.
You know,
They just get on with
I
it.
saw an occasion when Gajnabi put down the catch off Grimon. Once the ball got back to her, she was just back to her mark and bowling.
Yeah, ready to
The
go.
men would have had some glares, would have asked some questions.
Bit of bounce.
Yes.
Saw her,
Defended well, nevertheless.
saw a couple bounce from the Sir Andy Roberts end early. I think it was Chanel Henry. when
Yes.
She had that new ball. It's the first time we're just seeing something bounce
From
from
this
the
end.
Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Kate Cross. Pretty tight stuff. Just 11 from her 4.1. It's good area.
Down the ground, but there are 2 players contending for it. Will they come for the second? No, they won't. The intent was good. Going down the ground, going over the bowler's head, but I thought it was sort of half-hearted. No power was given to it. The elevation of the elbow was not complete.
Wasn't played with any real conviction, I would say, there from Rashada Williams. It was there. You could tell what she wanted to do.
To be wholehearted in the stroke. Down the leg side, no ball signal. They were appealing. So the first no ball of the West Indies innings. So we'll see
A free hit here.
free hit. We saw a few, well, at least three, when England batted. 2 bowled by Selman and 1 by Grimman. So let's see what Knight does. Hit
Goes.
away for 4.
Brilliant shot. Over the offside, actually. Presented with width by Cross. Fully taken by Capsey Knight.
She kept her eyes on the ball.
Watched it all
She
the
was
way.
not trying to hoik or slug. She kept her eyes on it. Excellent movement of the feet. Over the top and into the covers for 4.
And that's something that Rashada Williams didn't do on her shot. That transference of weight. It wasn't a positive step into the shot.
So Stacey and King must be smiling. I know she will be coming up soon. Because she also had one of her contentions even against New Zealand is that senior batters who have been given that opportunity need to raise their hand up and say, here am I. And I think she's so right. And here is an opportunity.
Yet another breaking play, though. Not sure why.
Well, 3 players from the West Indies team.
Or the landing area, it seems like. Kate Cross has a bit of an issue. Don't know if it needs to be flattened or whether she's sliding or what.
So this is the 3rd break of the innings, and we are not even complete. We have not even
Not even
completed
through the
first
power play.
man. So quite an interesting situation. During the England innings, the intensity was just so constant. You didn't even have time to let up. Can't even count on a break apart from when a player was leaving the field when they were out. But this is a peculiar innings.
Also, you felt like the captain was continuously under pressure as well in
That's
terms
right.
of having to juggle her bowlers and which bowler from what end. It's almost
And that's one of the things we didn't see. You know, the old virtue of slowing down the game. Not wasting time, but slowing it down at some points, having some discussions.
having done a few women's games now. This is what happens. The women just get on with it, which I like.
That's the spirit of the game.
Yeah.
So we see some sawdust. Would have been brought out by one of the groundsmen. Has been filled by the crease and also at the run-up. Wow, so she's very precise about where she runs from.
Seth, if you're gonna hit with power, you're gonna you have to have a solid base as well.
That's
and
right.
that was something that we saw from Danny Wyatt. Very
That's right.
solid base. Just hit through the line. You didn't see her walking into the shots or walking after the
That's
shot
right,
was
like
played.
the
She
other
was just stable
standing.
and there.
And I thought
Good
that
power
helped her.
position. Something Rashada Williams and a few others can
And
just
they're about the same height.
can just look to emulate. It's something you have to practice though. That's for
right.
sure. And also Danny Wyatt definitely has a good bat. That bat movement. That's for sure.
Has to be
Yep.
power from the batter and the power from the bat. Cross is ready. 42 for 1. Oh, Knight gets a brilliant Yorker. That one will go down to fine leg for 4. It does. It's leg by. I thought it hit the bat. It was angling down the leg side. And let's hope that she's okay, that it's not the toes. Because that one raced down to the boundary, Mally.
Looked like he came off the heel, but maybe she just got an edge on that as well.
Yes, because it got down there quickly. So perhaps it's the steel covering of the toes. Driven nicely. They are coming through for a quick single, and they've gotten it rather comfortably in the end.
Yeah, it was hit straight to the fielder and they set off. And the ones where the fielders actually have to move, maybe with softer hands as well, they don't choose to run.
Well,
So
they're clear what they want to do, and that is important. they want to.
Nice loud communication though. Cross again.
Williams tries to work it down, loud appeal. Definitely not out. The ball was high. Heading down the leg side, 47 for 1.
It might seem quite innocuous, but shouldn't really miss out on that one. Bit of a nothing delivery just on her hip.
That's
She's got to get something on that and get a run. All these little things. These are the incremental improvements that she can definitely make. Not just her, but every batter, really, in this West Indian batting lineup.
And the idea, the ball angling down the leg side, that gives you the opportunity of pulling. 1 over remaining to complete the first power play. I think she's a bit, she's on the crease, playing well, but we're not seeing any backward or forward movement. Only on the time of impact, you may see a movement from the foot. The back foot moves slightly.
And that's why they've kept this 2 slips in, to be fair.
This time she works it around.
At times she just defends a little square outside that off stump.
But could reach, the extra reach, you know, could make the difference in pacing the field and allowing the ball to come onto you.
So that's kept the slip fielders interested.
However, Knight moves to 17.
Bell back over the wicket now to the right-handed Williams.
And only 1 slip.
I think her shape's mainly into the right-hander. England recognise that. So the position, the attacking fielding position here is a short mid-wicket, Sophia Dunkley. Just aiming, just look to honing on those stumps. Maybe catch Rashada Williams just falling over a little bit. So looking to create opportunities here, England, not just waiting for something to happen.
She's struck. And she is kneeling down. We're not quite sure where that may have struck her, but she's back up.
Looks like it probably missed that thigh pad. Maybe just hit her just below where the thigh pad would be. Just missing out on deliveries just in her legs, though, on her hips. Not sure if she's blocking herself on. Or that blind spot's coming into play.
Little psychological wins for England.
Once again.
Field is well set.
Very well set. For the bowling as well. Just bringing it back into the right-hander, looking to cramp her for room. Maybe just did have a pace there as well. Just bounced a bit actually on Williams. Did well to keep it down.
Williams again can't penetrate the field. Straight to the fielder. 48 for 1. Stacey and King will join you, Mally.
That's the end of the first power play here. West Indies in reply to England's 307 for 7, are 48 for 1. So from that perspective, almost ahead of where England were at a similar stage. Good evening, Stacey and King.
Good evening, Molly, and good evening to our viewers. Yeah, similarly, England, after their first power play, they were 2 for 47.
So 1 ahead on runs and 1 less wicket. So at this stage, it's fair to say the West Indies are ahead of the game.
And now they've got 2 players retired, hurt, well, injured, Hayley Matthews and Alice Capsey.
Yeah, 1 for each team.
Skeet Ross continues. I like what I see from Capsey Knight. She's really stuck in She's on 18 of 23. But I like the approach, the intent to stay there, to not fish at balls that are outside that off stump, which tend to trap her previously.
Yes, yes. You would know you played a bit with her as well.
This is good from Rashada Williams. Worked into the leg side. And she's been hit twice on that left thigh.
Just getting a bit too square on, I think, at times. Just needs to stay a little more side on. Just let the ball come in. Just turns all the way around. But it's something she'll learn. These are young players, and being exposed at this level, they're not the most experienced as well. So it's going to take some time.
And she has come a long way, Rashada Williams, because previously she would have been trapped a lot in that playing in that slip region, getting caught in that region. And of course we saw a few short balls from Lauren Bell to her. Wasn't pretty comfortable playing those short balls, but she's improved, and to me that's a tick in the right direction.
This one's been swung away, not quite short enough, but she's got good bat on this one. Fielder at fine leg comes all the way round to do the fielding at square leg, just in front of square actually.
Yeah, she's almost playing Alice Capsey role.
Looking to be positive. Yeah, she's 13 of 23 now. She's definitely got the ability, got the technique.
Yeah, and taking on Kate Cross, one of England's
Premier
most senior bowlers.
Yes, Rashada Williams looking up for the fight here this evening. Well, you could just see that there. Oh, a bit of indecision. Rashada Williams just hesitating. Capsey Knight says, I'm sorry, that's probably my bad. But it doesn't come back to haunt the West Indies. Come through for another run.
Yeah, they've got to maintain that good communication, and just as we saw with England.
That intent. She really gets through these overs though, this Kate. Actually, it was Nat Siver.
Yes.
It was Nat Siver actually bowling her first over.
Similar style.
Very similar. Wow. Only going for 6 runs though. Didn't pick up a wicket. So a bit of a change here by England. Siver bowls those cutters. Slower deliveries. She'll look to get through her 10 overs as well. Especially in these conditions. She could be a bit of a handful for the batters in terms of timing the deliveries.
And now we see the introduction of spin. Sophie Eccleston from the Andy Roberts end.
If I'm not mistaken, the #1 spin bowler in women's cricket. Left arm orthodox. And she's improved leaps and bounds. I remember seeing her first time up, and she just used to float these deliveries really high, throw them up, and now she's just in control and command of what she does. Bowls the arm ball, the slower one. Good start from Williams though. Just played behind square. It's going to come back 4-2. The score moves on to 56 for 1.
Yeah, very well played. Well, good use of that pace from Eccleston. And she's quite tall as well. So that range that she'll be coming from, that trajectory.
Gets right over the top. Just like that.
Yeah, I like the advancement. I like what I see from Rashada Williams.
Looking to be positive. 19 from 27 deliveries now. But she's presented a chance, and Eccleston almost thought it was coming to her quicker than it did.
Yeah, another delivery, another opportunity that needs to stick. but well driven, very firmly driven from Rashada Williams. And again, Eccleston, being as tall as she is, just dives across to her left.
That needed to stick, as you said,
Yeah, just
Stacey,
one hand. And it was her dominant hand as well.
The left hand, I think she'll be a little disappointed. Knowing her as well and how competitive she is, and how up for the fight. Never short of a word as well.
Yeah, I think that's an English thing.
Yes, that's for sure. Tossed up delivery there. Nice solid block from Williams. This is what she does though. She gets through these overs very quickly. So she's already bowled 5 deliveries. It's been 30 seconds, if that. Goes past the outside edge to end. So she starts. Her first over goes for just 2. Score is 56 for 1. Williams 16 off 30. Knight 18 from 24.
Yeah, I like the adjustment in the ending, would have pulled back that length a bit rather than the driving length from previous balls to Rashada Williams.
Yeah, just making that adjustment, and that's the thing with these English players, and very aware, quick to make adjustments on the fly as well. It's going to be Siva to continue. I'm still amazed at how much he looks like Kate Crush from behind. The run-up's the same and everything. Wow.
Really handy with ball, not Siva.
Genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, reminder, she would have scored 90 from 96 during their batting innings. Now she continues to Capsey Knight. It's a good backward or back foot punch from Knight. It's a bit of miscommunication again. And finds the gap quite nicely.
She's also got 63 ODI wickets, Stacey. The best of 4 for 59. So she's been a consistent performer with both bat and ball for England. Nat Siva. Legs really pump away as she gets to the crease. Real
Yeah, high knees.
high
Yeah.
knees. It's like the high knee exercise run-up. Lot of energy. 58 for 1 now.
And they just keep, every time they rotate the strike, they keep moving, well, changing field, left hand, right hand combination.
Something that tends to put bowlers off. And it's hard work for the fielders because they've got to move and get to different positions. They maybe got to go from one side to the next.
Well, the only good thing about this for England is from the time in which we are playing.
The sun isn't up. You're right. You're right.
There's good conditions for this.
Missing out there, Knight. Short wide outside that off stump. No fielder on the boundary on the offside. We just need to get some sort of bat on that.
Yeah, she can't move too much as well because Amy Jones is right behind the stumps. So any movement she'll have to make will have to be lateral.
Definitely can't advance. Something that we saw the English batters, and that one just took off from a length, didn't it? Beat Capsey Knight outside that off stump. Good end to that Siva over. 13 overs gone. It's 58 for 1.
Yeah, these last few overs, just 2 runs being scored off it. So England being able to just restrict the scoring from West Indies, which is unlike what we saw from England when they batted.
That's true.
They put West Indies bowlers under pressure. They've found spaces, they've found gaps, and they've been able to rotate the strike.
And that run rate just grew and grew as the innings progressed. Here, this run rate of 4.5, still some ways below the required run rate of 6.8. She's gone aerial. Good area though. Through that cover region, extra cover.
Seems like they'll pick up 3 good running, but a good shot from very good improvisation from Rashada Williams, opting to stand tall and just lift over that inner ring of that cover region.
Yeah, good shot. Punch shot there from Rashada, picking up 3. So you like her intent in her innings so far. Moves on to 23. Night 16 from 29. So she's in, but both of them actually, they've got starts, they're in. Got to go as deep as possible. Still got to find ways to put pressure back onto these English bowlers. And it's another one goes down. I've lost count. I mean, I was at 7, I think, combined chances today going down.
Match, yeah.
Yes.
But this time around, an opportunity now to, she would have dismissed both players.
Yes.
Via the same route, bowled on court.
Rashada Williams in consecutive overs as well. Sophie Eccleston. So she'll be very disappointed with that. I've seen her take some screamers, especially off her own bowling. She's almost known for taking good catches off her own bowling. Not the case this evening at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 2 going down in consecutive overs.
I just wonder if it's in night time that's...
What is it? Well, can't be the bulbs or the lights. They've been fixed. There was a bit of an issue during that Super 50 tournament, especially down here on the onside to the left hand. There was a bit dark. Bit of bounce.
And some tune as well.
Yes. Just turned a bit too much, though, down that leg side. Going to be wide. So things just maybe just starting to happen for England. Things that they'd like to see. It's good running. It's good running.
A good response from Rashada Williams. But again, this is what they need to do. Start either just taking the pace off and getting runs, whereas you force a change in field, you force players to come in, you force the bowler might think they need to change something, and then open up other areas.
Makes it easier to play the aerial stroke, you're right, over the fielders, crowding the batters.
As I said, it's a mental game, so...
This one's edged away. Only going to get 1, though.
I like this from Rashada Williams. She is getting forward and actually just trying to keep that bat face down as well. So no chance for an edge to carry to slip.
Soft hands. Very good batting from Rashada Williams. And it's a key, especially to spin, to play with those soft hands. 14 gone. Looks like we're actually 15 gone. Looks like we're going to have a drink.
Just to summarize how things have gone thus far, West Indies women 64 for 1 after 14 overs. Well, Capsey Knight is there on 14. She's there on 20. And Rashada Williams is on 21. Hayley Matthews, she retired hurt. And Aliyah Allen, wicked to have fallen. She went for 2 off 8. Caught Charlie Dean Bowl and Kate Cross. So a nice little partnership, rebuilding phase for West Indies women. But they'll hope that Hayley Matthews, that whatever injury she has suffered, that it isn't to that extent that she cannot return.
Yes, definitely need her in this batting lineup, or just in the team generally. She looked in a lot of pain, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, she did. And we saw that when she was fielding, she attempted to run at to take a catch. And you can just see that she held that hamstring a bit. So probably just not enough time to get into the ice
To
or
recover, and to get the
between.
amount of fluids that she would
Yeah.
need on board.
And again, remember we spoke about her being at WBBL, which is a T20 format, so now a longer format. Now this is Caribbean's hot sun.
Exactly, and just coming
so just
off
taking a toll on her as well.
long haul flight as well. You know, from Australia all the way here. Definitely
So at
take
least
its
2
toll.
days, yeah.
Mm.
Travel.
I think it took me 23 hours flying hours from Antigua to Australia. It's a long time. A long, long time. But see the England women bowling figures here. Kate Cross, 4 bowlers used. The 3 seamers and the 1 spinner. Cross, 5 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Lauren Bell, also 5 overs, 18 runs, no wickets. Nat Siva, 2 overs, 8 runs, no wickets. And Sophie Eccleston putting down 2 catches in consecutive overs off both Rashada Williams and Kaisia Knight. She's bowled 2 overs for 8 runs and no wickets. So still a long, long way for us to go here this evening, Stacey. 64 for 1 is the score.
Yes,
in reply to England's 307 for 7 from their 50 overs.
Yeah, another 244 runs required from 36 overs.
Long way.
It's going to take some doing.
Players are back out, well refreshed after the drinks break. In fact, it was 14 overs, not 15. 14 overs gone here. 50 over match between England and the West Indies women. It's always a fun time when England and the West Indies get together, that's for sure. Siva to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. She's gone short.
Short and quick.
With the keeper standing up as well. Interesting tactic there. Amy Jones.
She has a deep third in place, but there's no extra cover. There's no one in that cover region. So an option or an opportunity for Rashada Williams to look at scoring in that area.
Yes, we've got the deep square leg as well. Behind square on the onside to Rashada Williams. Down there on the boundary. Maybe just letting her think there might be some short stuff on the way. That's for sure. Saw that from the first delivery. She's gone short again. Oh.
And backing away this time. And again, I mentioned that Lauren Bell bowled a couple short ones at Rashada Williams because it's a known fact that she's a bit afraid or a bit fearless or susceptible to those short balls. And this time around, Nat Siva opting to deliver 2 quick ones at her.
You saw how sharp Amy Jones is as well behind the stumps. Almost just waiting for Rashada to overbalance there. So very crafty wicketkeeper as well, Amy.
Something we know Sarah Taylor was very well known for.
Yes, so just wait. Just wait.
Till that leg comes up.
And then the bails would be off. And you'd be like, what's happened? I think I remember Alex Stewart doing that one time to Brian Lara quite a few years ago in a one-day international. It's gone short again. Misses out on the pull shot, but hits the body. Gets actually no runs signaled. I think it took the bat.
May have come off the bat first.
First before hitting the body. Williams moves on to 25. It's pulled away again. So short line of attack here from Siva. This time to Capsey and Knight, and it's pulled away into that square leg boundary.
Yeah, attempting that short ball at the left-hander, and that is a left-hander's glory. And of course, the field isn't set for that either.
Exactly. Capsey and Knight does well to capitalize on that. Like you said, no fielder on the boundary on the onside to the left-hander. Open spaces, vast open spaces for her to hit, and she was good enough to find them. 21.
Sophie Eccleston continues.
24 from 34. Knight is actually. Sophie Eccleston, main trump card, one of the trump cards for England, with her left arm orthodox. Just in the last over, maybe starting to get a bit of turn and bounce. She's created 2 opportunities, hasn't been able to take them. Misfield there by Sophia Dunkley. It's important Williams keeps up with the rate here.
Yeah,
Doesn't get too far behind.
Yeah, they just need to keep rotating. They've picked up 5 runs in the last 2 overs.
Yep. And one of those was a boundary of the last delivery of the last over. So,
which is totally different to what we've seen from England. Their approach is go hard early in the over and then pick up singles.
if anything, pull back towards the end. Different modes. I think Knight is absolutely key here, though, especially with the absence of Matthews. With her experience, it's just an opportunity for her. Why not get 100 on an evening like this, you know?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Get some runs under your name.
Definitely.
Help your team achieve some points, because both teams come into this series having lost their first ODI series in the ICC Challenge.
And we all know how critical points are in that ICC Challenge. Absolutely critical. But it's the end of that Eccleston over. The score is 70 for 1. 16 overs gone now. 34 remain. Kate Cross seems to like that song. I haven't seen too many extras from the English bowlers as well. They've been quite disciplined. I think Sherry-Ann Fraser just pushing the ball wide early down the leg side, just struggling for a little discipline. Every run counts, Stacey-Ann.
And that Siva continues. And Shada Williams probably just unsure of what delivery is going to come on her after those 2 short balls.
She's definitely off balance now, and that's something that Siva would have wanted to do. Just keep her off balance.
It's also an interesting feel because there's a player now square by the umpire.
Like well in front of square.
Almost forward square.
And you've still got a straight catching mid-wicket.
And I think that's because previously Rashada Williams played a couple balls just across, almost like a tug into the leg side, and was able to pick up runs.
They've also probably just noticed that she gets a bit square and the ball's a bit straight.
I think it's a 51-run partnership now between this pair.
Oh, it's beautifully played. Good hands.
Will
It's probably
it run
going to
away?
make it to the boundary.
It
Good
does.
shot. Good innovation from Williams.
Yeah, again using that pace from that Siva. And they've got that third, that deep third, which is almost more squarer. So using the pace and just guiding it down to that third man, that fine third man region, she gets the reward of 4 runs.
Very, very good batting.
Much needed runs for West Indies as well.
Oh, for sure. She's on 32 from 45 now. And it's very well timed. There is a fielder down there at third man, maybe just a little wide, maybe got 10 yards or so to run, but couldn't get there. Using that pace, as you said, just open the face.
And this has been a really good innings from Rashada Williams, 29 or 43 now. Just losing her shape that time around. Maybe should have decided to go straight down the ground rather than tug across the line.
That's what we've seen. What we saw from England earlier, actually, was they almost targeted the straight boundaries. Danny Wyatt in particular. Nat Siver as well. This one's been worked away. Should be looking for 2. Probably won't get it. But that's good batting from her there. Just allowing that one to come onto her hip. Working that into the onside for 1. The end of that Siver over 4 from her, actually. 17 gone, 33 remain. The score is 77 for 1.
And a few more overs like these are what West Indies need. 7 runs came off that over. And previously 1 run came off that 16th over. So they just need to keep going or scoring at 5, 6.
And they're finding run scoring not as difficult as maybe they would have anticipated, actually. Coming into this series, great conditions for batting. Let's be clear, the pitch is superb wicket for batting, not too much turn or too much inconsistent bounce. It's gone aerial and finds the gap, and that is going to be 4 beautiful runs for Rashada Williams, and she's starting to grow in confidence now.
Yes, she is. And that's a beautiful shot through that cover region. And that inner ring, and she pierced it with power.
Surgical precision there to find that gap. It's not a big gap between that extra cover fielder and the fielder at mid-off. Tiny gap. Managed to find it. Follows up with a solid forward defensive.
I like what I see from her and Rashada Williams.
Definitely
really
showing
coming
improvement.
into her game and understanding her role and the responsibility placed on her, and maybe seeing that opportunity that she can go on and score big.
She's gotten past the 50 mark one time.
It has a high score of 78 not out in Women's ODI, so an opportunity to do better.
Yes. She's got all the time in the world here in terms of her start and how much longer is left in this innings. Yet another rapid over from Sophie Eccles, but she's rattled through these 13 runs. 18 overs gone, scores 81 for 1.
I think if nothing else from a West Indies perspective, even if they don't think that they can get to that 300 marker, just using the opportunity to get as many as they can, bat out the overs.
Time in the middle.
Yeah, if you get to 250, that's a plus. Because previously against New Zealand, 165, 168 were their areas. So look at ways to at least improve on that team's target.
Even if you don't get the result that you want, you're still looking to make improvements. I have to agree with you there, and you're right, Stacey. And didn't score 200 at any point in that series against New Zealand.
And here we understand the first game, it was rained out, it was 35
yes,
overs,
yes.
etc. But there are other games that were 50 overs.
Yep.
So.
And they didn't manage to do so. Very good reply so far by the Windies in this run chase. 81 for 1, 18 overs gone, 32 remaining. It's going to be Charlie Dean into the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The right arm off spinner. 21 years old. Another young gun here. Just playing her 20th ODI.
And another young player who received a central contract
This year for the first.
the first time. And again, because of just what she's shown that she can do.
A bowling all-rounder at this stage, but you can see her batting definitely developing and improving, and maybe one day her becoming a genuine all-rounder.
And she was quite quick between the wickets when she batted.
Mm.
She scored 7 or 6.
Yeah.
Not out.
So she's got that ability. And she looks to give it an almighty rip as well. Something similar to Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, I like the length in which she's bowling. It's not too full.
Very good line as well, forcing the batters to play. I'm sure she'd probably enjoy bowling to the left-handed Capsey United a bit more. Threaten that outside edge. Fielders moved from the orthodox square leg position to more to behind square on the boundary.
Almost yorked. Almost yorked Rashada Williams.
What
with
did that miss?
Almost seemed as though it went between pads and player.
Didn't hear the death rattle. That's all that matters.
I think that's the other thing. She's not that tall, Charlie Dean, so she will skid through in these conditions.
She's got a nice, quicker delivery as well. Gets through these overs rapidly. Just one
run
coming from it. 19 gone. Scores 82 for 1. Still some 226 runs to get for the Windies, but it's been a good response so far. 88 for 2. 82 for 1, sorry. What am I doing? Adding wickets to the score.
As Sophie Eccleston continues. She's into her 5th over. She's bowled 4 for 13 so far. Economy rate of 3.25.
The night's gone high. She hasn't got the middle of the bat, and it's been put down. That's been put down at a mid-on position. Looks like Lauren Bell it was moving to her left. Or could have been Danny Wyatt. Not quite sure. Doesn't even matter. It's gone down. Yet another catch we see go down here today, Stacey. Bit of indecision. This is going to be close, and she's run out by a mile. Oh, unforced error. Rashada Williams, Capsey United, what have you done?
Yeah, just when a partnership that seemed to have been taking things away from England just a bit has been growing. Indecision, miscommunication between this pair, and we've seen a bit of it previously. Rashada Williams, well, she departs. She has to go run out on 34. Again, a start. Capsey United, well, she's in a bit of shock, but let's just have a look again. Look at the indecision. Rashada Williams starting and just having a shuffle, a back and forth, and then deciding to go through.
And it wasn't even the strongest throw as well, and she was still run out by a good distance, which tells us that run was not on in the first place, to be honest, Stacey Ann. But Rashada Williams has to go. Very good innings. But it's not enough here this evening. She goes for 34 from 54 deliveries.
Yeah, good little cameo, and again, unnecessary run out because you have a chance. You're
Very
eyeing
unnecessary.
a good score for yourself and for the team, a good partnership for the team, and yeah, miscommunication.
And we had a drop catch on the previous delivery as well. You probably thought, okay, just get back in your box, soak up whatever pressure's there, but definitely contributed to their own downfall there, that pair. That must be said.
Well, it now brings Shemaine Campbell, who is into her 100th ODI,
Yep.
to the crease.
Momentous occasion for her. She must be so proud. I'm not sure when she started her cricketing journey, she would believe she would be on 100 ODIs. Playing against England here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in a day-nighter. Wow. It's great to see how the women's game's grown. End of that Eccleston over, though. Didn't pick up her wicket herself, but it was a successful over for the team. Picking up that wicket via the run-out mode. 20 overs gone. Scores 84 for 2.
Look back at that run out and think to themselves that it was unnecessary. As Charlie Dean continues, this one worked her way into the leg side for a single. As I say, welcome back, Seth Burton.
Good night, Stacey Ann. The game was just being set up nicely before that run-out incident. Good to see a fighting spirit by the West Indies.
Yeah, driven nicely by Shemaine Campbell, but could only find the fielder. This has been good bowling from Charlie Dean. We mentioned before she's not very tall, so it's pretty skiddy. It almost goes into a Yorker length, and she gets Shemaine Campbell caught.
Yes, and caught because I think a lack of conviction. She was playing for the turn, but with no conviction at all. She rolled the wrist, and perhaps she didn't have a sense of where the fielder was because there was no reason for her. She could have waited. She could have picked the spot over mid-wicket if she wanted to play it in the air. But one wicket going down and then another within an over or in the space of a few balls, not good for the West Indies.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen a lot where West Indies women's cricket is concerned. When one wicket falls and literally you give away a wicket,
And you give away a second.
Then another one follows. This time around, Shemaine Campbell.
Because when we look at it, there was no merit, there was no reason for the run out, why that should have happened. And then there was no stress for the shot. It wasn't a meritorious delivery that forced Campbell into indiscretion. She just casually rolled the wrist over as though she didn't know that there was a short forward of square, gave her a wicket away, and perhaps giving England a full grasp on this game.
Yeah, because she was one of those players that is expected or was expected to stand up and put a challenge against this England bowling lineup.
It would have been disappointing for her in her 100th ODI. Did well in the field, but not showing up with the bat.
As Charlie Dean continues. Attempted sweep by Shadeen Nation. Umpire signals wide.
I think she has the right idea. Go for the sweep, not in the air per se, but the ball is angling down the leg side and you would try to contact. If you don't, you get the wide.
I might want to try softer hands into a paddle. Not exactly a paddle, but runs in that fine leg region area.
Yes, I was wondering what was the purpose for that appeal, because it was clear that that ball would have come off the bat. Nation gets off the mark in spite of the appeal. I get a sense, we mentioned about spin, the impact of spin. Eccleston, 5 overs, none for 15. And then we're seeing Charlie Dean getting into a groove here.
Yeah, just 3 runs scored off her bowling. She's into her second over and picked up 1 wicket.
87 for 3. West Indies entrenched at 82, 82 for 1. And then losing 2 wickets, it simply means that whereas that Williams-Knight partnership was growing, it shows that either there was a sense of complacency or sense of panic, but none of the 2 wickets, one would have said would have been forced, but they were basically conceded.
Yeah, England didn't have to do very much to get that wicket, which was very disappointing. It was a poor decision between those two. Now, Capsey Knight, well, she has to stay there. She has to bat as long as possible.
And the rate going up at over 7 now, climbing at 7.6 runs per over.
Well, a good side in the far end, Hayley Matthews, well, she's just doing some limbering up stuff. Seems to be going through the ladders.
Would you be risking her?
Well, if it was just cramps and nothing more, then she should be fine if she had a good stretch, etc. And may have taken some liquid in just to be able to recover faster to get out there. But in the context of this game, and they need their batters. They need batters to stick around as well.
Whereas the rate may be a bit high, the complexion was not different. England would have lost their 3rd wicket on 81, but that was in the 16th over, penultimate ball of the 16th. West Indies would be behind in terms of the rate. But in terms of the wicket, would have been even. But as this required run rate gets above 7, here it is where it gets sticky, it gets challenging for the batting team. And you can see England, even in their fielding, expressing exuberance and
very acrobatic and noisy as well. They're chirpy, they're supporting their players.
that's part of the team's culture. And the enthusiasm is so high after that maiden over that I'm sure that they would feel that they can just sail through it. They are still in the mode as though it is a very competitive fixture and they need to ease some tension, and that's when you can sense that that team spirit is really elevated, and that is a team that sense that they can win. And here is what a win means. It's a 3-match CG United series. 1 win, it simply means you're in a position that the 2nd win, you win the series. So this first game is always critical.
Yep. And then of course this is rainy season in the Caribbean, so
Yes.
you I'm not saying you should expect the games to be rain affected, but there is a possibility.
That's right. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That will be 4. Lovely sparkling drive. Beats the fielder coming around, and Capsey Knight at least is showing that she knows that she has to pick up the momentum here because the West Indies would have been down. But that one all along the ground, well placed, well timed.
Yeah, very good shot from Capsey Knight. Just opens the face, and one of her specialty shots as well as a left-handed batter.
She's the one who is seeing the ball, so she would expect to pick up the pace here. Nation has just arrived, but she has faced 7 deliveries, so she would need a little time to settle in. Full toss and swept. And here is one of the areas that I think they would need to improve is on these loose balls. See that full toss? That should be going for 4. We saw a few short ones from this to Sir Curtly Ambu's end. Short, 2 fielders on the leg, on the boundary on the leg side. Should have been spanked away to the boundary. Nation, you know she will take her chances. Going across the line, getting 2 runs rather nicely. So the urgency has to be shown. Even though the required run rate climbs, at least when they show that level of competitiveness, as they showed in the games against New Zealand, you know, at one time they looked as though they were out because of runs and they pulled back. Games going into super over in the T20s. So that's what we want to see, a fighting team.
Yeah, and to me, it's about the fight throughout. It's not about the fight to the end or to one part, or you start fighting and then you give up when you realize wickets or certain players have been dismissed and then you fight again. It has to be a general team effort where you fight because you want to win.
That's right. That's the reason for play. So with Haley Matthews, obviously, still to return. How long these two can keep it together. Not just keep it together, but as you say, to stay in the fight, keep scoring.
And we understand that the team is in a rebuilding phase because they've been missing, or they are missing, a number of senior players. As this one is played into the offside, backward square. Backward point by CG United, who picks up 2 runs at the end of the over. West Indies are 97 for 3.
Not bad. They're going at just over 4. The required rate is 7.8, which is high. But once they can keep rotating, keep turning it over, perhaps they can get some momentum. But they need to stay competitive. You need to try and keep things under control. 8 runs per over is not easy, not even in T20 internationals. But at the same time, you need wickets in hand. And they must keep that together. A wicket or 2, it's all England, and it will be humiliation.
And I did mention those players missing. I mean, one would think that it's far too many players that are missing to really pull together a good total or be competitive, because there's no Deandra Dutton, who we mentioned would have retired in July from international cricket or from West Indies cricket. And she's still playing T20 franchise cricket around the globe. And then, of course, Stephanie Taylor missing out on this series because of an injury. Anisa Mohammed opting for 6 months break, which again would have made a big difference in this bowling
That's right,
lineup.
the bowling.
So it almost seems as though the team is struggling in not just one area, but they're
Coming
not
together as a
coming
unit.
together as a unit in both areas to make it easier for themselves.
England would relish a victory here, a series victory. And after these 3 CG United ODIs, there are 5 T20s, and with the teams preparing for the ICC World Cup in February, even an ODI contest could have a psychological boost when the teams come together. In fact, West Indies and England, they're drawn in the same group for the T20 World Cup. So all psychological blows are important. Knowledge of players, how you play, how competitive you remain. Nation, she's one who would like to give it a big hit. Should be mindful that placement and timing are as critical as power.
Yeah, and against New Zealand, she did not feature in the first 2 ODIs. So an opportunity for her, where ODI cricket is concerned, to really up her game and show what she's capable of, because she has been around for quite some time, Shadi Nation.
Oh, she misses that one completely. It was outside the off stump. Widish kept low. She was in her mind trying to play through cover, but perhaps should have been positioned to drive it.
Yeah, she's played 59 matches, and in 52 innings, she has 812 runs with a high score of 51, an average of 17.65.
Need to do better as a batter. So, the opportunities have been there. Seniority is clear. But what needs to be evident is consistency and the capacity to be dominant to show that you deserve the spot. Knight, meanwhile, has moved to the top scoring position for the West Indies in this game. Rashada Williams, her partner when she was run out, when Williams was run out, scored 34. You look at England, the 307, no centurion, consistency, a pack that is playing as serious as any.
And partnerships, very good partnerships. And again, as we mentioned, even though they lost those 2 early wickets in the power play, they were still able to manage and build partnerships, rotate the strike, back themselves and their shot selection as well.
That's
so
right.
Really played a brand of fearless cricket.
Yes, their shot selection and their consistency, because one of the features we watched, 99 for 3 after 24. Well, in fact, we still have a ball to go. One of the features as well, they were at times walking into the shot, at times charging the bowlers. After 24, still 99 for 3, we have not yet seen a West Indian batter moving down the track to the line. I'm not saying you should be careless and do that, but we have not seen that sort of desire to change, cause the bowler to adjust the line or adjust the length. That is what I thought disturbed the West Indies bowling attack entirely throughout the innings.
Yeah, agreed. They weren't allowed to get in control or to stay in control, West Indies, while they bowled.
Now the single from Knight. Well, they're coming back for the second, a bit of sloppy fielding, and they have made it. And Knight has the capacity to play strokes, to rotate the strike. The 100 comes up off 24.1 overs. So West Indies 100 for 3. But one of the things is that they need to be clear how Knight would play. Is she the one who is going to take it?
Again, communication.
Could have been a run out. Is she the one who is going to take it through the innings, take it through the challenging times? Would someone bat hard with her? Because that partnership with herself and
Rashada
Williams was a good one.
Yeah, but you can also see that Rashada played the aggressive role while Capsey Knight was able to play her game. So again, likewise, this situation or this partnership needs to be similar.
That's right.
Shadid Nation needs to play around or play a bit more aggressive so that Capsey Knight wouldn't be forced to play
outside
any
of a comfort zone, yes. So that is going to be key. Shadid Nation 5 from 14. You have already settled. Can't be pushing and prodding.
I just wonder what the conversations are when you come out to bat, or what messages is sent out in terms of roles and functions, because again, both teams are still trying to maneuver and find what works for them, but those messages need to be clear from the technical staff.
Nation should be the aggressor, and in fact naturally an instinct player. But she needs to answer the question when and how, because the rate has now climbed, required over 8 now, so it's 8.1.
Yeah, you still want to give yourself a chance to stay in it. You don't want to use too many balls up and not score, and then who comes in after does not have a chance to at least fight to bring things closer. Because then what if you come and you lose by 20 runs? Then you can say, if I had done
Done
this
that. That's right.
differently.
Play the game, and England really, I said, set a model that I like. It was not the, when you hear about 307 runs and you may put that in an Australian context, you know that you'd be up against some serious six hitting, some serious four hitting. But what we saw was really clinical. And I think it has set a standard that the West Indies, if they look at it and they go back and they see how these runs were scored, that should be an inspiration that it's not all about power hitting. And you just said it, Knight, as though she is willing to sacrifice now. She has shown an intent there, dragging one from across the off stump to leg, perhaps realizing that there is a need to get with it.
And you just saw that after she played that previous shot, she just shook that right hand. Remember, she missed the last series because of surgery and because of that injury she received or got at the women's CPL earlier this year. Losing her shape, Shadi Nation.
She was actually favoring the hand when she went up at the non-striker's end. So
you just have a look at that right hand. She's just shaking it a bit.
Nation almost bowled, the ball taking the edge, the outside edge, getting a single. She has that tendency. She's going back, and the distance between her back foot and her front foot, that she's almost at a point of no return. There is nothing behind, and that one kept low.
Yeah, but you can see that she's struggling. A few balls before that tried to pull into the leg side and mistimed it all completely.
Here is Knight, out caught. Mentioned it earlier as though the situation was getting to her, and she just gave up the ghost by driving one straight to the mid-on fielder, and the West Indies losing wicket number 4. Capsey Knight, after batting so well in the context of holding the innings together, she perishes for 39 and the score 103 for 5 in over number 26.
Here she'll be disappointed, Capsey Knight, and let's look at that hand that she's walking off that is heavily strapped, heavily taped. But again, just that pressure of not scoring or runs sucking up in the middle, that she really just feel like she needed to do something different.
So now in comes the captain. It's good to see that Hayley Matthews is back up. So I think it's good confirmation that it was a cramp, because she comes out as though she really was anxious to get out there.
Oh, and that gives Heather Knight, England's captain, her first wicket of this series and return into international cricket.
Well, she's having a dance out there. You can see it. Perhaps excited because she had a brief cameo, didn't really go on to score as many as she would have liked.
Yeah, only scored 16 of 23, but now actually doing it with the ball.
And the story is impressive because she definitely targeted to be back by the end of the year. And, well, we have a few more days in the year. And she has achieved that. To the captain to captain. Hayley Matthews is happy to be out there. She can change the game. It gives her an opportunity to say, I'm going to tear them apart.
And again, spin. Being the downfall of West Indies batters.
It would be interesting to see if they change the approach. Because while the Knight-Williams combination was flourishing relatively in terms of a partnership, but not really dominating the bowling, the boundary fielders were actually in by about 10 yards. They were not riding the boundary. It would be interesting to see when Hayley Matthews faces what they would do. Shadi Nation swings at that down the leg side, going down to fine leg. 2, will they get the third? Matthews is coming back, and she makes it comfortably.
And it runs.
Yes, no signal from the umpire. That is becoming a trademark of Chile Nation. She plays down the leg side. You actually think that she has not connected, and the ball will go fine.
And I think that's because of where the angle in which the ball goes, because it goes pretty fine.
On several occasions, we have seen that in her brief innings so far.
So you just wonder if she's in control of the shot.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Delicately played. Craftsmanship with excellence. Oh, she just steered that one past the wide gully fielder into the boundary for four.
Yeah, classic.
Wow.
Haley Matthews just opens the face.
With disdain.
And again, knows where fielders are placed and knows where that point fielder was.
As though she says, I'm the champion. She just had everything over that. Masterful batting by Haley Matthews, and this time she defends.
And again, stamping her authority as well. She's a world-class player. Not saying anything bad about Charlie Dean, but you're young. I am the captain of West Indies, so to say. Haley Matthews.
She's backing herself. And you speak about stamping authority, and that is part of batsmanship. It's not really just plain stroke. When you stamp your authority, it comes with authentic strokes like those. Says something to the fielding team and to the bowler that I am here. It may be an excellent delivery, but I can play an excellent shot to an excellent delivery. I think a lot of batters, they play very good shot to loose deliveries, but there was nothing wrong with that Dean delivery. It was just masterfully played. Dean responding well, changing the line, and changing the line for the last 3 balls of the over, completing the over, and her figures remains at 1 for 25. That was Haley Matthews playing it back past the bowler, and she did that on a couple of occasions. So the context here, 8.5 required. If it were less overs, you could approach it from a T20 context.
Well, it's another 196 runs needed from 23 overs.
And that is a challenge. It would be interesting to see how the West Indies approach this. Can't count out anything in cricket. Game of glorious uncertainty.
And then now is the time, or these are times that you think that Capsey Knight should have been there with Haley Matthews.
But as we say, she would have been frustrated. I believe frustration was setting in, that she knew that she was set, knew that she was set. Nation had been in, but was not really playing a dominant role or even showing the intention of doing that. And she wanted to get along with it. So Nation has to foil well with her captain. She's trying to run runs that are not there.
Yeah, and again, going really hard hands at it rather than just take the pace off. Not Siva in that mid-wicket position. Just take pace off and try to work it into that area by the umpire, square of the umpire.
Tries back to the bowler. Nation 9 from 20. 21. Striking at well under 50. Again, she opens up to go back to pull, but taps it down again.
I think it's a bit too much movement as well. Just keep it simple.
Gets herself in a tangle once again, trying to open up and go through the offside.
Yeah, no, fuller length delivery from Heather Knight. So really working out should the Nation and her tactics and movement. 5 dot balls in this over.
With the presence of your captain, who would like to have gotten a couple of the deliveries. She gets a single, but off the last ball of the over. So then she will be on strike. The approach should have been, try and get the single early. Turn the strike over. We saw an illustration when Jones was batting earlier, she ensured that she took the
She
strike.
got a single to ensure that Amy Jones gets on strike. Sophia Eccleston, that was. Again, game awareness.
So 28 overs have been completed. West Indies remain 113 for 4, chasing 308 for victory. And that is bordering on 9 runs per over. And to sustain that over 22 overs is considered looking improbable at this time. Haley Matthews is still there, we'll remind you. But this England bowling attack, they are on top, they're looking good.
6 bowlers used thus far. Kate Cross bowling 5 overs, 1 for 18 with 1 maiden, economy rate of 3.60. Lauren Bell 5 overs, 21 runs, economy rate of 4.20. Nat Siver 4 for 20, economy rate of 5. Sophie Eccleston 6 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, economy rate of 2.50. And Charlie Dean 5 for 25, 1 wicket, economy rate of 5. And well, Heather Knight, Captain Heather Knight, who bowled 3 overs, 4 runs, 1 wicket.
That caps it off. It tells the story. The West Indian bowlers were going at over 6 and bordering on 6 and 7.
As we see a return of Lauren Bell.
This time she is coming from this to Curtly Ambrose end. Change of ends oftentimes could offset the rhythm, especially when you're doing well at an end. But the captain knows, Haley Matthews, who is the captain of the West Indies team, perhaps she would not be waiting too long to try her hand at it. Goes hard at it, stopped by the bowler.
And quite a tall, lean figure as well,
She is.
Lauren Bell. So driven back by Haley Matthews, but just takes a hand out and stops that, as to say, where are you going?
Good contest. 2 fielders on the onside boundary, 2 on the offside boundaries. Haley Matthews. Oh, works this one around nicely. There is a backward of square and a fine leg. Backward of square and a forward of square. She comes back for the second run. Well controlled shot.
Yeah, very well whipped off and those legs. Haley Matthews. Good ground feeling as well.
I'm not surprised at the change to remove the spinners for Haley Matthews. She's adept at both pace or spin, but I know in this situation she would have been going at the spinners. So good move on the part of the England captain. She goes after this one, but the ball peels off the outside edge, down to third man, a single. She's showing the right intent. Required rate is up to 9. And Matthews, who had to retire hurt on 8 because of what we assume would have been a cramp, severe cramp, returning to the crease at number 6 after opening. Nation pulls this one around. Would bring Matthews back on strike, but with only 1 ball remaining in this, the 29th over. So England would feel that they have a grasp of things, acclimatizing well. Matthews pulls this one nicely, bisecting the forward of square and the backward of square. 4 runs.
A very good placement on this occasion from Haley Matthews. And again, the power in which it was hit with, was dispatched with.
She is really a towering figure, not only in height, but she was into position early. She picked her spot. And the result was a foregone conclusion. And we speak about players' movements, forward, backward, being decisive. She does that in a flash. And it would be good for Nation to watch and execute as she faces the first ball of over number 30. Oh, she's beaten once again.
And again, that stride, just look at that stride. Where exactly are you trying to score runs with that stride?
I'm going to ask you a question. Don't laugh at my question. Do they teach dancing to the batters in cricket? Do they?
I think they do.
I think they should.
Because it's about almost like
The
a
movement
chapter shuffle.
Precisely. So my thing is, I'm not a cricket coach, but I think there could be some lessons there, Mally Richards, in dancing. Backward, forward movement, moving laterally.
But there are
and
drills
timing.
with those backward, forward movements as well.
But if you have drills and you can't execute, then there's a problem. Spanked away nicely down to backward point. Will it be four? Good save. Oh, but it beats the fielder. Good positive intent will often come off. Chidi Nation gets the 4, gets into double figures. Cindy's moved to 127.
Well done by Sophia Dunkley. Covered all the grounds actually, and yeah, just spilled it in the end, but good coverage from her.
100% effort. The reason for this in the context of cricket is that when you do your drills and you can't execute, perhaps some more creativity in art form could transition that, because you have different learning styles, different things that make impression on people. But
I'll bring my coaching into this and say as simple as maybe putting down the bat and having a ball, so you shuffle across.
That's right.
Or simple as ladders, using ladders where you're able to
Climb
do
in.
2 feet in, 2 feet out, where again that foot movement is there.
You know, I don't want to stray from the cricket, but I had a discussion with Kenny Benjamin, the former West Indies player, and he said it was so easy to transition into cricket because a lot of the skills that were practicing drills, he may have done them, running through parts, hitting mangoes, throwing something. So at the end of the day, those are perfected by other natural situations. Chidi Nation beaten on that occasion. So sometimes things you like to do, you're moving here, you're running, you're jumping over a little tree, a shrub. At one point, it helps you in natural rhythm, it helps you in the natural environment. So oftentimes, players who may be challenged could get their rhythm right. Movement of the feet, one of the things that I see in the West Indies batting that could be improved. Over comes to an end. 30 overs have been completed. The West Indies needing 308 for victory. They have been pegged back to 128 for 4. Haley Matthews is at the crease on 24. Chidi Nation is on 30. Stacey has been replaced by Marley Richards.
Good evening, Seth.
Good evening.
Good evening to everyone as the players take a well-deserved drinks break.
Yes, certainly.
We can probably just have a bit of a chat about some of the things you were talking about.
Well, certainly, Mally, you would understand dancing. When we look at the Knights 32 from 56, we look at Rashada Williams' 37 from 58. There are certain things that we would take into consideration because there are some limitation in the movement. The shot selection, the hand-eye coordination are evident in the stroke play. But obviously they are limited, they're cramped too often, not moving laterally, not moving forward, not moving back on time. Not even economy of movement, limited movements in terms of the feet. Then we see Chidi Nation, an elaborate move backwards for a cut shot, trying to decide whether to cut or to drive. I am saying the move, but then you see Haley Matthews, quick to the feet, moving back, slapping, moving forward, slapping. You saw a similar pattern with the English batters. I'm saying if the limit, they're clearly technical, they're clearly okay to some extent between the eye and the hand, but there are limitations in the movement of the feet. Sometimes the best way is in a natural rhythm, natural movement. You may have to take them out of the environment of that cricket focus drill.
Yeah, so, I mean, you were right. You have to find creative ways in order to get the results that you require or you desire. And even for myself, I was just thinking the other day, man, Mali, I need to get fit again, like fit. I was thinking, what am I going to do? Am I going to start running or going to the gym or whatever? I was like, you know what? Nah. I'm just going to go back and start playing some tennis because I'll be getting fit.
That's right.
While playing a game. It will always
And
take
do what
my
you
mind
love.
off getting fit. I'll just be playing a game, right? So I almost have to trick myself.
And by the way, for those of us who are listening, Mally Richards is not just a former national or Leeward Islands or county player. Mally Richards at youth level in tennis was our top youth, one of our top youth in his age category of tennis.
Yeah,
And
good
I
play.
guess when Mommy Miriam was getting a little worried, you wanted to play football as well to a level. And then I heard Daddy Viv speaking about you playing rugby in England and wanted to play more rugby than cricket. So Mally Richards is he's a 360 sportsman. But we're speaking about learning sometimes in a different environment that you're not feeling that it is drilled down upon you.
I'll give you a quick story on the rugby. Went to school in England. Rugby was a compulsory sport in the winter, so I had to play. And I probably hated it for the first few months or so. Got acclimatized to it. You had to play in the winter as well. Small shorts, no gloves, no pads, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, got really into it, loved it. Started scoring a lot of tries. That would be like the equivalent of a touchdown.
Right.
And at the time, the West Indies were playing rugby. And they came and actually wanted to select me to play rugby in the International Rugby Sevens. And I quickly declined that because the people I'd be going up against,
the body,
2-3 times my size, I wouldn't be able to last in that game. So I think I made a very good decision there. But it was a game that taught me a lot.
And that's it. What you learn from one environment, you take into the next.
Yeah, they ask different questions.
So Bell is back after the break. Matthews cuts this one. Backward point is there.
And to be fair, a lot of what's transpired in this West Indies innings isn't a surprise. If you've been watching the West Indies women, you wouldn't be surprised by this showing so far. It looked pretty promising, especially in that partnership between Williams and Knight, putting on 70 for the second wicket.
Matthews pulls. We'll get a couple here. No, limited to one.
But we're seeing that lack in batting depth.
That has plagued the West Indies,
Definitely.
I think, over the last 4 years.
And it's not just only the women. It's an issue that's been plaguing the men's game as well.
Significantly.
Struggling to find adequate batters for the international game.
You look at the test team against Australia, the top two coming up trumps. But after that, we're found wanting, the West Indies, that is.
I think it was a pretty decent performance overall, I'd say, though, from the West Indies. Regardless of the result.
Yes.
Obviously, we don't like losing test matches, but
at least a fight.
Yes, and force the Australians to really work, especially in that partnership with Joseph and Chase down the order.
And these are things. So it comes down to the batting, and that is the area where we were just dominant. Yes, we were dominant with the bowling, but our batters were just scary to go up against. Down the leg side nation, once again swings at it.
I tell you what, this one decision that actually left me slightly baffled, just a little baffled, was the decision to use Brooks as the concussion sub, as opposed to Devon Thomas.
Well, if I were to take the discussion further, the decision to leave out Devon Thomas
in the first place
was disturbing, and it has nothing to do with nationalism or nationality.
Of course not. If it was Brooks in that position, I'd be saying the exact same thing.
Lovely flowing drive from Hayley Matthews. She's just a gem to watch. The point that you would make, and we're having this discussion because it's all West Indies cricket, was clearly that on form, the same way Craig Brathwaite as usual is on form and young Chanderpaul showed form, he showed the form as the informed batsman. Batting at number 10, top scoring in that practice game, 77 not out. Then 35 top scoring again. Then in the second game after making 8, came back 55, second top score. It means that you're acclimatizing to the conditions. Here is Chidi Nation.
Whereas Brooks would have only had one innings.
One innings, though it was a half
century.
And then the concussion issue, he gets in. So these are some of the things that may happen at that level that I think could well correct decision making. Correct decision making oftentimes can affect the result.
And it's that in which I really judge a coach. We know it's Phil Simmons' final series as coach of the West Indies, but it's the in-game decisions. And I think as much as this team has improved, because they definitely have improved, at times the in-game decisions just cause you to scratch your head.
So Hayley Matthews, she would want to come out of this with some runs. Psychological boost, driving through the covers, 4 runs. Excellent. My word, when you watch this lady, think how talented and gifted a player can be.
Just plops onto the front foot, the timing and the power through that offside. Absolutely classical from Hayley Matthews, and it's good to see she's not really showing the effects of the cramps that forced her to retire hurt earlier.
That's right, and perhaps as you mentioned, Maddie, a lot of challenge on her part. With a batting lineup that is not providing the support, has a lead role as a bowler, has the captaincy in her hands, goes back and she slashes this one just to the left of the diving fielder.
Okay, think about it this way, Seth. In any given cricket match when Hayley Matthews is playing, especially now in this team, when does she get the time to shut off?
That's right. Has to be entire game issue. Oh, she goes back and she punches this one. The cover fielder comes around and only a single. She's technical. Pretty much solidly intelligent, because when she plays, she's not just playing power. She's not just playing placement, but her timing all together. And there is no sense of complacency on her part. So you're right. When can she get to shut down?
She's got to be on at all times, even as a player, just a common player.
I think that's a big point.
Yeah,
that no one is considering.
No, she doesn't get. It's a lot to ask.
That's right.
Even with the cramps and stuff, it's just 50 overs. I'm sure she's been in hotter conditions. We're asking a lot of Hayley Matthews. Let's make no mistake about it.
If we can get to groom a few of the under-19s, the same way she came through at a young age, perhaps there could lie some of the solutions to the challenges of the West Indies women's cricket.
I think she'll be happy if and when Stefanie Taylor comes back. That just takes a bit of pressure off her, not just in the batting department, but also in the leadership department.
But Stefanie Taylor as well may have been exhausted, because I would tell you, I remember, 3 years ago, right at this venue, we were doing, was it West Indies versus Australia? And I remember she gestured at one of the post-match interviews that I was doing that she was thinking about retirement, and I was shocked.
Wow.
So I was like, how? But when you look at her, she started to play regional cricket at about 10 or 11, pre-teen years. At 28, I was saying, why would she be thinking? But then after that, you see the effects on her body, injuries, circumstances, out, no, dropped.
Yet another one goes down.
Hayley Matthews was positioning herself. I got the impression she wanted to go offside.
I've stopped counting
and
at
the ball
10.
held up and she pulled it. It was a powerful shot. And the mid-wicket fielder looked at it, had full view, just could not hold on to it. The West Indies 140 for 4.
Looks like Siva. It was
Yes.
putting that one down. So a bit of a blemish for Siva after
Well,
her.
not only that, we have seen quite a lot of drop catches in this game.
A lot.
At least 4 going to hand for the West Indies. A few other chances that had they were the balls were challenged, they could have been. And we have seen at least, 3 gone down in this inning so far.
A few overs ago. Oh, that's going
Pulls
to be
at that,
dead.
loud appeal, and she's given out
Chose
LBW.
the wrong one.
Yes, she was actually what you call spinning in the wicket, looking for the pull shot. The ball was kept a bit low, and she was given out by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. West Indies losing their 5th wicket. Matthews going for 34, and with her, hope of any miracle on the West Indies part may have subsided.
Definitely. West Indies hopes go with Hayley Matthews, and she has to depart for 34 from 30 deliveries. A pretty gutsy effort from the captain, retiring hurt on 8, coming back out. Had a pretty good innings, 34 from 30, but just choosing the wrong delivery, almost premeditating that pull. Maybe thinking that Lauren Bell was going to dig that one in short, as she had done on quite a few occasions, but that one didn't get up at all. And first time seeing that looked pretty dead.
Yes, well, you said it, and umpire Reefer agreed with you. And Hayley Matthews perhaps thought that she was in some form of trouble, because sometimes you go and sometimes one seep through, and in that occasion, Bell would have gotten some justice here. Her first wicket, 1 for 32.
She'll be happy with that.
And out comes Chinelle Henry. So, what will she do? Will she take her in her aggressive style? Comes forward. Will get through with the single. Return comes in. Not a direct one.
I'm not sure that Shadim Nation wanted to come through for that single.
No, she didn't.
Yeah.
Because Chinelle Henry was almost halfway down the
Yeah.
track.
Henry just blocked that and was off.
Yeah.
And we've got the stump mics turned right up. We didn't hear any calling between the two.
Nation once again goes down the leg side. She loves that leg side fan. Sweeping and fanning. I call it fan because oftentimes does not go into the full sweep. And sometimes she gets it so delicately that you don't even know that it took the bat. In fact, on 2 occasions, England team, they were appealing. They were all up appealing. And then later there was no signal from the umpire from the runs. Question for the West Indies selectors. They have looked at a fixed team, I would say, in bringing back Campbell and also Kaisia Knight. Would they be bringing back Kaishwana Knight? Because there is definitely the need for that extra cover in terms of the batting, because the bowling is pretty safe. This time, lovely shot. No, caught.
Oh, it's put down again. Oh,
Explain that to me, Marley Richards.
I'm not sure what happened. It looked like it was in the bread basket.
Yes, I saw that was taken.
And then all of a sudden, Sophia Dunkley,
Fell down and out came the
and
ball.
out came the ball. We saw a little flash of white.
Yeah, but it was powerfully hit. But for that distance, it ought to be comfortable. It was a powerful hit, a powerful pull.
Should have been
And
caught.
it went down to her. And then it went to the carpet. Wow. Strange game. Wondering.
Been bit uncharacteristic from this English team.
Yes.
The amount of chances you've seen them put down.
33 overs completed. 144 for 5.
Nation, a few overs ago, put down off Charlie Dean by Amy Jones as well. Tough chance, but if it goes to hand, you have to consider it a chance.
Yes.
So,
Asking rate going up 9.7.
Not the best fielding and catching per se.
No, and they would not like to think back on that. They know they're in charge, they're in command of the game.
But they still want to do the right
Exactly.
things.
Be as clinical as they shown with their batting. Because it was an outstanding batting performance. I was saying it was no whirlwind type of hitting.
No.
Like you would get
300
from
easily.
the Aussies. 300 just so easily. Waited forever to get the first 6 of the game. And with that clinical batting performance and superb bowling performance, the fielders need to support that.
Once again, though, Shadi Nation just getting a little stuck. 16 from 36. She's got a career strike rate of 52.2.
Gets entangled, loud appeal, not out, says umpire Williams.
Got her cross her stumps there.
Mali again, the movement of the feet. The moves. I think that's mainly her downfall. She middles the ball well, oftentimes playing with hard hands, but at the same time, the movement of the feet.
And those shots she doesn't have a problem with. It's all the things that happen in between her batsmanship. Having the ability to rotate the strike, play with soft hands. She's just struggled throughout her career to really adapt to the international game.
Yes. Charlie Dean is enjoying her bowl. 1 for 26.
Into her 60th match now. Shadi Nation. Just a 1/2 century.
Well, a quick run here.
Once again, a run out is on the cards between these two. There's no real communication going on.
That's right.
We've got stump mics turned up in our ears, and
sometimes you need a little nod and go, but on this occasion you're seeing a stop-start, an indication of uncertainty. They need to decide, be decisive. Wow, Pi Williams having to call. She's having some problems with the flies.
swatting a few.
Nation plays this one back to the bowler along the ground. So the question is, when do you fit in some of the young under 19 players? Driving at that and misses it completely, beating all ends up. Over number 34 has been completed. The rate is now 10 runs per over required, 16 to go.
And to be fair, the youngsters, I don't think they're quite ready as yet. You know, just having the first edition of the West Indies under 19.
But do you keep a few of them around the team?
Definitely, definitely. Young Zayda James. You definitely want her up and around the system, but she'll probably be in the West Indies under 19 team and get through the pathway that way. But there are a few players around who I'm a little surprised not to see here. You know, having watched the women's game for the last year or so. Renice Boyce comes to mind.
She was a part of the setup a few years ago.
I'm not sure if fitness is an issue, whether she's injured or what, but in terms of her batsmanship, that's someone you definitely should be working with in comparison to some of the players in this lineup. So there are a few knocking around, but like you said earlier, this team has only been picked for the first two.
Cross will be happy with her return. Bowling well, 1 for 18.
She's doing the basics very well, hasn't she?
Yeah, she started well, and I thought her, bowling kept things quiet when the West Indies started the innings. Bowled well in tandem with Bell. But she's back. She'll be proud of that early work because that is crucial. First power play. Good delivery, and Chanel Henry is
Cleaned
bold.
her up through
He's
the
bold.
game.
That knock you heard was not the bottom of the bat, but was the middle stump. West Indies losing Another wicket here. Wicket number 6.
And we always hear about variations. And when we hear about variations, we think pace off or a cutter or a back of the arm. But there's also variation in length.
That's
and on
right.
that occasion, Kate Cross exploited the fuller length there, going for the Yorker delivery. Maybe Chanel Henry anticipating something a little shorter, doing her for pace. Keepers standing up,
Right
can't
in the block
advance.
hole.
And she has to go for 3 from 7 deliveries. West Indies staring down the barrel, 1-4-6 for 6.
She's going, and the only thing that she has to be excited about would have been her 3 wickets in the first innings. Bowled well. The last 2 overs went for some runs. Couldn't falter for the bowling. She really gave good work.
And in this, sorry, go on.
I was saying, and perhaps a thought of bringing her a little higher up in the order
I was just going to say that.
should be given some consideration, especially after Matthews retiring hurt. That partnership Kaisia with Rashada could have been perhaps breached with her, getting the impetus, keeping the momentum, taking some risk. But that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Definitely, I would have pushed her up the order in this batting lineup. Like I said, Gajnabi batted 3 against New Zealand. I think Chanel Henry is probably a better batter than Gajnabi. Gajnabi not in the 11 today.
Cross taking a 2nd wicket. Rather steady. You spoke earlier of her bowling wicket to wicket. Intelligent, smart stuff. You miss, I hit. She has a nice straight approach. And presents challenges to the batters. She's not straying down the leg side. You have seen a few times that she has strayed when she's outside the off stop. It's not wide. It's enough to induce an edge. And of course, I think has been, well, at least a trendsetter in this economic bowling lineup. They have really been economical with their spells. Oh, taking the edge, but no slip. 4 runs.
Very fine edge there of Cross.
The 150 comes up. Fletcher gets off the mark with that 4.
And Cross seems a bit cross
Well,
with the fielder at third man, probably telling her she should have laid out.
well, but she couldn't get there. Cross maybe being a hard taskmaster, but
Yeah,
I
she's
think
like, you're not in whites, you're in colours.
I think it shows the competitive level of Cross. I think what would have worked in her favor would have been to have the first slip.
Yeah,
It would
or
have been a catch.
or-
Or the third man.
just been a
straight-
bit too wide all day.
That's right.
Actually, at third man and also at mid-off, mid-on. Both the mid-off and mid-on have been set very wide all day, especially when the West Indies were fielding.
Once again, the West Indies found wanting. Nation is on 17 from 41.
And this is a mode of batting that we've seen from her a little too often. Tends to get behind the 8 ball more often than not.
Swinging at that one. Another one that goes fine down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. So they have capitalized on 2 extras there. Till 156 runs adrift. The West Indies 158 adrift.
Right arm coming over.
Just under 15 overs remaining. 90 balls. Fletcher gets a single. And then the latter end of the batting is not presenting, let's say beyond Chanel Henry, is not presenting a viable option. So you look at the England team and you recognize the middle is good, the top is good, and those low order batters
Chip in.
chip in well. Bowled. Another wicket. Another batter going down for the West Indies. Another wicket for Dean. The West Indies in dire straits. Really staring down the barrel of a loaded English gun. Nation goes for 17. Bowled by Dean after 43 deliveries. What do you do in this situation? Lovely delivery. She played right over it. And her vigil, in fact, 18 would have been credited to her from 44 deliveries. And the West Indies in real trouble here. Dean, she is happy, 2 for 29 so far, and she's halfway through her 7th over.
You can see the disappointment on Shadid Nation's face there. Just missing an innocuous delivery, to be honest. She knows that. Didn't do too much. Pitched on off, hit off. And on a good full length as well. Probably should have just driven that down the ground, but you live and you learn, and Shadid Nation has to depart. And like you said, the West Indies staring down a barrel here.
And the West Indies, they're accustomed to this ground. They have played quite a lot of ODIs and T20 on this ground. They have played quite a lot in the past 3 years. And CWI would have given them that opportunity to build. So it could not be lack of opportunity. Yes, the team is missing crucial players, match-winning players. And most successful teams would need more than one match-winning player. They would need quite a few. When one does not tick, 2 others can take over. Here is Fraser coming forward, one of the younger player, one of the new finds. Like her bowling, she has 1 or 2 things to work out. But I think with time and with Courtney Walsh at the helm, this time she's beaten and she's bowled. The 3rd batter to be clean bowled in the last 3 wickets.
And you were talking about the positioning of the batters on this occasion. Look at this one. Sherry-Ann Fraser just falling over, that head just tilting outside that off stump, losing her balance, losing her bearings, can't find the ball, access the ball, and it gets through the gap, and she has to depart for a duck.
3rd wicket for Charlie Dean. Dean is happy and elated, 3 for 30. And the West Indies, they are falling apart now. The cookies are crumbling so fast that it is.
No milk needed.
That's right. 14.1 overs remaining. They need something. They need some dough. They need some glue. They need some milk. And Captain Hayley Matthews, she does need some support.
Definitely.
You know, I was following a special Australian report a few years ago, and the guys were saying the West Indies lineup comes in now, drives at that.
What were they saying?
In the West Indies lineup, he said you were happy. You got rid of Haynes or Greenwich. You got a wicket, but when you look, you see, wait, who is coming next?
Exactly.
You're not so happy.
Exactly.
And then you realize if you take out the master blaster or the other opener, then which is coming next? So you say, okay, that's better, but that's still tough. And then you say, wow, Larry Gomes is there. You know, I'm just saying, different players with different chemistry, but all with the stature that at any time they can grab a hold of the game. Similar, we had a situation in the West Indies T20 camp, both men and women a few years ago.
It's going to be Cross to continue.
And Grimman joining Fletcher. So that sort of presence is what we're speaking about. Nevertheless, the women, they have given their best. And Hayley Matthews as the leader.
It wasn't that long ago, though, where it was, if you remove Hayley Matthews, you got to deal with Stephanie Taylor.
And then DeAndre Dutton, when she was back in fitness. Down the leg side, another wide cross.
And if you remove Taylor, you got to deal with Dutton. So there was this trio.
And in the last World Cup, when you removed them and you felt you had a chance, Fletcher then appeared. Campbell appeared. and would give
And
you a
even
nice
Nation as
finding
well
it.
would
The
just chip
Nation
in.
came. So that sort of connection, that's what they just need to reestablish. Big effort by England here. Cross. Once again, good nudge there on the part of Fletcher.
Because think about this, Seth. We're asking the players who have grown accustomed to play supporting roles to the better players in Taylor, Dutton, and Matthews. We're now asking them to pick
play
up that
leading role.
mantle.
That's right.
It's a big
So
ask.
transition, a big ask.
Huge ask.
It was
especially at
heartening,
this
though.
stage of their career.
It was heartening, though, in the World Cup when you saw Afi Fletcher coming in after the birth of a child. You saw that commitment.
Yes.
England had a good run, good surprise run,
You probably used
but
to
they
mean
were
that.
disappointed in the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah.
So they themselves may be asking themselves some questions.
Hence, well,
How could we have not been in the final of the Commonwealth Games?
at home. That's the pressure of expectation as well, you know.
But England, they're having a purple patch in terms of men's cricket.
Oh, definitely.
Wow.
With the test team in particular, the turnaround they've made in the last 12 months or so. What, West Indies the last team to beat them? Here in the West Indies?
That's right. Well played.
They've gone and they've beat New Zealand at home. World Test champs.
Scored over 500 runs in a day. 75 overs. When I looked at it, I said, really?
Shows you
6.72 runs per over.
shows you the power of mindset.
Mindset.
Because
The
not a
Brendan
lot
McCullum
has
factor.
changed apart from the mindset.
The mindset. You're absolutely correct. And what a team.
There's no technical changes going on here. It's not like McCullum could have come in and done anything
That's
in that
right.
time.
But the mindset.
The mindset, though.
Give you the right to play a game, to believe in yourself. So a lot going on for England cricket.
And that freedom is forcing teams to think differently about the game, not quite as conservative and defensive as we've seen.
So the players have the quality, they have the capacity, but the change in mindset
Definitely.
makes a difference.
Look at it. They
Also-
were almost batting scared here in the West Indies. Kyle Mayer's taking 6 for. And
Cross, once again, beaten and almost bowled again. She is having a superb spell.
7 gone for her now.
Yes, 2 for 28.
Just 3.7, so
She
she's
has been troubling the batters from the beginning. And whereas we look at Charlie Dean with 3 and we saw good bowling from Bell, I thought the cross effect at the top of the order was important because clearly the West Indian plan would have been to go big early, bring in Alia Allen up in the mix. And once she departed and the Haley Matthews injury, it was all England. Lovely delivery. Charlie Dean, this spell has been good.
It's important that these Windies batters, maybe it's the first time seeing Charlie Dean, but it's important they don't play for too much spin, especially to her.
She's enjoying a lovely day here under the lights. Fletcher drives.
Play straight to her deliveries. At times, you play for spin, you play inside the line of the delivery, takes the outside edge. You've still got to slip in for that reason. It's not because she bowls a doosra.
Well, the West Indies now trailing by 150 runs. Quite a huge task.
Massive, gargantuan.
11.8 runs for over required.
To borrow a word from Garfield Burford. Gargantuan.
West Indies. Big effort. Catch taken. Has it been taken? Yes.
We have to make sure.
Yes, it has been taken in the deep. Afi Fletcher goes. In fact, it's Beaumont. It was hoiked into the mid-wicket area. And we see a nice diving effort. Running in from the boundary. And the West Indies have lost wicket number 8. Grimman caught of the bowling of Dean for 1. And it is getting tougher and tougher for the West Indies. They're already out of the game. But in terms of their final score, not even close to 200. Marley Richards, your assessment of
Yes,
things.
once again. So I think that's going to make, if they don't get to 200 in this innings, it's going to make 4 ODIs in a row. The 3 against New Zealand, obviously some weather interruptions caused rain shortened matches. But once again, especially at a position of 80 odd for 2, they'll be very disappointed with not getting to 200 at least.
That's right. And so many overs remaining. Dean having her 4th wicket, 4 for 31. Enjoying the best of the returns.
And a lot depends on Matthews and the Shemaine Campbell in this batting lineup. And then for Matthews to go out retired hurt early, and then Campbell to depart for a duck.
Very shortly after they would have lost Knight, so we saw 3 wickets coming in a period that really took the West Indies out of it. Out comes Selman,
who has not had a great game, to be fair. She only bowled 2 overs for 17, and she's coming in here at number 11.
So it looks like it will be a comprehensive win for England. Any delivery, it could be over.
At any time, but who
At
knows?
any time.
We've seen strange things. I think it was earlier today, Bangladesh
pulling off something against India.
putting on 52, I think, for the final,
For the final wicket, yes.
to win that match.
When it looked as though they were out.
All out of it. India themselves struggled with the bat.
That's right. So
We've seen stranger things happen, but for this
one,
150, that would be some record, to be honest. But don't want to look too far in front.
that's right. So the West Indies would be thinking about their approach to the next game. They will be having, I'm sure, a good team meeting.
Yeah, it was looking promising at 84 for 2, and then Rashada Williams fell in the 20th over, actually.
Well, Dean now has a chance of getting 5 wickets here, a 5-4. Comes in now. On this occasion, Selman comes forward. Can she defy? Her 1 delivery remaining in Dean's 8th over. Charlie Dean would be the star of the show. Game well set up by Cross and Bell at the start. Here is she driving. Selman out to cover. That completes the over. Dean 4 for 31. 4 for 31 from 8. West Indies 158 for 9 after 38.
She'll be hoping Kate Cross doesn't pick up this final wicket here.
So, yes, here is an opportunity. And Stacey and King is going to come in and join Marley Richards for the last rites. And Marley, enjoy it all, you guys. The West Indies on the verge of defeat. It can come at any time. And some introspection, I guess, they would like to do.
It's going to be Cross from the Curtly Ambrose end. Just drifting onto the legs. It's been a procession here. Good evening, Stacey. First wicket falling for the Windies at 14, Aliyah Aline in the 3rd over. And we saw a partnership of 70 between Rashada Williams and Kaisia Knight. Second wicket falling at 84 in the 20th over, 19.3 to be exact. Shemaine Campbell was the next to go, scoring 85. It was a procession almost after that. The next wicket falling at 105, Kaisia Knight. And then the big fish, Hayley Matthews, Fifth wicket falling at 140 in the 33rd over. 6 for 146, Chanel Henry. 7th for 153. 8 for 153. 2 wickets, bang, bang on the same score. And then 9 for 158, Shanita Grimmond. That's been the story of this West Indian innings. Started very promising, but it's faded away quite badly.
Yeah, definitely, Mali. They have those wickets. Almost seem to have lost wickets in grabs.
It's well played though by Selman. Good hands. Down to third man. Her first run.
Really showed the lack of composure as well. And it's something that has trended for West Indies over possibly the last couple months, where once they set themselves and start creating partnerships, then something happens, and most of the times it's an on their end, and they let teams in. And by letting those teams in, whether it's a run out, miscommunication, a poor shot in terms of giving up their wickets because they've run out of patience, after doing all the hard work, they let teams in and then they lose wickets in quick succession.
In tennis, we call that an unforced error. You think back to that partnership, Knight and Williams, going so well. That run out completely changed the complexion of the innings. And they've struggled to recover ever since then.
And then we keep saying, understand your rules, and you know, just making that clear. Shadeen Nation came out with Capsey at night, but the rotation just wasn't there. So at the end of 40 overs, West Indies are 160 for 9. Just as I continue with that point, when Shadeen Nation came out and met Capsey at night there, she was in. Capsey was on, I think it was 34 or something of that sort. And the rotation just wasn't there, so it built pressure now on Capsey, who felt that she needed to
hit out,
up the ante a bit, and could only find Nat Siva in that short mid-wicket region. So again, just understanding what is required in terms of the situation. Do I need to go? Do I need to just rotate the strike? Do I need to get that player on strike if I'm not having such a good game? I just think they need to have a bit more clarity when it comes to their roles or their mental part out there.
I have to agree with you, Stacey. And at times it just seems like the big shot is the only option. Saw how Siva was quite surgical in the way she constructed her innings, scoring at a rate of nearly 100.
Yeah, and just rotating the strike. And remember, in that innings of Nat Siva, she only scored 9 boundaries, and those were 9
out of
fours.
90. Yeah, it was Wyatt that was hitting the sixes. Siva just working the ball into gaps, waiting for the ball in her area, her strong areas.
Yeah, just not allowing the West Indies bowlers to really clamp them down. They just kept rotating, picking up singles, whether it's soft hands, down the V's, sweep shots, improvisations. They were able to rotate the strike and keep West Indies always having to work another area or work another, some sort of tactic to try and keep them quiet.
Oh, that's a waist-high full toss if I ever seen one. Just patted to cover. Just patted to cover there for 1 run by Fletcher.
Yes, Charlie Dean continues. She's been exceptional with ball in hand.
She would definitely be enjoying bowling to these West Indian batters. I think in the Indian series, the Indian batters almost targeted her as the one to go after. So it just shows you how things can change from opposition to opposition.
She's picked up 4 West Indies wickets.
Looking for a 5-4. Almost getting it on that occasion. Not a buy signal? No, so yet another chance it seemed like going down.
Yeah, which seemed to have come out Shakira Salmon's
Yeah.
bat.
Amy Jones not gathering. Another run added to the total. 40 gone now. 164 the score. Still some 144 runs for the Windies to get here.
In 10 overs.
In 10 overs. Required run rate 14.4.
Yeah, I think for me, the troubling, or for West Indies fans, the troubling factor will be that, again, 164 seems that 160, 70 area
That's
seems
the area.
to be the area that
They max out.
they max out at.
Definitely problems for Coach Walsh to think about.
I think as players, they need to sit and think about it. I mean, there's only so much that coaches can do and technical staff can do. They put in all the hard yards. As players, you need to take that responsibility.
I have to agree. I think what he will have to think about is the right combinations. Sophia Dunkley, though, the leg spinner, she's been brought into the attack. Didn't get many today with the bat. Looked quite good, though, in her 11 deliveries. Just got 8. She's in here now, bowling her leg spins from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
And again, another spin option for
Yet
England.
another. Yet another one to call on late in this innings as well.
Yeah, 4 spin options. Sophia Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Heather Knight, and now Sophia Dunkley. Ooh.
Just a bit down that leg side, going to be signal wide. And Heather Knight almost seems like the most reluctant of the spinners, really. Just watching her over the last couple of years or so. Takes a while before she comes into the attack, but came into the attack pretty early today.
I think just trying to work back herself into the game. Hasn't been in international cricket, as we all mentioned. And
This one's
looks
going to
like
be a dolly, and that's the end of the match. Inside half of the bat, Afi Fletcher, she has to go. Sophia Dunkley picks up her first wicket. The West Indies go under to England. Shakira Selman has to depart for 3.
And England celebrate. They have taken first scalp in this first of 3 ODIs. Sophia Dunkley really need a trump card at times, and why not? If she can bowl spin, then give her the opportunity.
Especially with the way she bats. You know, it's just an added luxury to this team.
West Indies women are all out for 165.
165. Losing by 143 runs here. The West Indies. So, first blood. First blood goes to England in this ODI series.
Just as we look at the West Indies women's scoreboard, Hayley Matthews standing out with her 34, Rashada Williams. And she scored 37, Kaisia Knight 36. Only 3 players to really get into those 30s, but none carrying on. Number of single digits as well, which really didn't cut it or make the part tonight. An area for improvement, getting bowled out with 10 overs to go for West Indies women, total 165. An area they'll have to work on, but the extras column, 23 extras from England. That's quite a lot.
That's something they'll be looking at, for sure.
But again, Charlie Dean, she stood out with those 4 wickets. That of Shemaine Campbell, Shadeen Nation, Cherry Ann Fraser, and Shanita Grimmon.
And it was Kate Cross, actually, leading up front, took the new ball.
And Lauren Bell.
And Lauren Bell as well. 7.3 overs for Cross, the 1 wicket for 30. Lauren Bell, 2 for 33. Nat Siver, none for 20 of her 4. Sophie Eccleston, none for 15. Charlie Dean, 4 for 34. And Heather Knight, 1 for 19. And Sophia Dunkley picking up the final wicket of her only over, just bowling the 3 deliveries. So the Windies go down here in the first of this 3-match ODI series by 143 runs. England 307 for 7. West Indies in reply, 165 all out in 40.3 overs. Encounter between these two sides, England and the West Indies. From me, Mali Richards, and Stacey Ann King, and Seth Burton, we say good evening.
Jump up, people, are you ready? Windies in the land, just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, run in the front. Come wine your body. We are West Indies, everybody. Sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
Full of energy, almost can't breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. We are party from the daylight. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, let me see you unite. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Fear not, 'cause the vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are the West Indies. 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 West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, win, lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados, we got it.
St. Vincent,
We got it. St. Kitts, we got it.
Trinbago, we got it. Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia,
Antigua,
Dominica,
Grenada. We are the West Indies. 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 West Indies.
sure, sure.
We are the West Indies. That's right. We are the West Indies. Turning up to the top, it's time to jump up. People, are you ready? Windies in the land,
energy, I must can't breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are party from the daylight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, let me see you unite. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Fear not, 'cause the vibes is right. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are the West Indies. 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 West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, we lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados, we got it.
St. Vincent,
We got it. St. Kitts, we got it.
Trinbago,
We got it.
Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia,
Antigua,
Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. 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 West Indies.
Sure, sure.
We are the West Indies. That's right. We are the West Indies. Turn it up to the top. It's time to jump up. People, are you ready? Windies in the land, just put up your hand. It's time to party. All the people in the front, run in the front. Come wine your body. We are West Indies, West Indies. Everybody sing. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies. We are the West Indies.
You're full of energy, you must can't breathe. Fling up your hand, them jump to your feet. The party make the vibes complete. Caribbean, so we dance in the street. Pakistan, wave your hand. Make me see you, every woman and man. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Everybody, make me see you, wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
We are party from the daylight.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Everybody, let me see you unite.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Fear not, 'cause the vibes is right.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are the
fire.
West Indies. We are the 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 West Indies. West Indies bring unity to the Caribbean. We rally round each other, and that alone make us strong. One goal in mind, we lose or draw. We all play as one. If you're proud of your country, let me see you put up your hand. Barbados, we got it.
St. Vincent,
We got it. St. Kitts, we got it.
Trinbago,
We got it.
Jamaica,
Guyana,
St. Lucia,
Antigua,
Dominica, Grenada.
we are the West Indies. 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 We are the West Indies.